You wake up, you have transmigrated into the body of a scumbag who abuses his sister. You realize the original owner did nothing but gamble and beat his foster sister every single day. Looking at the girl, covered in bruises and scars, you decide, I will carry this infamous reputation. This person, I must save. At this moment, before you can even collect your thoughts, you hear a strange grinding sound in your ear. You grew up in an orphanage and have always lived alone as a hard-working salaryman. There is no way there could be a second person in this apartment. The sound seems to be the sharpening of a blade. You try to struggle, but your body and mind feel as sluggish as rusted gears. Then, the grinding stops, followed by a splash of water. You grit your teeth and force open your heavy eyelids. A harsh light pierces your pupils and a sharp pain strikes instantly. A few seconds later, your vision finally focuses, but the scene before you leaves you completely bewildered. This is definitely not your apartment. You are lying in a dilapidated, cramped, and unfamiliar living room. The floor is covered in empty beer cans. Beside a collapsed, rotten sofa, a few flies buzz around half a bowl of sour rice porridge. You rub your throbbing temples, enduring the pain that feels like steel nails being driven into your brain, and manage to crawl up from the floor. As you take a step, your toe kicks an empty beer can. The can rolls across the broken wooden floor and hits a pair of worn-out plastic slippers. Tracking upward from the pale, slender ankles, you suddenly meet the gaze of a girl. She is wearing an old white dress with several holes in it. Her messy hair covers most of her face, but the eyes peering out hold no signs of life. The next second, you see her hand hanging at her side, tightly gripping a freshly sharpened kitchen knife. Under the dim, yellow light, the blade reflects a chilling, icy glint. Just as this critical moment strikes, a thunderous noise erupts in your mind. Countless memories that do not belong to you flood in like a bursting dam. You let out a muffled grunt and stumble against the back of a chair. You never imagined you had actually transmigrated and been reborn. The owner of this body is also named Kaito, currently 22 years old. But compared to your previous life as an honest salaryman, you are now a truly unforgivable, massive scumbag. When you were 15, your parents died in a car accident. The original owner lost all guidance and completely went off the rails. Not only did he hang around with thugs all day, he even cornered the class beauty in the girls' restroom, resulting in being expelled from school. Since then, you have been a loafer, doing only 3 things every day: gambling, drinking beer, and beating your sister. The girl standing before you with the kitchen knife is your only sister. The girl in front of you is named Haruka Kujo. She is your foster sister, though you share no blood connection. When she was 9, her mother dropped off a large sum of money and left her in your care, then vanished into thin air. The original owner didn't like her from the start, feeling she took away his parents' love, so he beat and scolded her daily. After your parents died in the accident, the household completely spiraled. The original owner called her a jinx, and even blamed his parents' death on her, constantly thinking of ways to torture her. Before, your foster parents could still protect her. As long as they were there, life had hope. But once they were gone, she fell straight from the human world into hell. Over these years, she hasn't even been treated like a human in this house. She not only took care of all the meals, but also became a human punching bag. When you lost at gambling, you hit her. When you were drunk, you hit her. You hit her even when you were just in a bad mood. Because she was pretty, the original owner even had disgusting ideas. Several times he snuck to her door at night, only to be forced back by her holding a pair of scissors. You sort through these memories and can't help but swear internally. Calling him a scumbag is actually a compliment. You stare at the knife in her hand, your throat tightening. She has always been submissive, not even daring to speak loudly in the house. But right now, as she grips the knife, your mind races. What would the original owner do? He would yell, "What are you looking at?" or just start beating her without a word. No, you are not him. Just then, she speaks. "You're awake?" Her voice is crisp, yet cold, without a shred of warmth. You meet her eyes, which are like cold pools of water, and suppress the palpitating fear in your heart. "Yeah," you say, your voice as raspy as sandpaper. "I'm awake." Having someone hold a knife in front of you, saying you aren't afraid, would be a lie. You try to keep your breathing steady. However, her body trembles slightly as she mutters, "How could this be? Why is it like this?" She is disappointed. Before you can think about it, your stomach churns violently, the stench of stale beer rushing to your throat. Your face turns pale, and you rush toward the bathroom. She blocks your way, You squeeze out 2 words, "Get out of the way." She freezes. You bump her with your shoulder, pushing her aside as beer cans scatter across the floor. The next second, you collapse by the toilet and retch violently. Behind you, there is a sudden clatter as the knife falls to the ground. She looks at the cold glint on the floor, her fingertips turning cold. Why is he not dead? Everything was prepared. Even how to dispose of the body was planned out. Why did he wake up? She collapses internally. If you woke up, she would have no chance. Even with the knife, she is no match for you. You vomit until you are weak, finally catching your breath. Your stomach feels empty, but your head is much clearer. You turn on the faucet to rinse your mouth and look up at the mirror. The next second, you are stunned. The body in the mirror is exactly the same as your previous life, right down to the small mole at the corner of your right eye. It's just that this body is more robust and muscular, unlike your thin self from the past. Then again, that makes sense for someone who was always getting into fights. A disastrous start, you sigh internally. Remembering Haruka is still outside, you withdraw your gaze and walk out of the bathroom. She is still frozen in place. Her eyes as hollow as a doll, stripped of its soul. You look at the sharpened knife on the floor. What were you doing with that? She was just sadly thinking about how to cut you into pieces and throw you into a nearby pig farm. Pigs are omnivorous. In one night, they could pick the bones clean. You have no relatives in this city. If you went missing, no one would care. That pig farm is a cash-only operation. Even if they found bones, they wouldn't dare call the police. Just then, your voice pulls her back to reality. "Hey, what are you spacing out for?" She snaps back, trembling, and replies, "Cutting fruit." You skeptically scan the kitchen and don't see any fruit. She panics instantly, dropping her head lower. I was cutting potatoes, saw it was dull, and was sharpening it." You want to press her further, but your stomach is empty, burning like fire. Never mind. You lift your foot to walk to the dining table, but kick another beer can. "So troublesome," you grumble irritably. As soon as you speak, Haruka shudders. It's as if a switch was flipped. She immediately straightens her back and apologizes incoherently. "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." That flat tone vanishes, replaced by extreme terror. She scrambled to find a broken cardboard box and hurriedly began picking up the empty beer cans. Her long hair falls over as she moves, dragging on the floor. While cleaning, she accidentally gets it caught, ripping out a lock of hair. She grunts in pain but immediately bites her lip, not daring to make another sound. You look at her back as she cowers on the ground and your heart twists. You try to soften your voice. "Leave it, I'll do it." Who knew she would move even faster? Filled with fear and pain, she thinks this is just a prelude to more mockery. You squat down, wanting to hold her arm to make her stop. She lets out a short scream, flinging your hand away, as if terrified. She crawls backward on her hands and knees until she shrinks into the narrow shadow between the refrigerator and the wall. She curls up there, clutching the hem of her bleached dress, trembling all over. "I'm sorry, I really will clean it up. Please don't hit me. I'll clean it up very quickly." Begging has become her conditioned reflex. Sometimes you would find it amusing. Perhaps begging a few times would mean taking fewer punches. Your fists were heavy and painful, so avoiding even one punch was worth it. You freeze in place, watching her shrink into an even smaller ball, like a bruised little cat hiding in the shadows, shivering. A sour, aching feeling floods your nose. In your past life, you were an orphan. No family, no one to love you, and life was hard, but at least you were never tortured like this. But the girl before you lives worse than the most isolated child in the orphanage. The terror and emptiness in her eyes even hint at the verge of a breakdown. You remain silent for a long time. In the shadows, Haruka keeps her eyes tightly shut, letting her tears roll down silently, her heart wailing in misery. Why doesn't this scumbag die? Why must I stay in this hell? You slowly stand up and walk back a few steps, sitting at the dining table. Keeping your distance might make her feel a little safer. However, Haruka intentionally keeps her back exposed. She has already thought about how the wounds here are hard to treat, but if she injures her arms and can't work, things will only get worse. Who knew the anticipated pain would be so slow to arrive? She stops her tears, bewildered. She feels your behavior today is truly strange, but not getting hit is, at the very least, a good thing. And so, she timidly finishes cleaning the beer cans, pushes the box into the corner, and shrinks back into the shadows by the fridge, motionless. Seeing her mood stabilize a bit, you speak up. You can get up. As soon as the words fall, Haruka shakes even harder. She remembers that sometimes you would suddenly become gentle. But once she complied, the scumbag would instantly flip. You really dare to? Can't you tell I was being sarcastic? The next step would be a savage beating. He seemed to enjoy the game of crushing her expectations. The cost of choice was too heavy. She had already failed too many times. She barely hesitated before staying curled in the shadows. Watching her reaction, you suddenly understand. You slam the table, raising your volume and adopting the fierce tone the original owner was used to. Did you hear me? I told you to get up. Sure enough, Haruka quickly stands up, her hair still hanging down to cover most of her face. You sigh internally. It seems you have to use this correct method. Your gaze falls on the half bowl of rice porridge with a congealed film on it. Intense hunger drives you to pick up the bowl. In the shadows, the girl watches through her hair, her fingers twisting together nervously as you lift the bowl. You are starving. Looking at the white porridge, you don't even care that flies have crawled over it. When you were an orphan in your past life, you ate half-rotted apples from trash cans. What is this in comparison? You pick up the chopsticks, but Haruka stands beside you like a servant, making you feel completely uncomfortable. You try to mimic the original owner's tone, speaking with aggression. It's late, go to sleep. Who knew that before the words were even out, Haruka would collapse to the floor? Her body shakes like a withered leaf in a gale, her voice trembling. Please. Your brain crashes for a second. CPU overheating. What kind of situation is this? Seeing you don't move, her crying is filled with despair as she begs incoherently. That's against the law. Please, just hit me instead. Hit me. Being beaten has actually become her only remaining lifeline. Your throat bobs as you swallow with difficulty. Original owner, what kind of sin did you commit to force a living person to this point? You truly deserve to die. However, your swallowing is misinterpreted by her. She crawls backward on her hands and knees, trying to put distance between you. You slam the table again. You can only use the most in-character way to break the deadlock. Go back to your room. Don't be an eyesore. You're bothering me while I eat. Do you want me to slap you? The instruction is correct. Haruka's tense shoulders instantly relax. With her head down, she quickly scrambles up from the floor and flees back to her room. You look at the empty living room, a massive sense of guilt rising in your chest. You just breathed a sigh of relief, not realizing that on the other side, Haruka is staring at you through the crack in the door. She had personally sent you on your way. Fearing you might not die, she had mixed all sorts of things into that bowl of porridge. Rat poison, sleeping pills, cockroach spray. It was so thick, it was almost fluorescent, and the color was all wrong. Luckily, you were so drunk from the beer you didn't notice. She had checked. You had already stopped breathing. But why are you alive again? Was it just a brief faint? This scumbag's vitality is shockingly tenacious. You pick up that deadly bowl of porridge again. Haruka's heart jumps to her throat. You already drank half the bowl and didn't die. Will this remaining half finish you off? If you find out she poisoned the porridge, her life will be worse than death. Fear instantly overrides everything. She throws open the door and rushes out. At the very second you are about to put the porridge to your lips, she snatches the bowl and, along with the cold stir-fry on the table, dumps it all into the trash. What are you doing, you ask, stunned. Your empty stomach protests loudly. Your questioning makes Haruka instantly shrink back into the shadows by the fridge, shivering in terror. She wants to ask herself why even the courage to kill you has vanished. Was it your performance just now that gave her an expectation she shouldn't have? But the next second, a fly suddenly falls from mid-air onto the table, twitches a few times, and stops moving. Then, the stir-fry falls apart. You stare at the dead flies and then at the stir-fry on the table. A terrifying thought pops up. Was the original owner poisoned by this girl? You are shocked, but then think it's not right. In your memories, she is as timid as a mouse. Where would she get the guts? Did the original owner drink himself to death? That's possible. You subconsciously grab the beer bottle nearby, ready to chug it. However, this movement makes Haruka in the shadows tremble violently again. You drunk are even more terrifying than usual. She had actually thought you had changed. How laughable. You look at her reaction and forcefully suppress the desire in your body. actually throwing the beer bottle directly into the trash. Drank too much tonight, my head will hurt in the morning. Forget it, I'm not drinking. Haruka's eyelashes flicker violently. That's his lifeline. He never throws away alcohol. This is so unlike him. Just as she is shocked and uncertain, you suddenly speak. That stir-fry, you made it? What seasonings did you put in? Sure enough, not only did it not kill you, you even found out. Haruka's blood runs cold, her body rigid. Trembling, she answers, dried chili and a little salt. Nothing else? You stare at her intensely. Just that. After 2 seconds of silence, you suddenly snort a laugh. Stupid, aren't you? Don't you know how to add soy sauce and sugar for flavor? What kind of garbage is this? Even a dog would get up to make you a 3-course meal after eating this. The tense string suddenly snaps. Haruka leans against the wall, weak with relief. She apologizes repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'll remember next time. You wave your hand impatiently. Doesn't matter. It tasted bad anyway. Glad I dumped it. Saved me from feeling nauseous. Then you give a direct order. Go back and sleep. She doesn't have to get hit. Haruka is stunned on the spot. The surprise even dilutes the fear. She stares at you through the gap in her hair. That figure is both familiar and strange. You are indeed a bit different, she blurts out, almost against her will. Who are you really? You take a deep breath and start cleaning up the mess. You don't notice that an icy gaze is still staring at you through the crack in the door. You expertly scrub the kitchen until it is spotless, an instinct you developed in your past life just to survive. You even neatly stack the empty bottles in the corner. After all, in this house stripped bare, this scrap is your only asset. Then you wearily lie down on the creaky wooden floor. The narrow room is as hot as a steamer. There is no air conditioner, not even a fan. You open the window, looking at the city lights in the distance, and think self-deprecatingly, should I install anti-theft windows? Then you think again. With how poor this place is, even a rat would find it pathetic. Who are you trying to keep out? You should have been a middle-class person without a worry in the world, holding the massive compensation your parents left behind and the generous dowry Haruka brought with her. But the original owner was a rotten gambler. Not only did he lose the millions, he even gambled away the capital to get back on his feet. Just then, the roar from your stomach interrupts your thoughts. You rush into the kitchen, digging around, but find that there is only one sprouted potato left in the cupboard. Is this what Haruka was trying to feed me earlier? You don't have time to dwell on it. You pull out your phone to check the balance. The next second, you freeze. Balance, -3,000. Alipay balance, also -3,000. A total debt of 6,000 plus 20,000 in gambling debts. In just one day today, that bastard squandered 6,000. Looking at these glaring gambling records, you only feel that this opening is so bad you want to curse. A thought explodes in your mind. Since this mess wasn't caused by you, why not just run away? But then you think, running away requires strength. You touch your growling stomach and decide to get something to eat first. However, your Alipay has long been maxed out by that scumbag. All credit limits are empty. You pin your only hope on that closed door of Haruka's. After all, this sister, who was forced to drop out of school, hands over every penny of her daily wages from the restaurant every day. You hesitate for a long time, but finally, hunger wins out over reason. You walk to the door, mimic the scumbag's disgusting tone, and knock. Are you asleep yet? In the room, Haruka is blankly looking at several medicine bottles in the drawer. She had squeezed them out of her meager wages 1 or 2 yen at a time, risking a beating to collect them. The sudden knock makes her shudder. She hurriedly lets her hair fall down. Not yet. She knows that pretending is useless. The devil will just keep knocking until she opens the door. The next second, Haruka grabs the scissors from under her pillow and grips them tightly. That tool, which was supposed to be a beautiful gift for her wedding day, has now become her only weapon. Just then, your cold voice comes from outside. Give me some money. Hearing it is just about money, Haruka's tense nerves relax, followed by an endless wave of crying. She puts down the scissors and takes out that small stack of crumpled coins and small bills from the drawer. Then, she opens the door just a crack and hands the money out, trembling. You lower your eyes and see the thin, pale arm, which looks particularly jarring under the light. The stack of money is crumpled, but the corners have been carefully smoothed out. On top, there is even a 1 yen coin. Seeing you don't take it right away, Haruka thinks you think it's too little. She panics, losing her composure. This is really all the money I have." You remain silent. Haruka's teeth start chattering as she hurriedly explains. The restaurant has me off tomorrow. I'll go out and collect scrap metal. I'll go out earlier, work longer. But today, this is all there is." Hearing the chattering of her teeth, a scene of you being bullied in the orphanage flashes through your mind. That rainy night, the kid older than you, he had also forced you to hand over your only piece of bread. You had curled in the corner, teeth clattering, lonely and helpless. The scene from that rainy night is so similar to this one. You suddenly realize your intention to run away is beginning to waver. "Here." Haruka's voice trembles, as if she might cry at any moment. You silently accept the money and turn to leave. Behind you, the door is closed eagerly. Back in your room, you put the key in your pocket, walk outside and count the money. 81 yen in total. I don't touch that broken motorcycle at the end of the alley, plastered with "must drive 318 inches" stickers. I choose to walk instead. The supermarket isn't far. There is no need to join the street racing crowds and get cursed at by the residents like before. After a 10-minute walk, you enter a small supermarket. It's 8 p.m. The vegetable section is already empty. You buy the cheapest ramen noodles, 10 yen of loose rice, a bottle of chili sauce, a piece of fatty pork, a few eggs, and a pack of sausages. Just then, the supermarket's little TV broadcasts a female host's excited voice. Chase Wind Media releases another hit short drama. Views exceed 100 million. You glance at the faces with exquisite makeup on the screen and knock on the counter. The owner, Lao Zhang, scans the items, his disdain unmistakable, but you couldn't care less. You just carefully check the amount on the receipt. After confirming it is correct, you carefully put away the remaining 26 yen. Carrying the shopping bag, you return home. You insert the key, push the door open. In the entryway, a light is actually left on. You freeze instantly. You clearly remember turning off the lights when you left. Living 2 lifetimes, this is the first time someone has left a light on for you. This light not only illuminates the darkness, but feels like it carries a trace of scorching warmth, shooting straight into the depths of your heart. You walk into the living room, and your footsteps falter again. On the table, there is actually a cup of warm water. Steam is fogging the inner wall, and a droplet is slowly sliding down. You stare blankly at the water stain, your heart feeling like it was hit hard by something. You had originally intended to drink beer, but you threw the beer away. Haruka must have noticed, so she poured you this cup of water. In your past life, your greatest obsession was to have a home. Everything this body had at its fingertips, the original owner discarded like trash. Original owner, you really are a scumbag. Such a good sister, and you treat her like this. You forcefully suppress the emotions surging in your chest and pick up the water cup. But before drinking, you instinctively bring it to your nose and sniff. After all, odorless, colorless poison is non-existent. The warm water slides down your throat, bringing a strange sense of comfort, but you immediately grow alert. Staying here could be life-threatening. You must not soften your heart. Consider this a parting meal. You carry the ingredients into the kitchen, use the newly sharpened knife to cut the fatty pork, and render the lard. Then, you cut the lean meat into chunks, stir-fry it with the pork fat and chili sauce, and take it out before adding the noodles. Soon, 2 bowls of hot, steaming lard-flavored pork noodles are done. With sausages and fried eggs on top, the aroma fills the room. You take 1 bowl and inhale it. Your empty stomach finally feels a glimmer of warmth. Then, you pick up the other bowl and walk to Haruka's door. You take a deep breath, put on the original owner's impatient tone, and knock, "Come out and eat." From inside comes Haruka's startled voice. She carefully pulls the door open a crack. Outside the door, on the floor, sits a fragrant bowl of noodles, topped with a fried egg and a sausage. She asks in disbelief, For me?" You go back to the dining table, eating while yelling, "Bullshit! If you get a stomach ulcer from hunger, who's gonna earn money for me? I'm feeling generous and rewarding you. Tomorrow, go earn more money back." You calculate in your mind. Once she goes out to collect scrap metal tomorrow, you can just slip away. But as soon as this thought arises, you look over and your heart sinks. Haruka is squatting on the floor, eating her noodles in tiny, cautious bites, her movements almost reverent. She first uses the tip of her chopsticks to poke the fried egg, letting the golden yolk flow out, then mixes it with the noodles before putting it into her mouth. For her, that egg seems like the ultimate delicacy. You suddenly remember a late night in your previous life when you were starving, and a restaurant owner treated you to a bowl of noodles with a fried egg. The way you looked then was so similar to Haruka now. Your chopsticks hover in midair, and for a long time, you don't take a bite. The idea of running away completely dissolves. You eat the noodles numbly, though you can't taste a thing. At this moment, Haruka's shoulders tremble slightly. She seems to be crying. You turn your head away irritably, thinking viciously, "Damn, it's just a bowl of noodles, what is there to cry about? I hate it when people cry." You force yourself to calm down. A few hours ago, she very likely wanted to kill you. That freshly sharpened knife was probably prepared for dismembering your body. At this thought, your hand shakes violently. The noodles fall from your chopsticks back into the bowl, splashing soup everywhere. I have to run. I might just die here one day. You shove a large mouthful of noodles into your mouth and chew mechanically, but the steam rising from the bowl blurs your vision. But you think, there is something here I've craved and never had. This body belongs to myself in a parallel universe. I have to repay the sins he committed. I can't run. You tell yourself, you've lived alone until 22. What have you ever feared? Now that you're afraid, you just want to run away, don't you? You feel incredibly conflicted. Your reason screams at you to leave, but in your mind, you keep seeing that lamp, that glass of water, and that thin, trembling figure eating noodles. After washing the bowls, you see Haruka is still squatting at the door, drinking the soup. You have to use a rude tone to mask the inner turmoil. Wash your own bowl after you're done. With a bang, you slam the bedroom door shut. Haruka mutters to herself, "Has he really been replaced? The man he used to be, how could he ever cook noodles for me?" Inside the room, you lean against the door panel and pull out a coin. Since this life was a stroke of luck, let's do it the original owner's way. Gamble on it. You decide to leave your fate to destiny. Heads, you stay. Tails, you leave. Your thumb flicks the coin hard. It spins in the air. Slap! You cover it with your right hand, your heart beating like a drum. You carefully lift your palm. Through the gap, the light shines on the emblem. You freeze for 2 seconds, then suddenly laugh. Most people think the number side is heads, but the emblem side is the true front. You mutter to yourself, "Since this is fate, then I'll stay. This is the sin I owe, and I will pay it back slowly." Lying on the hard floorboard, you begin to sort out this mess. First, you must pay the rent within 7 days. Time is tight. Second, you must earn enough for Haruka's tuition for the next semester and send her back to school. She shouldn't be left to rot in the mud. Finally, you must improve her life. But all of this must be done carefully. You can't let her notice your change. With these plans in mind, you fall into a deep sleep. And for once, you sleep soundly. When you wake up the next day and stare at the unfamiliar ceiling, you remember that you have transmigrated. While brushing your teeth, you notice your toothbrush is new, while the bristles on Haruka's are almost worn off. Another pang of pain strikes your heart. Haruka brings you a bowl of rice porridge and explains timidly, "I'm sorry, all the money from yesterday went to you. I didn't have enough to buy pork buns." You become alert instantly. She is testing you. The original owner insisted on having pork buns with his porridge. If it was just plain porridge, he would definitely hit her. To avoid blowing your cover, you reach out and grab the collar of her old dress. Raising your fist high, your face instantly filling with the violent rage characteristic of the original owner. Haruka gasps in terror, hurriedly lifting her hands to cover her face, preparing for the familiar pain. Your fist trembles in the air, but you can't bring yourself to strike. After a 2-second standoff, you release her collar and push her aside roughly. With your other hand, you pull 500 yen from your pocket and slam it onto the table. "You want me to hit you so you can go out and cry to others about how pathetic you are. Is that it? Stop that nonsense. Go buy some buns. I'm too embarrassed to be seen with a wreck like you." Haruka runs a step, looking at you, and then at the money on the table. Still shaken, she hesitates for a moment, then quickly grabs the money and runs out with her head down. Before long, Haruka returns with 2 meat-filled buns. You are already sitting at the table eating porridge. You pick up a bun and take a huge bite. The aroma of the fat instantly fills the air. However, Haruka only dares to stand by the table, clutching her bowl, sipping her porridge in small mouthfuls. You frown, throw the other untouched bun, still in its plastic bag, at her. I drank too much beer last night. I've got no appetite. This bun is your reward. Stop pulling that dead-looking face. She picks up the bun, retreats silently into the shadows by the fridge, and says very softly, "Thank you." You don't notice that this time, her voice is light and pleasant, and there is no stuttering. Finishing the porridge in a few bites, you pile the empty bowls up and get ready to leave. You can no longer act as you did before, looking for friends to gamble, drink, and return home to beat people. You walk for a long time before finally finding a shopping center. The walls are covered in help-wanted notices. You note down the shops and go to each one, but you are rejected at every turn. No industry experience? What kind of work are you looking for? Sorry, your image doesn't fit. We're not hiring, get going, don't ruin my business. By noon, frustration and hunger hit you at the same time. You swallow your pride and head to a fast food joint, grabbing fries others didn't finish before the staff could clear them away. Although cold, it's high in calories and fills you up. That was a lesson from your days as an orphan. You didn't expect to use it again today. Sitting on a mall bench, slowly chewing the tasteless fries, you feel hollow and anxious inside. The rent is like an invisible noose tightening around you. You only have a dozen yen in your pocket, but you're afraid to spend it because you don't know if the girl at home will have anything to cook. Just as you are lost in thought, someone calls out from behind you. You turn around and see a guy with multicolored hair walking over. You lift your chin as a greeting. This guy is Kaito, a street thug just like you. Kaito plops down next to you and offers a cigarette. "Hey, what are you doing here?" You push his hand away. "No smoking in the mall? I'm looking for work." Kaito looks at you like you're an alien. The cigarette in his mouth almost falls out. "You're looking for work?" Kaito looks up at the sky, feigning disbelief. "The sun didn't rise in the west, did it?" You snort. "Why are you looking at the sky in a shopping mall?" He stares at you for a few seconds, then slaps his thigh in realization. "I get it. You lost everything again, and are broke, aren't you? I told you, gambling is a trap. You can't touch that stuff." You put an arm around his shoulder. "I know, Kaito, you're right. I'll listen to you from now on. No more gambling." Sooner or later, you'd gamble your own life away, you think. Kaito stands there as if paralyzed, mouth agape, the cigarette falling to the ground. The next second, he snaps out of it, staring straight at you, an exclamation exploding from his throat. You frown and snap. "Who are you yelling at? Be more civilized." But Kaito jumps up, looking you up and down as if trying to find a flower growing on your face. "Man, have you been possessed by something?" Your heart skips a beat, but you immediately put on the scumbag's usual expression of disdain, glancing at his color palette hair. "Possessed, my ass. All my money is gone, and I'm in debt. What would I have left to gamble with? Or should I pawn you off to Mr. Hiroshi? That should be enough for me to gamble for 2 days. Once I win my money back, I'll pay someone to put you back together." Kaito immediately shrinks back. "Man, people aren't spare parts." "Spare parts have value. You just consume oxygen. You're worth less than spare parts." He's left speechless, but his face still shows utter disbelief. Also, he says, no one uses the word possessed anymore. Kaito waits for you to continue. You say mysteriously, "I'm passing on my precious cultivation and experience to you, at the cost of your memories slowly fading away." Kaito is stunned, then laughs. "That's still possession." He shifts the conversation. "Anyway, if you're really broke, why don't you just ask Yuki for money? Even the scraps from her fingers would be enough for you to live it up for a while." You retort irritably, "Kaito, use your brain. Can I really take that money?" Yuki's father, Mr. Hiroshi, is a loan shark. Because the original owner was a good fighter and fearless, he often did dirty collection work for him, which Hiroshi appreciated. But Yuki was obsessed with the original owner, which almost drove Hiroshi mad. You analyze it coldly. First of all, Yuki is grounded by her father. I'd have to climb a wall just to find her. Second, taking Yuki's money is the same as sticking my hand in Hiroshi's pocket. Besides, he's already warned me not to mess with her. Are you trying to get me killed by Hiroshi? Kaito shivers. Forget it then. He picks up the cigarette from the floor, looking dejected. I'm almost out of cigarettes. Hiroshi's people haven't given us any work in days. Thinking of Hiroshi, the loan sharks, the debt collection, and that sister at home who might have wanted to kill you. It's all a mess. Original owner, you really deserve to die. You force yourself not to think about it and say to Kaito, Kaito, why don't you come with me and find a real job? Kaito shivers again. A job? Working is impossible in this life. He waves his hand, spouting his warped logic. Working is just waiting for retirement. It's too terrifying. You're shocked. Kaito, your perspective is so deep I've underestimated you, he grins. I saw it in a video, but there's someone in the alley hiring for flyer distribution. You can go check it out. After saying that, he takes his last 50 yen and heads straight to the internet cafe to play games. You decide to hand out flyers to earn some meal money. It's better than sitting idle. You walk out of the mall and find the stand in the back alley. Flyer distributor wanted. 120 yen per day, 50 yen per half day, daily pay. You walk over. The man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth glances at you and, without a word, stuffs a thick stack of flyers into your hand. This area, you get paid when you finish. Don't be lazy and don't dump them. I have people watching. But when you look down at the flyers, the corner of your mouth twitches. It's for a secret ancestral medicine to cure all sorts of male private ailments. The copy is crude, the pictures are exaggerated, and it's all vulgar nonsense. Now you get it. No wonder they offer daily pay and hire guys like you. People with pride can't bring themselves to hand this out. Fine, earn 50 yen so I can at least afford a meal. You walk under the scorching July sun. Pedestrians either dodge you without a glance or wave you away with looks of disgust. Sweat pours down your face. Your tiger head t-shirt is soaked through. You have to stop at a fast food place to ask for a cup of water. The clerk sees your fierce face and quickly hands you a cup of water and a cola cup. By the time the sun starts to set, you are dizzy and the flyers are finally gone. You return to the alley, exhausted. Unexpectedly, the man is packing up and pulls out a 50 yen note quite readily. Clean work. No slacking. Come back tomorrow? I'll save you a spot. 120 yen. You thank him repeatedly. I'll be here. Thank you, boss. The sky grows dark. You head back with your hard-earned 50 yen. But suddenly, a burning craving deep within your body wakes up. Like thousands of tiny insects crawling through your veins, your alcohol addiction kicks in. Your fingers begin to tremble uncontrollably. Your throat dries up instantly. A thought screams in your mind. Buy a bottle, just the cheapest beer will do. Just one bottle. But as soon as the thought appears, you bite your lip hard and pinch your thigh, fighting that physiological craving with pain. It's only the second day. You absolutely cannot be defeated by desire. You spit on the ground, clutch your chest, and trudge toward home, every step feeling like you're struggling through invisible mud. Finally, you climb the stairs and arrive at that peeling security door. Your hands are shaking so badly you can't get the key into the lock. The soft clinking of metal seems to mock your pathetic state. Just as you are about to lose control, click, the door opens. Haruka stands in the doorway. She has just bathed. What catches your eye is the warm yellow light spilling from the room and on the old dining table. A cup of hot water, a large bowl of rice porridge, a plate of braised pork, and 2 buns. You freeze in the entryway. The burning craving inside you seems to hit a soft wall and slowly retreats. At this moment, you realize you have a den, but not a home. But now, there is light inside, and a sister. This is the shimmer of light you could only touch in your dreams in your past 2 lives. Haruka, seeing you dazed, instinctively retreats in alarm. You call her name, her body shivers. Is something wrong? You walk to the table, sit down, pick up your chopsticks, and point to the chair opposite you, commanding in that tone of the original owner. Sit down. She hesitates, then shakes her head. I don't dare. You don't force her. You drink a large mouthful of porridge, raise your eyelids, and look at her. Did you eat dinner? Yes. What did you eat? You press. You swallow, then tap the table impatiently. From now on, buy 1 extra bun at night. 2 isn't enough. Make sure it's a meat bun. Do you understand? I understand. You nod with satisfaction and ask casually, how much did you earn from scrap metal today? Haruka immediately takes a small, crumpled stack of coins and notes from her pocket, all carefully smoothed out and stacked neatly by denomination. She holds them out with both hands, her thin wrists protruding. You don't take them. Just looking at how cautious she is makes your heart ache with a dense, sour feeling. She is only 16, an age when she should be a pampered princess, but here she is taking care of you and digging through filthy trash for scrap, all to trade for these few crumpled notes, which she has to hand over in terror, fearing a brutal beating. Seeing you dazed, she keeps holding them out, not daring to pull them back. You sigh internally, but wave your hand dismissively. 40 yen? That's an unlucky number. Keep it yourself. Don't pass that bad luck to me. Haruka looks up, shooting you a quick glance. A flicker of emotion passes through her eyes. You immediately frown, putting on a look of disgust as if you truly just hate the number. Only then does she slowly pull her hands back, carefully tucking the money into her pocket. Only this much after a whole day of work? You clear your throat, your voice still rough. Don't go out picking through trash tomorrow. Haruka looks at you, confused. I'm not going? You raise your volume suddenly. I'm a prominent figure on this street. You out there picking through trash makes me lose face. You start rambling. I ran into Kaito today. He said he saw you out there and mocked me for a long time. Haruka lowers her head in shame. I'm sorry, I embarrassed you. If you know it's embarrassing, don't do it, you snort. Stay home tomorrow and clean up the house. It's so messy the flies are almost running the place. She remains silent for a few seconds, twisting her hem and whispers, But our rent is almost due. The landlord said if we can't pay, he'll kick us out. 1,000 yen is nothing, you snort, putting on a reckless front. Who do you think you're looking down on? I have my own ways. In reality, you're worried to death. Just flyer distribution alone won't cover it, even if you don't eat or drink. After eating, you drop the bowl and return to your room, lean against the door, and breathe a sigh of relief. Acting is so exhausting. You must be careful. If she finds out you aren't him, one phone call will get you committed to a mental hospital, and the second chance at life will be over. Meanwhile, Haruka returns to her room, finding it unbelievable. This is the second day without a beating. He didn't take the money and didn't drink alcohol. A thought flashes through her mind. Could it be that he really did die, and the person who woke up is someone else? You are still worrying about money, but the moment your head hits the pillow, you fall asleep. The next morning, when you leave the bedroom, you see Haruka standing at the door. Ready to go out, you immediately frown, your voice clearly displeased. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to pick through trash? Haruka quickly explains, I'm going out to buy buns. You relax your brow, yawning. Well, bring me a carton of milk while you're at it. You drag your slippers toward the bathroom. Haruka stands there, stunned. Didn't he used to say milk was for kids and women? Although confused, she nods. Okay, I'll be right back. The breakfast shop owner, Mrs. Bay, picks up a bottle of milk, her tone full of disdain. That bastard's standards are getting higher. He wants milk in the morning now. Listen, Haruka, you're too nice. If he bullies you, just tell me. She hands over the bag and asks with concern. He hasn't laid a hand on you lately, has he? You need to be careful. Record it secretly, and I'll help you report him. Haruka shakes her head. Mrs. Bay, he's changed a lot. A dog doesn't change its spots, Mrs. Bay insists. We had someone in this complex. He'd beat his wife, then get on his knees and beg for mercy. 3 days later, he put her in the hospital with 3 broken ribs. People like that are rotten to the core. Don't let your guard down. Mrs. Bay's words are like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope Haruka had just started to feel. She doesn't dare think anymore. What if he is still him? Back home, seeing her return, you ask, just to buy buns. Why did it take so long? Haruka lies. It was crowded. I had to wait in line. You point to the table, eat. On the table are bowls of porridge and 2 sets of chopsticks, and even the leftover pork from last night. Seeing her freeze, you start drinking porridge. What, do you have to eat standing up? Haruka hesitates. Thinking of Mrs. Bay's words, she doesn't dare move, eventually picking up her bowl and habitually moving to the shadows by the fridge. You can't be bothered to care. You take the bag, open the milk, and insert a straw, but just as you bring it to your lips, you stop. You wrinkle your brow and spit out in disgust. The next second, you look up with a foul tone at Haruka in the shadows. It's this brand. This milk is fishy as hell. I never drink this. Don't you know that? Haruka freezes, her blood running cold. Here it comes. It was just an excuse. Next comes the throwing, then the fists. Mrs. Bay was right. Fear washes over her like cold seawater. She can't stop shaking, her fingers twisting the bowl edge. She even anticipates the milk carton hitting her face. Instead, you just shove the milk toward the edge of the table near her, speaking harshly. Try it yourself. It's fishy and tastes like death. It's your reward. Take it away. Don't be an eyesore here. Haruka is completely stunned. She looks at the milk, then at you buried in your porridge. He's not hitting her? He just thinks it tastes bad, so he's giving it to her? She carefully reaches out, takes the milk that still holds your warmth, and takes a gentle sip. The milky aroma melts in her mouth, carrying a hint of sweetness. This is a long-lost luxury. Did he really mean he just thought it tasted bad? A bolder thought emerges. Is he using this way to let me drink milk? But she immediately stamps it out. Haruka, don't get your hopes up. After the meal, you point to the pork. Dump this, buy new stuff tonight. I don't want to keep eating leftovers. You slam the security door shut and leave. Haruka waits for a long time to make sure you won't return, before going to the table, finishing the milk, and silently eating the rest of the pork. Her stomach is full, but her heart is in chaos. You walk for half an hour to where you handed out flyers yesterday and sit on the curb to wait. You have no choice. Haruka's wariness has deepened again. When you're home, she doesn't even dare sit at the table to eat. You have to give her space. Finally, the man arrives on a tricycle. Seeing you waiting early, he's surprised. He looks at your person and your shoes, flicking a cigarette to you. You're early, kid. You take the cigarette and tuck it behind your ear. Thanks, boss. Let me work first. I'll smoke after I'm done. Finish early, and I can go home to eat earlier. Even as you think of the word home, something in your chest twitches. The man smiles meaningfully. Someone at home cooking for you? I couldn't tell. You understand what he means? Just smiling along? Yeah, there is. The man stuffs a stack of flyers into your hand. This area. Get it done. The sun is blistering. Your t-shirt sticks to your back and never dries. Luckily, with yesterday's experience, you are much faster today. By dusk, you drag your sun-scorched body back to the alley. The man counts out 120 yen and hands it to you. You take the money and ask quickly, "Do you need people tomorrow?" The man shakes his head and exhales a smoke ring. The boss says the results weren't great these past 2 days. We aren't coming to this area anymore. You are disappointed instantly. Unemployed so soon? But then you think, what era is this? Still using this way for marketing? No wonder it doesn't work. You thank him and turn to leave. The man calls out to you. You turn back. His eyes fall on your straight back. Really looking for work? Your eyes light up, and you nod. He asks again, "Can you handle hardship?" You continue to nod. The man hands you a phone number. Call this number tomorrow morning and say Kyujo recommended you. Whether it works or not depends on you. You save the number immediately, thank him, and walk back with the 120 yen in your pocket. This is just a drop in the bucket. The rent is almost due. It's truly absurd. You navigate the maze-like alleys to an internet cafe whose sign only shows 2 characters. Pushing open the door, a mix of sweat, instant noodles, and foot odor hits you. The machines are old, the keyboard's greasy, but it has one irresistible advantage. It's cheap. Only 3 yen an hour. Sure enough, after a few steps, you see Kaito, his rainbow hair shining. He is grinning, tipping a dance streamer. "Luigi, 10,000 yen! You walk over and smack his rainbow head without ceremony. "Liu-ji, you're out of money." Kaito is about to get angry, but seeing it's you, he quickly retracts his anger. "Bro, you're here." You retort irritably. "I was afraid you'd die in this internet cafe and ruin someone's business." He laughs. "Bro, your mouth is as sharp as ever." You take the sweat-soaked cigarette from behind your ear, throw it away, and hand him 20 yen. "Go out and get something to eat later. Don't die here." Kaito takes it, staring blankly at your departing back, forgetting to even play his game. A voice from his headphones says, "The wind has a place to return." His father died young. His mother worked in a textile factory to raise him until he was 15. When she was diagnosed with lung cancer, she jumped from their apartment, thinking she was leaving him a 200,000 yen life insurance payout. She didn't know the 420 yen accident insurance had long since expired. 15-year-old Kaito, holding his mother's body, became an orphan with no one to care for him. From then on, no one cared if he had enough to eat. He slowly clenches the 20 yen, pressing it tightly against his chest. You leave the cafe, dragging your weary body home. Passing a street stall, you suddenly stop, remembering those old slippers Haruka wears with their worn-out edges and broken heels. It must have been picked up from some trash heap. You hold the last 10,000 yen in your pocket, squat down, and pick out a pair of pink slippers and 2 toothbrushes. The old man running the stall keeps his eyes half closed, his grating radio playing loudly as he says, 20. The radio is broadcasting the news. You pay the money and walk back carrying the plastic bag. Just as you pass a convenience store, you catch a glimpse of the vast array of beer bottles on the shelves. A craving surges from deep within your body. Your throat goes dry and your fingers curl uncontrollably. You slam your eyes shut and curse yourself viciously in your heart. I'm dirt poor. What the hell am I thinking wanting a drink? Only then do you force yourself to look away and return to the dusty gray apartment building. But as soon as you climb to the second floor, you stop in front of your own door, leaning against the cold wall to gasp for air. Cold sweat beads on your forehead, and the urge for beer makes your hands shake incessantly. The sound-activated light turns off, leaving only the sound of your ragged breathing in the dark. After an unknown amount of time, the mania finally fades. You rub your face hard, pull out your key, and insert it into the lock. Click, the door opens. Instantly, warm yellow light and the aroma of food hit you, as if you had stepped into another world. Unexpectedly, everything in the room is brand new. The grease spots on the table and chairs are gone, the floors and windows are polished to a shine, and even the dusty curtains have been washed clean. The condiments in the kitchen are even lined up neatly by height. Haruka Kujo has already cooked porridge and bought some braised beef and 3 buns. Your hands are still shaking slightly as you hand over the plastic bag. You've done well lately. She remains silent for a few seconds, then reaches out to take it. The bag is very light. She lowers her head to open it, finding a pair of pink plastic slippers printed with Snow White. The workmanship is rough. You can tell at a glance they're from a bargain bin. Next to them lie 2 basic toothbrushes. She stares at that splash of pink for several seconds, her long hair falling to block her expression. Then, her fingers slowly tighten as she whispers, "Thank you." You sit down to drink your porridge without a word, then point to the chair opposite you. "Sit, I have something to tell you." She hesitates for a moment before walking over cautiously, sitting on only the edge of the chair. Just then, you speak while drinking porridge. "I've thought about it. You need to go back to school. Don't go wash dishes tomorrow. Focus on your studies. Only when you make something of yourself will you be able to earn more money." Haruka Kujo is stunned. The word study feels as distant to her as a past life. Suddenly, you point at her and laugh. "Once you graduate from university, you'd better earn at least 10 million yen for me. If you can't earn that much, I'll be eating at your expense for the rest of my life." As the words fall, the room goes dead silent. After a long while, Haruka finally snaps out of it, clutching her hem and whispering, "Okay, I understand." You finish 2 meat buns. Toss the 3rd one onto the table, drop your bowl and chopsticks, and return to your room. You grab your hair in frustration. You know you shouldn't be changing so quickly, but you can't help it. You've walked through the rain yourself, and you know how miserable it is. Her situation is far worse than anything you ever faced. You can only comfort yourself. At least she doesn't seem to be thinking too much. She probably hasn't seen through your disguise. You are still worrying about the money, yet the moment your head hits the pillow, you drift off to sleep. However, you don't know that while you are deep in sleep, Haruka in the next room is suffering from insomnia. She tosses and turns on the hard floorboard, her mind replaying the day 4 months ago when she returned home with her school bag. 4 months ago, she was still a student dedicated to her studies, but when she pushed open the door, hell descended instantly. A drunken Kaito was sitting at the table, the floor covered in empty beer bottles, the pungent smell of alcohol crushing her spirit. She only had to take one look to know he had lost his money gambling again, as the murderous look in his eyes was his hallmark sign of irritability and rage. Sure enough, with a dull thud, Kaito smashed a beer bottle and roared at her, "Come here!" She gripped her bag straps tightly. The moment she moved over, a sharp crack rang out. A slap hit her face without warning. The force was so great that she was knocked sideways, her mouth instantly filled with the metallic tang of blood. Kaito pointed at her and cursed, "You jinx! Ever since you came into my house, everything I do has gone wrong." He grew angrier as he spoke. Before he finished, a fist slammed into her stomach. She curled up like a shrimp, the pain making her feel as though her internal organs were shattering. Kaito's curses continued. "My parents died because of you. And now I haven't even won a single bet." He grew more hysterical as he ranted, suddenly kicking her in the leg and roaring, "I even lost the house sale money today. All of this is because of you." A sharp pain shot through her. She collapsed to the floor, gasping for air while curled into a ball. However, Kaito roared for her to get up. She gripped the wall and shakily stood steady. Just then, Kaito suddenly asked, "How did you know to come home today?" She replied in a small voice, choking back tears, "School holiday." Kaito let out a laugh, his face filled with disdain. "School? What's the use of studying? Can it conjure up money?" he suddenly bellowed, shattering her last hope. "From tomorrow on, don't go to school. You think you can eat for free in this house when there's no money?" Haruka snapped her head up, her eyes filled with terror and pleading. "But I want to study." That was her only hope of escaping this cage. Her words only triggered more violence. "You want to study? In your dreams." He grabbed her slender neck, his fingers tightening. A sense of suffocation washed over her. Her vision darkened, and she could only pat his iron-like hand frantically. The devil's whisper rang in her ear. "If you don't agree, I'll go to your school and make a scene. I won't let you stay there." She didn't doubt that if she didn't surrender, this madman would really strangle her to death. So she used the last of her strength to blink in submission. Kaito snorted and let go. She collapsed like a pile of mud, gasping for air. From that day on, she was stripped of her right to study and pushed into an endless abyss. Yet she never imagined that this same man who pushed her into that abyss would, months later, tell her himself, "You need to go back to school." That night, she returned to her room and took out the family photo. In the picture, her foster parents were smiling brightly. Only you stood to the side with an unhappy face. Tears splashed onto the photo. She apologized to her deceased foster parents. "I promised you I'd look after him, but I really can't stand it anymore." At that very moment, a dark thought took root in her heart. She had to get rid of you, this piece of scum. But just before dawn, she dreamt of a completely different you. In the dream, you brought her a bowl of noodles with a fried egg, gave her a pair of snow-white slippers, and even told her she had to study, until the sound of car horns outside woke her. She snapped her eyes open, a thought refusing to fade. Can a person really change this much? The answer appeared instantly. No. 9 years of living together, she knew exactly what kind of person you were. Arrogant, cruel, capable of stepping on a stray cat and laughing at its screams. How could such a person change? Therefore, you must not be him. When the alarm went off and you left the bedroom, you saw Haruka had already prepared breakfast. You sat at the table, saw her standing there foolishly, and said directly, "Sit and eat." You tapped the table, starting your performance. "Do you remember what I said?" She immediately lowered her head and replied, "I remember. I have to study hard and earn 1,000,000 yen for you." "Good." You nodded with satisfaction and continued giving instructions. "From today on, don't go back to the restaurant to wash dishes. Stay home and study properly." Unexpectedly, she whispered, "But I still need to go and tell the restaurant." You didn't suspect a thing, thinking it was a test. You nodded. "Go tell them, and come right back to study. I'll check your progress tonight. Otherwise, you'll see what my fist tastes like." Seeing her pretend to cower, you felt incredibly pleased. You hadn't just found the perfect excuse for her to study. You hadn't even raised her suspicion. This acting skill, you thought, "I'll definitely win a few awards if I go into the entertainment industry later." After eating, you stepped out the door and immediately pulled out the business card, dialing the number cue Joe had introduced. The other party gave you an address. You saw it was quite far, but without a second thought, you jumped on your motorbike and headed straight to the destination. Upon arrival, it was the entrance to an old apartment complex where several people were busy setting up camera equipment. You parked the bike and stepped forward. "I'm Kaito. I was sent by Q Joe." A young man named Kenji, who worked in social media, walked up. He pointed at the building and got straight to the point. "Our program is called The Building Carrying God of War. Today's challenge is..." Kenji explained that the challenge was to follow a guy named Strongman and carry all the renovation materials for the 10th floor up the stairs. You asked directly, why not use a crane? It turned out they were in a rush and didn't have the permits, so manual labor was cheaper. You nodded in understanding. Kenji immediately tossed out the bait. If you could finish the whole thing, you'd get a prize of 100,000 yen. His assistant, Chin, reminded you, "This isn't a job for the average person. You can quit anytime. Safety first." Kenji was even more direct. Brother, we're going to be live streaming soon. I don't mean to insult you, but this is a hell of a job. You glanced at the apartment building and nodded. I'm in a hurry for money. Let's do it. Just then, a truck arrived and a man stepped off, his body as toned as a Greek statue. This was the strong man. However, when he saw your outfit, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He walked over, squeezed your arm and shoulder, and judged. Little brother, your body is a bit weak. You'll probably only last 2 or 3 trips. He added emphatically, I've run this program 5 times and nobody has ever finished. Don't waste your energy and end up with nothing. You flexed your body, a savage grin on your face. I've suffered through worse. Let's start. Seeing he couldn't talk you out of it, the strong man dragged 2 bags of cement off the truck, preparing to hoist them. But you suddenly called out, wait. The strong man let out a sigh of relief, and even Kenji came over to pat your shoulder. It's okay, you can quit anytime. Unexpectedly, you said, who said I was quitting? You're filming, right? I want to ask if you have a face mask. I want to cover my face. Everyone was stunned. Assistant Chin dug a mask out of his bag and handed it to you. After you put it on, only your eyes and hair were visible. You said clearly, let's go. The next second, the cameraman turned on the phone, and the live stream began. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Today's challenger is a frail-looking guy. I bet he'll collapse on the first trip. The chat was filled with mockery. He's wearing a mask? Probably afraid of losing face, haha. Yet at that moment, the strong man had already easily shouldered 2 bags of cement, a full 100 kilograms. When it was your turn, you needed the driver's help to barely hoist 1 bag up. Just 2 floors up, sweat soaked your clothes, and your breathing grew heavy. You stared fixedly at the steps under your feet, trying to keep pace with the strong man. But by the time you finished the first trip, you were already gasping for air. However, on the second trip, the strong man took 2 bags. When you gnashed your teeth and wanted to add more, Kenji immediately stopped you. Just 1 bag is enough for you. By the time you finished the second trip, your stomach was already trembling. On the third trip, sweat drenched your entire body, and the soaked mask stuck to your face, making every breath a struggle against resistance. By the end of the 4th trip, you sat down on the ground. The cement was finally moved. Looking at your miserable state, the strong man's tone softened. Not bad. You looked like a street thug, but I didn't think you could handle 4 trips. The chat room exploded. He actually did 4 trips? Who said he'd collapse on the first one? You lifted your mask, sipping an energy drink as you gasped. No choice. If I don't hold on, I won't even have a place to live. After a short break, the afternoon work began. You felt your legs weren't your own anymore. They felt like lead, and every bone in your body was groaning. At lunch, you gulped down 5 bowls of rice, though your hands shook so hard you couldn't even pick up the side dishes. In the afternoon, you had to move foam bricks. Kenji announced the rules. 25 kilograms per trip. You had to match the strong man's pace. These things were bulky and hard to grip. You gritted your teeth and followed him for 2 more trips. By the 3rd trip, your face was pale and your steps unsteady. You were swaying as you went upstairs. Fearing you'd have an accident, Kenji urged, that's enough. Let's stop here for today. You glared at him, a persistent light in your eyes. I can do it. You couldn't miss this opportunity for 100,000 yen a day. As long as you had enough for this month's rent, you and Haruka wouldn't be homeless. Kenji offered to count it as half success and give you 50,000, but you shook your head. He grew anxious. You're trembling just walking now. You still need to do 3 more trips, you can't do it. But the image of Haruka squatting at the door eating noodles flashed through your mind. You snarled, I can! Like an enraged beast, you hoisted the bound bricks and struggled upward. Your shoes were soaked through with sweat. Every step left a wet footprint. Your body shook violently, and your breathing echoed in the stairwell like an old, broken bellows. The mask clung to your face, making every breath feel like torture. You grabbed the railing and told the cameraman, help me pull off the mask. I can't breathe. The chat room went wild. The camera zoomed in. Let me see what he looks like. He's risking his life. This is beyond just a show, right? The next second, the camera captured your face for the first time. Sweat-drenched, pale, your expression twisted and savage. Kenji was scared now. He tried to persuade you again. Brother, forget it. I'll count this as 80% success. You snapped your head around, eyes fierce. I said, I can do it. The chat fell silent for a moment, then exploded. That look gave me goosebumps. This guy is a monster. You turned back, hands gripping the railings so hard your knuckles turned white. The 25-kilogram load felt like a mountain, almost crushing you. In that moment, you seemed to return to that sweltering summer of your past life, standing on an outdoor stage, dizzy under the sun. But the applause from the audience woke you up. Yes, you gritted your teeth. Endure it and it's over. The helplessness of your past life couldn't defeat you, and this mess the original owner left behind couldn't either. This weight certainly wouldn't. Your spirit surged. You climbed a few more steps. You gasped with your mouth open, panting like a dying wolf. Your face twisted, savage, sorrowful, painful, remorseful, guilty. All sorts of emotional knots intertwined. Kenji and all the viewers had never seen such a complex and intense expression on one person's face. You swallowed hard and snarled. I don't believe it. If the strong man can do it, I can too. I'm finishing this today. No sooner had you said that than your vision began to blur, and stars danced in your eyes. You could only lean on the railing with your arms, moving forward numbly. Suddenly, you felt the weight on your back lighten. Looking back, Chin was secretly helping you, and the cameraman, Jai, had tactfully moved the lens away. After what felt like an eternity, when you could barely crawl, you finally moved the last bundle of bricks to the 10th floor. A thick, strong hand instantly supported you. Kenji handed you a bottle of water and gave you a thumbs up. Brother, you're amazing. You're the first person in our program's history to successfully complete the challenge. The voice seemed to come from far away. You leaned over and asked in a hoarse voice, Is it over? The strong man and Chin both nodded with smiles. It's over. You made it. You looked up and laughed loudly. I told you I can do it. Just then, the chat flew by again. Brother, something's wrong with you. You actually find this gratifying? He's a person, and he's still wearing a mask of suffering. Chin held the microphone to your lips. The family in the live stream wants to ask you, why are you working so hard? You slowly straightened your back and smiled weakly. No choice. I have a little kitten at home to feed. Chin was stunned. What kind of kitten? Haruka's face appeared in your mind. You replied softly, a little kitten that looks very pitiful, very thin, and very adorable. As soon as you finished, Kenji transferred 150,000 yen to you directly. You hurriedly said, Brother, you transferred too much. Kenji shook his head. It's not too much. 100,000 is the reward, and the other 50,000 is a tip from the viewers in the chat. You bowed solemnly to the camera, though even that simple movement made your whole body tremble with the effort. After the live stream, the strong man came over and handed you a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Use this to soak in a bath tonight. Otherwise, you won't be able to move your legs tomorrow. You thanked him sincerely. I know you were waiting for me all afternoon. I delayed your clock-out time. Kenji then arranged for Chin to ride your motorbike and take you home. It was too dangerous for you to ride in this state. You didn't try to be brave, as your limbs were truly weak and your head was spinning. The cameraman G joked, Kaito, this whole act of being stubborn and then being polite, it's such a huge contrast to who you were. You just gave a bitter smile. In your heart, you were thinking, once I pay the rent, I really need to get a haircut and buy a new set of clothes. Right, and you need to buy some proper clothes for that girl Haruka. You couldn't help but sigh. I really need to keep earning money, or I won't even have the cash to fuel the bike for deliveries. Back at the building, you politely refused Chen's offer to help you up. You were highly guarded and didn't want anyone to know where you lived. But just as Chen was about to leave, a fierce argument broke out on the second floor. You were shocked. The voice was Haruka's. Her voice was too distinct. You recognized it instantly. The next second, you squeezed the last drop of strength from your exhausted body and sprinted upstairs. As you reached the second floor, you saw the landlord in a tank top, hands on his hips, spitting as he berated the frail Haruka. Renting to you is to make money, not for charity. If you don't have the money, say it now, don't waste my time. The landlord's thick finger almost poked Haruka's forehead, his mouth spewing filth. Haruka wiped her sleeve, her body trembling slightly. She didn't dare to argue back. A buzzing sound erupted in your brain. You rushed over, grabbed Haruka's wrist, pulled her behind you, and roared at the landlord. Watch your mouth! The landlord was taken aback. Who are you calling an old man? You let out a cold laugh. Are you deaf or just stupid? You can't even understand when you're being insulted? Chin, who had followed you up, couldn't help but chuckle. The landlord was embarrassed and about to snap, but he suddenly met your eyes. Your gaze was ferocious and icy, like a stray dog on the street that doesn't bark. He felt a chill run through him. He had thought you were a coward who only bullied his own family, which is why he dared to come and pick on your sister, but the current you made him inexplicably fearful. His momentum weakened by a third, but he refused to give in. You little punk, I'll give you 2 more days. If I don't see the money, you and your sister can go sleep on the street together. No need to wait, you interrupted, pulling out your phone and transferring 120,000 yen on the spot. The rent, not a cent short. Then, you stepped forward and warned him in a fierce tone. I'll pay the rent on time from now on, but if you dare to bully my sister again while I'm not home, don't blame me for being ruthless. The landlord took the money and left while cursing. Haruka let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "Where did you get the money?" You pointed at Chin. I borrowed it from a friend. Haruka hurriedly thanked Chin. Thank you. Chin gave you a knowing look and whispered, The kitten in your house isn't that small. You laughed awkwardly. Haruka gathered the courage to invite him. Come in and have something to eat. Chin quickly waved his hand. No, I have to work overtime. You rest well, Kaito. You were too exhausted and didn't notice that Haruka's words seemed to have increased tonight. You waved your hand at Chin and turned to her. It's fine now. Go home and eat. Haruka nodded, but a feeling she had never known before began to well up inside her. You dragged your sore body to the dining table, feeling as though your bones had been dismantled and put back together. You actually wanted to eat noodles tonight, but the original owner of this body only liked porridge, so another bowl of watery rice was set on the table. You just wanted to finish quickly, but the moment you picked up the bowl, your arm shook like a sieve. You couldn't even hold it steady. The next second, the bowl slid from your hand with a clatter, and hot porridge spilled all over the table. You thought Haruka would be frightened, but she stood up immediately. I'll serve you another bowl. I'll wipe the table in a moment. You were momentarily stunned. Her voice was no longer filled with her usual caution, but instead, a hint of natural ease. You nodded and watched her walk quickly into the kitchen. But the moment she turned around, you couldn't hold on any longer. Your eyelids felt like lead. You leaned your head back and passed out in the chair. You didn't even see Haruka return with the freshly served porridge, only to find you pale, your hair matted with sweat, and a layer of salt frost on your clothes. She stood there silently holding the bowl. She looked at your sleeping face, and a smile suddenly appeared, one that no one could decipher. She seemed curious. What kind of person were you really, and why did you come here? When you woke up, you found yourself in the bed, your midsection covered by the corner of a blanket. There is a saying that if there were only one leaf left in the world, it would be covering a person's belly button. But you were confused. You were asleep in the chair yesterday. How did you end up in the bed? There were only you and Haruka in the house. If you didn't get up by yourself, did Haruka help you over? You scratched your head and muttered to yourself, would that girl be kind enough? You suddenly realized. She must have been afraid you'd beat her if you woke up, so she was acting obsequious. You rolled over to get out of bed, but your whole body was so sore it felt like you'd been run over by a tractor. The medicine the strongman gave you was still in your pocket, but you were in too much pain to even have the strength to apply it. You slowly dragged yourself out of the room, only to find the living room quiet. Porridge and buns were on the table, but Haruka was nowhere to be found. Did she run into the landlord again? Your heart skipped a beat. After all, she was a bit slow. What would happen if she really got bullied? You shouted at the top of your lungs, Haruka, are you home? No one answered. You looked down. Only the snow-white slippers were in the entryway. Her old canvas shoes were gone. That girl really dared to sneak out behind your back. Just as you were about to start eating, there was a noise at the door. Haruka walked in, carrying a plastic bag. You immediately darkened your face, glaring at her with feigned ferocity. Where did you go? She shuddered in fear, head bowed low. She had gone to buy groceries. Then, as if summoning all her courage, she whispered, You were tired yesterday. Don't go out today. I'll cook lunch for you. You stood there frozen. Why did her tone carry such an indescribable gentleness? Was she trying to provoke you? You narrowed your eyes instantly, trying to mask the strange sensation in your heart. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Haruka Kujo gripped the plastic bag tightly. looking small and helpless. "I wouldn't dare," you sneered, your voice sharpening. "I see you haven't been disciplined for a few days, and now you've grown bold." But after a long, careful look, you realized that apart from fear, there was nothing unusual about her. It seemed you were just overthinking it. You cleared your throat, your gaze sharp. "Do you still remember my requirements?" Haruka Kujo nodded obediently. "Yes. I have to study hard." You raised your fist with satisfaction. "Since I'm home, I'll check your progress shortly. If you can't recite it, do you see this fist?" She shrunk back, clutching her hem like a startled quail. You ignored her and turned back to your breakfast, but your body was in so much pain that you couldn't even lift the bowl. You had to leave the bowl on the table, bowing your head to lap it up like a dog, using your tongue whenever you couldn't reach the food. Realizing Haruka Kujo was still watching, you felt a surge of annoyed shame. "Get back to your room and study, do I have to invite you?" She quickly uttered an "oh" and scurried into the bedroom with her head tucked in. As you watched her close the door, her shoulders trembled. A flicker of regret crossed your mind. Did you speak too harshly? Did you really scare the poor thing to tears? Little did you know, she wasn't crying. She was holding back laughter. Your clumsy posture as you lapped up the porridge like a dog was simply too ridiculous. She stared at her own face in the mirror, which was becoming more vibrant. Even the old wounds were beginning to scab and heal. It seemed like life was truly starting to change for the better. Meanwhile, you were lying in the bathroom, wincing as the medicinal liquid burned your skin. The stinging sensation was brutal, but as the medicine seeped in, the deep, aching pain in your body finally began to subside. You changed into fresh clothes and sprawled on the sofa, waving a hand. "Are you done memorizing? Come out, let me check." Haruka Kujo walked out, holding her book, her voice as crisp as dew dropping on bamboo leaves. When she reached the line about being a, quote, stranger in a distant land, your heart jolted. That sense of loneliness, being adrift in time, having no one to rely on, stabbed right through your chest. You grumbled to yourself. The original owner was truly a piece of trash. With a voice this pleasant, he only ever made her cry. Just listening to her recite lessons is a joy. Just then, she looked up and stared at you, her eyes full of probing suspicion. "Brother, what does solitary duck mean?" You snorted coldly. "A duck is just a wild bird. A solitary duck is just a lonely wild bird. You dummy, you haven't even learned that?" You didn't even notice that Haruka Kujo's eyes lit up instantly. You had to remember, the original you was a thug who could barely read. How could he possibly respond so fluently? You had revealed a fatal flaw in that second, but you acted as if nothing happened, urging her to continue. Once the final paragraph was finished, the air grew so still that even the cicadas seemed to have stopped. You looked at her fragile, frail frame, wondering what she was thinking, and she, staring at you, had a startling realization that was on the tip of her tongue. You cleared your throat, trying to suppress the awkwardness in your heart, and looked away, grunting, "Not bad." Underneath her long, disheveled hair, a faint, imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Your heart skipped a beat. You felt you had to offer a carrot. "We only had vegetables this morning. Since you behaved well, I'll make you a meat dish for lunch, braised pork." Haruka Kujo's eyes flickered, her voice carrying a perfectly measured hesitation. "But my allowance is all spent." "I didn't say it was your money." You waved a hand, enduring the soreness in your body as you stood up to leave. She suddenly called out, "Wait." You looked back. She asked shyly, "Reciting lessons was exhausting. Can I come with you?" Your heart skipped. The rejection on your lips stalled. You couldn't bring yourself to say it. "Fine." Faced with those pitiful eyes, you couldn't be cruel. "Let's go." "Yes," she cheered inwardly. "Easy. As long as I act pathetic, he can't say no." As soon as they stepped outside, she felt like she was dreaming. She was actually walking outside with you in broad daylight and going to buy groceries, no less. The bitter days were finally ending. Her demon brother had been replaced by a soul from the future. Her future was slowly getting better, but a second later, a wave of intense insecurity swept over her. She was a solitary duck, an unwanted drifter. Did she really deserve this sudden goodness? She let her mind wander, following you into the bustling market. The market was deafeningly noisy. She was far too familiar with this place. She used to pinch pennies just to save a few coins. Just then, a trendy girl coyly begged her boyfriend, "Brother, I want to eat fish. Can we buy this one? The boy laughed indulgently. Sure, let's buy this one. Haruka Kujo's eyes dimmed. She lowered her head. You reached the pork stall. The greasy, fat owner recognized her instantly. Little girl, it's been a while since you bought meat. Haruka Kujo offered a stiff smile. The owner's gaze shifted to you, filled with suspicion. You found a boyfriend? He knew she had always been alone. He knew she had a useless, no-good brother. Now that someone was by her side, the owner guessed she must have found someone tough to fight fire with fire. He felt a pang of pity. Such a good girl, why did she pick this guy? Haruka Kujo blushed deeply and hurriedly explained, No, no! The owner didn't listen. He waved a hand. Nothing to be embarrassed about. That scum of a brother of yours. It's high time someone taught him a lesson. Even if this guy looks a bit unique, he stands tall and doesn't look like a bad person. He's big enough to handle your brother. The veins in your forehead bulged. You could take no more. You pointed at a piece of pork belly and said expressionlessly, I want this one. The owner chuckled as he cut the meat, still rambling. No problem, I'll give you extra. That girl's brother is no good. You eat up, so you don't lose when you get into a fight. You finally snapped. You spoke coldly, cutting him off. I am her brother. The scum you're talking about? That's me. The owner's hand, holding the cleaver, didn't even pause. His eyes rolled, and his expression changed instantly, becoming even more obsequious. Well, you know what they say. Seeing is believing. The owner's face turned faster than a book page. I knew this young man was a good guy. You felt your face burning. Beside you, Haruka Kujo's shoulders were shaking. The girl was holding back laughter. You ignored the owner's mood swing. You had only intended to buy pork belly. But looking at the fresh ingredients, then glancing at Haruka Kujo, who was as thin as a piece of paper, you went into a shopping frenzy. Anyway, there's not much left after rent, so let's have a good meal. No money? I'll just go collect recyclables tomorrow. Just like that, your hands filled up with bags, straining your arms to the point of breaking. As you walked back, Haruka Kujo's soft voice came from behind. Let me help you carry them. You endured your body's aches and gave her a sharp glare. What, you look down on me? I don't need your help! Before she could insist, you pulled her toward you suddenly. She stumbled, and before she could react, you had loosely circled her with your arm. A second later, a delivery rider zoomed past them on an electric scooter, not even looking back. You let her go, heart racing. Quick, check. Are you hurt? Haruka Kujo froze. There was a warmth in her eyes as she looked at you that she couldn't explain. You snorted, shouting at the disappearing rider. Lucky he ran fast or I'd have given him a piece of my mind. She actually tried to defend him, saying he was in a rush. You were furious. The road is wide. He rushed at us on purpose. What a jerk. Haruka Kujo lowered her head, saying nothing, but a huge storm rose in her heart. That strange, unfamiliar warmth, mixed with a hint of sorrow, quietly overflowed in her heart. You were actually getting angry for her sake, protecting her. This was completely different from the scum she knew. In the past, she would have only been scolded or beaten. She followed behind you, quietly stepping on your shadow. At that moment, your shadows were tightly intertwined. Near the stairwell, you couldn't hold on anymore. Coughing twice, you handed her the lightest bag. You go up first and wash the vegetables. I have to make a call. Only when the door banged shut did you finally relax. A second later, your resolve crumbled. You walked with your legs spread, moving slowly up the stairs like a sluggish crab. There was no helping it. The medicated thighs were throbbing, especially every time you lifted your feet. You thought no one was around, moving sideways, climbing backward. The posture was as ridiculous as it could be, yet you didn't know Haruka Kujo was hiding behind the door gap, watching the entire scene clearly. When you pushed the door open, you found the door was already cracked open. You wondered, is the girl being thoughtful, leaving it open so it's easier for me to enter with the groceries? You nodded, thinking she was quite considerate. In the kitchen, you snatched the vegetables from her, pushing her away. Your skills are terrible. Go sit there and read your book. Once you started, you brought out all your old school expertise. Braised ribs, sweet and sour pork, steamed fish, garlic shrimp. Your movements were incredibly proficient. The way you worked the knife and tossed the wok was as smooth as a movie. Haruka Kujo watched in secret surprise from the side. This contrast. Doesn't he realize he's exposing himself? You were oblivious, happily thinking to yourself, I only used 60% of my culinary skills. This should be more than enough to impress her. Haruka Kujo's cooking was truly awful. It was on par with the old woman at the orphanage. That woman was kind-hearted, but she was a health enthusiast who never added salt. She claimed it was to prevent high blood pressure, but the oldest child in the orphanage was only 16. That was a bit too early for health regimens. At this moment, as you worked, you had to rack your brain to cover your tracks. I learned a few tricks recently. I put a lot of effort into these dishes. You slapped the table, pretending to be fierce. Eat it all, even if it tastes bad. Otherwise, you're not showing me respect. You habitually raised your fist. You know what happens when you don't show me respect. Haruka Kujo shrunk back, nodding quickly with her head bowed. You felt triumphant, thinking your acting was flawless. You didn't realize the girl was glancing at the cowlick on your head, smiling inwardly. This guy is acting way too stiff. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Since this brother wanted to play a role, she would play along. For the first time since her foster parents passed, she ate so much meat. The braised ribs were tender and savory, the sweet and sour pork was delicious, and the steamed fish was exceptionally fresh. You watched as she devoured everything until her belly was slightly bulging. You had been secretly controlling the portions, and seeing her eat so much, you intentionally ate less. Only when the table was clean did Haruka Kujo happily scurry off to wash the dishes. You sprawled on the sofa, your mind already wandering to the future. Haruka Kujo would soon be in her second year of high school. A single semester's tuition was over 3,000 yen. For you right now, that was a mountain. With only a junior high diploma and in a place like the EC City where elites are everywhere, finding a formal job was nearly impossible. Delivery driving? The competition was too fierce. Manual labor wasn't a long-term plan. After mulling it over, you decided to try your luck at the food street tomorrow. With your solid culinary skills, even if you started as a kitchen hand, you'd find a way to turn things around. With a plan in mind, a wave of exhaustion hit you, and you fell into a deep sleep. The cicadas buzzed tirelessly in the summer. In the bedroom next door, Haruka Kujo was too full, and drowsiness swept over her. In the haze, she felt as if she had returned to her 8th year, the most carefree time of her life. Her mother sat by the bed, her brows curved, her smile as gentle as a clear spring. Mom, is a name just a symbol? Jiukinyan smiled, stroking her hair, her voice soft. But at that time, Haruka Kujo didn't know that the meaning behind a name was far heavier than a mere symbol. It wasn't just a symbol, but carried the lifelong hopes and blessings of one's parents. Haruka Kujo curled up on the rental house bed, recalling how her mother once gently told her to learn to listen to all the beauty in the world. Now, she touched her full belly, thinking this must be the happiness her mother spoke of, as tears wetted her pillow. You slept soundly, and it was 4 in the afternoon when you woke up. You found the room empty. Your heart skipped a beat. Did the girl run out to scavenge trash again? You shouted urgently, "Haruka Kujo, are you home?" Then the bathroom door clicked. She walked out timidly, holding a math book, her face full of caution. Seeing she hadn't gone digging through trash cans, the heavy weight in your heart lifted. You put on a straight face and reminded her to study hard. The next morning, for the sake of the 3,000 yen, you rode your motorcycle straight to the chaotic food street. The line in front of the most famous snail noodle shop was incredibly long. The business was enough to make anyone jealous. You asked several restaurants, but were turned away one after another. Nobody needed unskilled labor. Just as you were at your wits' end, you ran into a small, chaotic shop where diners were shouting and rushing the staff. The proprietress, wearing a blue silk dress, was sweating as she tried to soothe everyone, clearly overwhelmed. Your eyes lit up. You walked in confidently. "Ma'am, are you hiring a chef or a kitchen hand?" The woman was busy, turning to glance at you. "Any experience? I don't pay people to stand around." You puffed out your chest. "I've worked the stove for 3 years. I guarantee I can start immediately." You knew that the skills you honed during your past life's work-study days were your trump card. Whether you could get this job depended on the next performance. She saw your confidence and immediately brought you into the back kitchen. A fat chef named Lao Wu looked at you with disdain. "He looks like a thug. Are you crazy?" You didn't waste time. You spoke like an expert. "Master Wu, braised fish is too slow. How about I show you fish fragrant shredded pork?" Lao Wu paused, secretly shocked. That dish tested the balance of seasonings. This kid is an expert? Lao Wu pointed to an old iron wok that hadn't been used in a month. You stepped up, flipped the wok over the high flame. The fire roared. Preheating, oiling, seasoning, the whole process was as smooth as silk. Lao Wu watched, dumbfounded. He slammed his hand on the counter. "Ma'am, hire him." The woman was relieved, beaming. "Work hard, I won't shortchange your wages." You spent the next 3 hours in the furnace-like kitchen. By 2 in the afternoon, you sat on the steps outside, your clothes soaked through. Lao Wu offered a cigarette, which you politely refused. "I have a kitten at home with a beautiful voice. I don't want secondhand smoke to hurt her." Lao Wu stared at you, thinking you were insane, and laughed at you for being willing to be a slave to a cat. You just scratched your head sheepishly, thinking of that little girl whose voice was more beautiful than anything in the world. After you showed off your skills, Lao Wu suddenly smoked heavily and advised you to leave, saying the place wasn't for you. You joked that without money, you couldn't even afford a chef certificate. Seeing you were determined, he sighed, meaningfully. You went to the front desk, avoiding the conspicuous scar on the woman's chest, and asked about the pay. 5,000 yen a month? For a chef in East Sea City, it was nothing. But you thanked her sincerely, needing the money to survive. Just then, a young girl named Mickey smiled and offered you a Coke as a celebration, and added your contact information. The woman frowned, ordering them to get back to work. You made a silent vow. You had to save up to buy the girl at home a phone, so she wouldn't be helpless when she needed help. It was 11:30 at night when you returned home. Haruka Kujo was asleep on the sofa and woke up in a panic at the sound, terror in her eyes. She gripped her hem, trembling. "Did you go gambling again?" You chuckled. "I'm working a real job." She froze, the panic in her eyes replaced by shock. You handed her the Coke you hadn't drunk, pretending it was too sweet. She took it carefully. Watching your retreating back, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. With a small burp from the bubbles, that long-lost sweetness seeped into her heart. In your past life, you always felt too tired to talk after work. But now, despite the body aches, you felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The evening breeze wafted through the window, gently lifting her hair. You changed your clothes, and when you stepped out, Haruka Kujo had already retreated to her room and locked the door. Standing before her door, you had a strange feeling. In your past life, every time you came home, you were so tired you didn't want to walk another step or say another word. But now, even though you were exhausted, you felt full and motivated. You leaned against the wall, thinking for a while before walking to the bathroom. Haruka Kujo always had trouble sleeping. She struggled to drift off. She heard you flop onto your hard bed in the next room and moan, "Ouch!" She smiled, thinking, your bed really shouldn't be that hard. At least you should have a mattress. The room's soundproofing was poor. Soon, faint snoring came from the next room. Haruka Kujo turned over. "Mom, come visit me in my dreams. It's been so long." The next day's sun hit the breakfast table. Watching Haruka Kujo struggle with her vocabulary words, her thin figure framed by the morning light was breathtaking. Before you left, you reminded her repeatedly to eat on time and stay put. She nodded obediently, but as soon as your motorcycle vanished into the crowd, she hid behind the curtain, watching and whispering a prayer for your safe return. You rushed through the morning heat. Lao Wu frowned at your cheap sneakers, which were prone to oil burns, and advised you to get a professional look. You joked that you were broke, but to your surprise, Lao Wu proposed a rule-breaking idea. He told you to work 3 days, and then demand your pay directly from the proprietress. You were stunned. No one paid by the day in East Sea City. Lao Wu warned you. "Do as I say. I won't hurt you, but don't mention my name." Confused, you nodded, planning to buy the old man some good cigarettes once you were paid. Lao Wu just smiled meaningfully, a strange look in his eyes. Then, the proprietress Chiaki walked in, wearing a pink silk dress that clung to her curves, making even Lao Wu's eyes wander. You whispered a tease to Lao Wu. "Master Wu, I didn't know you had a thing for her." He turned red, feigning anger. "You don't know anything, kid." To your surprise, Chiaki walked straight to you. Seeing your rhythmic chopping, she asked, "Trained as a chef? You thought of your past life's mentor." "Yes, I had a master." Chiaki's eyes lit up. You suggested a high-end dish, shrimp paste and beef roll. She blinked when you quoted a price of 100 yen. Their most expensive dish was only 80. You didn't back down, calmly calculating the costs and the 35% margin. Lao Wu stood by, face dark, trying to discourage her by saying it would increase the workload. Chiaki looked at your confidence, hesitating. Can you really do it? You smirked. A man never says he can't. Leave it to me. She decided on a one-day trial, promising a bonus if it was successful. You noticed that when the word bonus was mentioned, Lao Wu's brow furrowed sharply. By noon, business was booming. The shop was packed, with a line forming outside. You thought it was due to Chiaki's pink dress. Customers ordered your signature dish just to get a closer look at her. Then, a crisis erupted. Lao Wu started slacking off, intentionally moving slowly, despite the rush. Then, a waiter made a massive blunder, serving plain white rice before the dishes. In the industry, that was a direct insult, a way of telling customers to get lost. A table of tough-looking men flipped their table, their roars filling the shop. Lao Wu, who had been about to charge out, caught a glimpse of their eyes and shrunk back into the kitchen. It was up to you. You abandoned the complex dishes and went full speed, both wokes firing. Your fluid, masterful technique left Chiaki stunned. Just as the food was served, a scream rang out. A scarred man, Kyo, had slapped Chiaki on the buttocks in public. He laughed, pinning the proprietress to her seat and demanding she drink with him. His subordinates looked ready to smash the place if they didn't comply. A diner who wanted to help was held back by a friend. Don't move. Those are Sunao's men. Sunao, a ruthless wolf who had devoured the territory after the local conglomerate collapsed. The shop went deathly silent. Watching Chiaki pushed into a corner, you threw down your spatula, ready to charge. Lao Wu grabbed you, whispering, "Don't go to your death. You know who's out there?" You coldly shook off his hand. "She took me in. Her staff gave me a drink. I have to go." You walked out, grabbing a beer bottle. One of Kihao's lackeys looked at your worn clothes with disdain. "Where did this fresh meat come from?" You smashed your hand against the bottle cap. It flew off with a sharp pop. The move stunned everyone, even Kaito. Without stopping, you shoved the bottle into your mouth and twisted your wrist, creating a violent vortex inside. You finished the entire bottle in seconds. Not a drop spilled. You grabbed a second bottle, exuding a terrifying ferocity. Kyo's gaze shifted. He stared at the calluses on your knuckles. He was an old veteran, and he knew a killer when he saw one. He decided you were a reckless, dangerous newcomer. He took a sip of beer, acknowledging the challenge. You stood straight, your eyes eerily calm. This raw, bone-deep madness sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of these seasoned street toughs. You finished the third bottle in 10 seconds. Just as you reached for a fourth, a young subordinate pinned your hand down. "That's enough, kid. Being a cook has no future. Why not come join Hiro-san?" "Haruka!" A roar from Kyo-san made the subordinate shrink back instantly. You also felt a secret shiver of alarm. Could the Hiro-san he mentioned be the same Sunao who forced you to be a debt collector? Before you could process this, Kyo-san paid the bill at the original price and led his men away. The crisis had passed. In the days that followed, business became unbelievably good. Not only did Yu-san work diligently, but the dishes you personally prepared were snatched up by customers, and your turnover doubled overnight. However, due to the non-stop grind in the 40-degree heat, Yu-san eventually suffered from heat stroke. You had to grit your teeth and take over, doing the work of 2 people for 10 straight hours. Your feet never touched the ground, and your shirt was soaked through with sweat. You didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. By the time you finally made it to 10 o'clock at night, Yu-san told you to go settle your wages for the last 3 days with Chiaki-san. At that moment, Chiaki-san was hunched over the counter, tallying the accounts, her skirt hugging the graceful curves of her figure. You walked up and spoke as politely as you could. "Chiaki-san, could you please give me an advance on my 3 days' pay?" Chiaki-san turned around, a strange, mocking smile on her face. "Pay? What pay?" You were stunned, thinking she was joking. You stressed that you had worked for 3 full days. She let out a scoff, her eyes turning cold and distant. "I never signed a contract with you. You were the one who insisted on entering the kitchen to help. Why should I pay you?" A chill shot from the soles of your feet to the top of your head. You suddenly realized that this woman, who appeared so charming, actually intended to steal your labor. You had worked yourself to the bone for 3 days, only for the landlady to flip the script the moment it was time to settle up. Where is the contract? Where is the proof? Without paperwork, Why should I pay you? Chiaki-san laughed so hard she trembled, brazenly telling you that these 3 days were just her, teaching you a lesson. You realized it instantly. No wonder Yusan had been avoiding your gaze earlier. The whole time, this woman had intended to get your labor for free, thinking of the 3 beers you drank to settle the earlier trouble, and the surging profits from the last 2 days. The anger in your chest could no longer be contained. You pointed at her face and started cursing. Chiaki-san's hypocritical expression twisted with rage. Immediately after, the waiter, her cousin, rushed over with a rag in hand, trying to curry favor by attempting to slap you. You could have easily dodged it, but you intentionally took the blow. You struck first. This is self-defense. You smirked, your eyes so cold they made the other guy's skin crawl. Before he could react, you hit him with a reverse punch to the stomach, sending him curling onto the floor like a shrimp. Chiaki-san rushed at you like a madwoman, pushing and shoving. You followed through with a loud slap that left her ears ringing. When she dared to glare at you, you slapped her again, sending her stumbling backward. Seeing the other waiter charge at you with a broom, you stood your ground against both. Your years of street fighting experience made your moves ruthless and precise. You pinned her cousin to the ground and hammered his waist, making him wail for help. The once smug landlady was now paralyzed on the floor, shaking with fear. Just as chaos reigned, the distant sound of sirens approached. In the police interrogation room, Chiaki-san pointed at you, claiming you were the one who provoked the fight, and that the 3 of them had been beaten by you alone. You gave a cold laugh inside, but on the surface, you acted aggrieved. You nodded repeatedly, claiming you were dizzy. That slap had nearly given you a concussion, and you even asked, "What if I'd been hit once more?" The police officer watched the 2 of you act and ordered them to pull the security footage. You were confident. Having spent years on the streets, you knew these tricks inside and out. Sure enough, the evidence was ironclad. The male waiter had charged you first, and Chiaki-san had pushed you first. They were clearly the aggressors. You immediately acted righteous, clutching your stomach and moaning about feeling nauseated. You threatened to get a medical examination, suspecting a concussion, and demanded a criminal case be opened. Your face was pale and listless. Your acting was top tier. The officer looked at you with a meaningful gaze and told them to settle it themselves. Upon hearing this, Chiaki-san immediately folded. She had planned to stiff you on your wages and was now clearly in the wrong for striking first. She squeezed out, fine, I don't want to deal with you. Here's 500 yen. 500? You waved your 5 fingers in front of her face and let out a cold laugh. 5,000! You're extorting me, Chiaki-san exploded. You acted dizzy and slumped to the floor. I need a checkup. I definitely have a concussion. She hadn't expected you to be as fierce as a wolf during the fight and as skilled as a movie star when acting. Just as her hands were shaking with rage, her phone rang. She answered, and Usan's anxious voice came through. Landlady, it's bad. Someone smeared rotten durian all over the shop entrance. The smell! Chiaki-san glared at you ferociously, shouting, Did you do this? You wore a look of innocent weakness. We live in a civilized society governed by law. Do you have evidence? Officer, I want to sue her for slander. On the other end of the line, Yusan was despairingly shouting that if it wasn't cleared up by tomorrow, they'd be out of business. Chiaki-san was so angry she nearly vomited blood. Finally, she begrudgingly transferred you 3,500 yen. She regretted it so much her guts turned blue. Her first attempt to cheat someone had ended in a disastrous fall. Once you got the money, you immediately recovered your energy, apologizing to the police repeatedly and promising to never act impulsively again. You left the station and hailed a taxi, as if none of it had happened. However, you didn't know that some things had only just begun. As you stepped out of the station, you immediately called Song Si-wan. It's done, Mengzi. We're clear. Then, you scanned a shared bike and rode slowly to the alley behind the restaurant to retrieve your motorcycle. As you sat on the seat, you transferred 500 yen to Si-wan as a hard work fee. You knew that since the landlady had been heartless, you didn't have to be righteous. If the polite approach didn't work, you used the methods of a street thug. Even without Si-wan, you could have gotten your money back eventually, but by involving him, you were sneakily making sure he got some food money. You were terrified the kid would starve himself to death. Si-wan replied with a video, his bald head pressed against the lens, shouting, "Adoptive father?" completely ignoring the looks of the other internet cafe patrons. You scolded him. How long have you been at the net cafe? Take that money and eat something decent. Stop wasting it on junk and those trashy videos. Siwon laughed. Got it, Biao-ji. I'm boosting accounts. I can play and earn at the same time. After hanging up, you kick-started the motorcycle and headed home. It was already 2 a.m. You assumed Haruka Kujo was already asleep, so you moved quietly, climbing the stairs with caution. However, when you pushed the door open, the expected darkness did not appear. Warm yellow light spilled out. In the living room, Haruka Kujo was wearing that old dress, sitting quietly on the sofa reading a book. You were stunned and instinctively asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Because you hadn't come home yet." She closed the book, her voice as light as a breeze. Then, you felt her gaze sweep over your face. At that moment, you felt inexplicably guilty. After all, having fought 3 people that night, you must have looked battered and pathetic. You couldn't help but wonder, would she still think you were the same old scum who only knew how to fight? Was she afraid? The living room fell into a deathly silence. An inexplicable irritability rose in you. It was strange. Why did you care what she thought? Your only goal was to put her through college, pay off the debts the original owner left, and then go your separate ways. You looked at her nervously twisting her hem and laughed at yourself, walking toward your room. She's so scared of me, she probably won't even dare invite me to her wedding, you thought. Her voice came from behind you again. Exhausted and hungry, you didn't turn back, growling, "What? Did you fight with someone?" You stopped and looked back over your shoulder with a cold sneer. "Does it have anything to do with you? Ask one more time and see if I don't hit you." There was silence behind you for 3 full seconds, followed by her weak defense. "I didn't mean it like that. You interrupted impatiently. "I don't care what you meant. Once you finish college and pay back the 1,000,000 yen you owe me, let's never see each other again." You walked away, but just then Haruka Kujo gathered her courage and reached out to tug at your hem. You snapped your head around. "Now what? I'm in a bad mood. Stop pestering me." You raised your fist. "Looks like you're itching for a beating." She instinctively shrank her neck and her body trembled, but her fingers holding your hem did not let go. She lowered her head, her voice as small as a mosquito's. "I just wanted to ask, have you eaten dinner?" In that instant, all your defenses crumbled. You stood with your mouth agape, unable to say a word. You only had one thought. Chatiseg, you really should go to hell. Just then, your stomach growled loudly. You hadn't had a drop to drink since 10:30 that morning. Haruka Kujo said softly, "You must be exhausted. Sit on the sofa and rest. I'll go make you some noodles." You stood there like a post, watching her walk into the kitchen, listening to the sound of the gas stove igniting. When you slowly moved to the sofa and sat down, you were suddenly startled. Something was wrong. Haruka Kujo's attitude toward you had truly changed. Watching her back as she moved in the kitchen, your mind filled with the memories of the original owner's pig-like behavior from a few months ago. In those memories, you were drunk, kicking at her bedroom door, spraying vile threats. "Every minute I spend in here, you're gonna get hit again. Let's see how long this door lasts." With a creak, the door opened. You grabbed her like a chicken, cursing her as a jinx and a money loser, spewing truly repulsive thoughts. The original owner had sneered. "Since you'll belong to someone else sooner or later, you might as well serve me now." Even though she held a pair of scissors, you weren't afraid, raising your hand to slap her until she was bruised and bloody. Even more insane, you had unplugged the power strip and used that cold, thick wire to lash her body. Her shrill screams echoed through the building until the neighbors threatened to call the police. Only then did you toss aside a clump of hair pulled from her head and stumble back to your room to sleep. That night, she had curled up on the cold floor like a fish out of water, shivering and crying. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but curse yourself. You really weren't a human being back then. It stood to reason that such deep-seated hatred wouldn't just vanish. Yet here she was, not fleeing, but waiting for you in the middle of the night to cook you noodles. The sound of boiling water came from the kitchen. You stared at the rising steam, your heart racing. Had she noticed? Had she realized that you were no longer that demon? You were worried, but this time you had no desire to run. In this strange and cold world, you found yourself craving this tiny bit of warmth. It was like drinking poison to quench a thirst. You knew it was lethal, but because you were so parched, you couldn't help but want to drink it all. You scrambled for an excuse. What am I thinking? How could she guess about the possession? She must just be trying to ease tensions now that this scumbag brother has changed. Just then, a bowl of hot noodles was placed in front of you. A poached egg sat in the clear broth, garnished with green onions and cilantro. The aroma hit you directly. You picked up your chopsticks and took a bite. It was surprisingly delicious. Next, Haruka Kujo turned to get a glass and opened the refrigerator. Inside was the cola you had bought earlier. She poured the half bottle into the glass and handed it to you. Even though the carbonation was long gone, the lingering sweetness slid down your throat and settled in your heart. You finished the noodles quickly. When you went to wash the bowl, Haruka Kujo took it from you first. Watching her busy silhouette, your heart warmed. The girl was so considerate it hurt, making you feel like this was a real home. You showered and went to bed, thinking the day would end peacefully. Knock, knock, knock. Your bedroom door was knocked on. Your heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this moving a bit too fast? To keep up the facade, you opened the door and growled, looking ferocious. What? I'm trying to sleep. Don't disturb me with nonsense or I'll beat you. You watched her flinch in a panic, her fists clenched tight, her eyes filled with deep-seated terror. Yet, even as scared as she was, she didn't leave. After a few seconds, she slowly pushed out a trembling palm. You were stunned. In her palm lay a crumpled, blue adhesive bandage. Your hand is cut, she whispered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Don't let it get wet this summer. It'll get infected. A lump formed in your throat. You looked down at your knuckles. A tiny scratch from the fight earlier. You hadn't even noticed it. After all, whether in your past life or this one, you had been injured countless times, but no one had ever truly cared. You even thought that if you died in a corner one day, no one would bother to look twice. I don't need your interference in my affairs. You snatched the bandage from her, your fingertips brushing the warmth of her palm, then hurriedly looked away and slammed the door. You leaned against the door, clutching the cheap bandage, feeling nothing but guilt. Great. Was I too fierce? What if I scared the girl to death? For a moment, you wanted to rush out and confess that you weren't the original owner, but you didn't know that Haruka Kujo hadn't run away. She was leaning against the other side of the door, the corners of her lips curling slightly. What a dishonest person, acting so tough over one bandage. Your acting is terrible. She swept her long hair back, revealing an exquisite face. In those eyes, half smiling, half mocking, there was no longer any fear, but rather a hint of a bewitching gaze that saw through everything. Who would have thought that this timid beansprout would grow up to be such a soul-stirring beauty? In the living room, the warm yellow light buzzed. A few insects hit the bulb, making soft, crispy sounds. The neighbors were still arguing about their kids, school, and dogs were barking in the distance. But you were already collapsed on the bed, snoring. Haruka Kujo stared at your closed door, feeling the lingering warmth in her palm, a sense of sweetness filling her heart. Mom, I'll have a good dream tonight. She hugged her quilt and whispered, feeling that today was like heaven. The next morning, Haruka Kujo rose early to tie up her hair in front of the mirror. It was the same beauty she'd inherited from her mother, Ji-Yu Kinyan. So breathtaking it made people gasp. But the moment she heard movement in your room, she let her hair down, hiding her face once more. You walked out, rubbing your eyes, the blue bandage on your hand making Haruka Kujo giggle. You put on a stern face, but your tone, while stiff, lacked the old cruelty. Sit down and recite your lessons. I'm checking your progress. Haruka Kujo handed over the book and began in a clear voice. The intricate lute of 50 strings, each string and pillar reminds me of the years gone by. Zhangzi dreamt he was a butterfly, the emperor of Wang, his spring heart entrusted to the cuckoo. Hearing that line, you shuddered. Zhuangzi, dreaming of a butterfly. Was it the butterfly that became Zhuangzi? Or was it you, a soul from another world, dreaming the life of Futa? The sensation of reality and fantasy intertwining made your scalp tingle. You shook your head, trying to dispel the absurd thought. But listening to her soft, melodic voice, you were mesmerized. It's so beautiful. I want her to keep reciting forever. As soon as the thought crossed your mind, you cursed yourself. Buka, you're such a creep. You coughed to hide your embarrassment and looked at the textbook. You frowned. You're in the first year of high school. Where did you get a second-year textbook? Haruka Kujo whispered that the school had an accelerated program and would finish the high school curriculum within 2 years. Your heart sank. She hadn't been to school in 4 months, and it was summer break. While other kids were taking cram courses, what was she going to do about the progress she'd lost? Who would believe that you bought 3 days' worth of groceries only for this small girl to eat it all in one sitting? Seeing the empty fridge, you were dumbstruck. Haruka Kujo hung her head, twisting her hem, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Discovered as a glutton, how embarrassing. Seeing her internal struggle, your heart didn't fill with anger, but with a strange ache. The poor kid had been malnourished for so long she was at a growth spurt, so how hungry must she have been to eat like that? You did the math on the 3,000 yen in your pocket and steeled your resolve. You pulled out 1,000 yen, not just to buy her meat, but to get her decent clothes and a cheap phone. Life can be hard, but education should never suffer. Even if it meant running food deliveries until you dropped, you were going to give her a normal life. Hurry up and get ready. We're going to the market. You're helping me carry things. You pretended to be cold, but your mind was already made up. Haruka Kujo nodded obediently. Watching that small silhouette bustling about, you felt a surge of fatherly responsibility. But when she walked out, you frowned again. In this summer heat, she was still wearing that dusty, old, ill-fitting outfit, like she'd picked it out of a bin. The noon sun was brutal, and the cicadas were buzzing, but looking at her cautious demeanor, you had only one thought. Today, we change everything. Who could have imagined that the mousy girl who always hid her face would look like a girl straight out of a manga once she tied up her hair? You had originally just found her hair annoying when trying on clothes and grumbled, "What kind of girl hides herself behind hair like that?" But when she emerged, you were stunned. The face she'd hidden for years was clean, cold, and breathtaking. Then, she pulled 5 coins from her pocket and stacked them carefully in her palm. "I'm sorry, I hid a little extra money. It's only 5 yen, but it can buy some greens." Hearing this, your heart ached. This wasn't just 5 yen, it was her entire world. You sneered and took the coins. "Fine, 5 extra yen can buy a bit more food." But you didn't lead her to the market. You took her to the old street filled with clothing boutiques. The sun baked the asphalt. Haruka Kujo followed you, bewildered. Passing a boutique, you grabbed her wrist and pulled her inside. The cold air hit you. The landlady behind the counter was scrolling on her phone, crying over a melodrama, and rushed to dry her eyes when she saw you. Haruka Kujo stood frozen, unable to believe you'd brought her out in the heat just to buy her new clothes. The landlady tried to sell you on the latest drama, but when the fitting room door opened, she was struck, speechless. Haruka Kujo wore a simple white tee and jeans. She looked as clean and fresh as a gardenia after the rain. Even the landlady couldn't find the words to praise her enough. You chimed in, "Isn't it her honor that these clothes get to be worn by her?" The landlady clapped, impressed. Then you urged her to try on a floral dress. Even when she tried to pick the cheapest item, she couldn't escape your sharp eyes. While she changed, you lied to the landlady, saying, "I've got 2 other mouths to feed at home, which is why my sister is so thin." The ploy worked. The landlady's heart softened, and she gave you a member's price. When Haruka Kujo emerged in the floral dress, your heart skipped a beat. A tall frame, graceful curves. If she'd been pampered by a wealthy family, she'd have been unstoppable. You bought the new and the old clothes, all for just over 100 yen. Outside the shop, she still wanted to keep her old rags. You threw the old clothes into the trash. Out with the old, in with the new. From now on, you wear these. Seeing her clutch the new clothes, you didn't stop, taking her to the next stop. You couldn't stand her messy hair another second. You threw down 15 yen at a barber shop and said one thing, shave it off. The barber told you it would look ugly, but you insisted. When the hair fell, your buzz cut gave you a tough, fresh from the streets look. Next, you dragged her into a phone shop, buying a Redmi phone for 600 yen without listening to her protests. You inserted the secondary SIM card yourself. "This is for the ceremony of it," you said. Seeing the light in her eyes as the screen lit up, you felt content. Facing her shy thank you, you strode forward, joking that it was an investment and she'd better remember to pay back the 1,000,000 yen. Unexpectedly, in the summer cicada chorus, she replied earnestly, "I will." Then you had her wait by the roadside while you used your last 5 coins to line up for ice cream. Just as you bought 2 cones, you saw a fool bothering her. The look on his face made your blood boil. Seeing Haruka Kujo cowering, you rushed over and jammed the cone into her hand. You grabbed the punk by his collar and roared, "I go to buy ice cream for 2 minutes, and you dare touch my sister?" The punk saw your 180 centimeters frame and fierce buzz cut and began to panic. Still, for the sake of his ego, he tried to smile and call you brother-in-law, to ask for a chance. Your anger hit the roof, your knuckles turned white. If you didn't give him a lesson today, you couldn't control your temper. Even with Haruka Kujo calling for you to stop, your fist was already midair. Her trembling call hit your heart like a hammer. You shuddered, your fist freezing inches from his face. In your past life, you lived as a lone wolf. Now you finally had family. Haruka Kujo's words, "Win or lose, it's not good," forced you to suppress the murderous intent in your eyes. You slowly released your iron grip and spat out one word. "Scram." The punk scrambled away but stared back at your face, hesitating before calling out. "Peng Ge." You didn't remember ever seeing him and growled, "I don't care who you are. Scram, or I'll break you." As the cicadas droned on, you felt a healing you had never known while watching the punk flee. You took a cone from Haruka Kujo. It had melted a little while you were busy. You started licking it as you walked toward the market. Haruka Kujo carried the bags, following behind you. You realized you had changed compared to your past life. You weren't a man who couldn't control his temper, nor were you someone who enjoyed fighting. Maybe being transported here had influenced you. You remembered her calling you brother. Since your parents died, she hadn't called you that once. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again," she said. You sneered. "The one causing trouble is the guy who started it. What does it have to do with you? Stop blaming yourself for everything." She whispered a gentle, then said with a resentful look, "Big brother, can you please not go around hitting people?" You were slow to respond. Only when she anxiously clenched her fingers did you respond lazily, "Got it." Haruka Kujo's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickened her pace to walk beside you. A breeze blew by, and you smelled the faint scent of jasmine on her. It was clearly the cheapest shampoo and body wash from the local supermarket. The low-quality fragrance couldn't even cover the smell of sweat on your body. Yet on her, this scent made your heart itch inexplicably. You subconsciously quickened your pace. Haruka Kujo hurried to keep up. Looking at your broad back, her heart was in turmoil. Why is he being so kind to me, she wondered. The rumors were right. I really am a jinx. My biological father didn't want me. My mother passed away, and my foster parents also passed away. Do I really deserve this kind of treatment? She thought back to being placed in foster care at 9 years old, and her biological mother hanging herself shortly after. Her eyes instantly reddened. She was deep in thought when you suddenly stopped. She walked straight into your back with a thud. Rubbing her nose in pain, she looked up, confused. You explained with a hint of impatience. "There was an electric scooter just now. How can you walk without watching the road?" In the next second, you moved to the side, signaling for her to walk on the inside of the sidewalk while you took the outside. "Dummy, walk on this side." Haruka Kujo watched your profile quietly, with only one thought in her mind. He is really a very kind person. Passing a pharmacy, you suddenly stopped. "Let's go into the pharmacy and take a look." Haruka Kujo didn't say anything, obediently following behind you. To her surprise, you bought a tube of scar removal cream and a bottle of multivitamins. Although it exceeded your budget, you thought to yourself, "I'll just pick up a few more delivery orders tomorrow to earn it back." You handed the plastic bag directly to Haruka Kujo. She took the bag, looking confused. "For me?" you replied as if it were obvious. "I don't need it. Of course it's for you." Haruka Kujo opened it. She understood the scar cream, but what was this bottle of vitamins? Seeing her confused gaze, you explained directly. "You're studying hard, and you're still growing. Your nutrition isn't keeping up. Eating these will help." You glance at her dry, yellowing hair. "This stuff should be useful." Haruka Kujo asked cautiously. "This must be very expensive, right?" You said nonchalantly, "It's fine. It'll last a long time." "Over 1,000 yen. Haruka Kujo was instantly shocked. "Let's return it. It's too expensive." But you held her hand down. "Don't overthink it. Just take it." You stared into her eyes, enunciating every word. "Your primary task right now is to study. Don't think about anything else. Once you succeed, pay me 1,000,000 yen and you'll be free." "Free?" Haruka Kujo was stunned on the spot. "That's right. When the time came, you would let her go, and you would each go your separate ways." To the old Haruka Kujo, These two words were an unreachable luxury. But now, as she looked down at the items in her hand, a voice echoed in her heart. Actually, I don't think I want that kind of freedom anymore. Next, you went to the local market and bought pork ribs, fresh fish, and other groceries, returning home with your hands full. You shooed Haruka Kujo out of the kitchen so she could study, prepared the ingredients yourself, and made a plate of glossy red braised pork ribs. As a result, Haruka Kujo couldn't stop eating. Looking at the small mountain of bones in front of her, she realized her glutton image was firmly established in front of you. You looked up, confused by her flushed face. We're just eating dinner, why are you blushing? As a socially awkward guy, you didn't understand what she was thinking. You put down your chopsticks and stood up. I'm done. I'm going for a walk. Clean up when you're finished. At this moment, Haruka Kujo's cheeks were still puffed out, like a greedy little hamster. She nodded with squinted eyes. Actually, you came out because you wanted to buy yourself some new clothes from a street stall. You couldn't stand the capri pants and slip-on shoes the original owner had left behind. You felt like the most ridiculous person in the crowd. You went back to the night market where you had bought the slippers for Haruka Kujo and spent 60 yen on a knockoff tracksuit and sneakers. Then, you exchanged 200 yen in cash with the vendor. As you walked back, you pondered the idea of sending Haruka Kujo back to school. You hatched a plan. If the normal route wouldn't work, you would find Haruka Kujo's music teacher. You remembered that the teacher had really admired Haruka Kujo. When she first dropped out, the teacher had come to the apartment to look for her, but the original owner had offended her deeply. The young female teacher, just out of university and full of passion, had stood at the door and tried to reason with him. Haruka Kujo is a very smart child. It's such a pity to give up her education now, but the original owner, drunken squinting, had sneered at her. She's my sister, it's none of your business. Even her homeroom teacher hasn't said anything, what are you nagging for? Women are just money-losing goods. She'll get married sooner or later, so she might as well go to work now and earn more money for me. Miss Shu flushed with anger. How can you think like that? Everyone is equal. The original owner laughed wildly. So what if I think like that? If this jinx hadn't cursed my parents to death, would I be living like this? When she gets married, I'll demand a high dowry and I'll be set for life. Miss Shu finally snapped. How can you be so irresponsible and manipulate someone else's life? The original owner didn't care. You women sure like to meddle in other people's business. Just then, he actually turned around and grabbed Haruka Kujo by the hair, who was hiding in the shadows and shivering. He dragged her to the door and, in front of Ms. Shu, delivered a fierce slap across her face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the hallway. Miss Shu was shaking with rage. How can you be like this? If you hit her again, I will. You will what? The original owner shrugged indifferently, backhanding Haruka Kujo across the other side of her face. Ms. Shu suddenly pulled out her phone. I'm calling the police! The original owner laughed out loud with his hands spread. Whatever, this doesn't even count as a minor injury. He leaned in close to Ms. Shu, his breath reeking of beer. Even if I did injure her, so what if you get me locked up for a few days, when I get out? I'll take out all the suffering I endured in there on her. And don't forget, it'll be your meddling that caused it. Ms. Chu stamped her feet in frustration. How can there be someone like you in this world? The original owner just waved his hand impatiently. Then he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. Why are you still hanging around? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to me because I'm handsome? He followed this up with a torrent of vile, disgusting obscenities. Miss Shu, who had grown up in a refined environment, had never faced such humiliation. She was moved to tears on the spot and even broke the heel of her designer shoe on the way down the stairs. Remembering this, you couldn't help but curse inwardly. Original owner, you really are the scum of the earth. Now you were even more reluctant to find that music teacher. You had offended her so badly back then, trying to ask for her help now would be as hard as ascending to heaven. You were thinking about this when, just as you passed a pharmacy, someone crashed into you from the side. Your newly bought cheap clothes scattered all over the ground, covered in dust. I'm so sorry. A crisp female voice rang out. I was on the phone and wasn't watching the road. I'm truly sorry. You smiled. It's fine. I was distracted too. The woman looked at your tall frame and buzz cut. Assuming you were a troublemaker, but seeing your friendly attitude, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the dirty clothes on the ground, feeling very guilty. How much were these clothes? I'll compensate you. You just dusted them off and stuffed them back into the bag. No need. They're cheap clothes. They're not worth much, and they needed a wash anyway. The woman was well-dressed and clearly didn't lack money, but you didn't want to take advantage of her. She wanted to say more, but you waved your hand. Really? It's fine. Goodbye. You quickly walked away. Just as she watched you leave, the woman spoke into her phone. Yeah, fine. Just came out of the pharmacy and bumped into someone. It was my fault, but the other person was very reasonable and didn't hold it against me. If you were still there, you would have recognized the person on the other end of the line, the music teacher you were dreading to face. Ms. Shu. Shu Yan asked with concern, Ranjong, are you okay? I'm fine. I've decided. Start over and join Chase the Wind Media. Shu Yan grew worried. But you offended some powerful people. They want to blacklist you. Will you be okay if you join Chase the Wind Media? Zhang Ran smiled confidently. Don't worry, Yan. Do you know the background of Chase the Wind Media? Shu Yan shook her head. I only know their short dramas are very popular. I can't stop watching them. Zhang Ran chuckled. You've really become lazy during summer break. Then her tone changed, and she told her best friend with immense confidence. Let me tell you, the parent company of Chase the Wind Media is the Aoyama Group. On the other end of the phone, Shu Yan gasped. The Aoyama Group? With a backer that big, you really don't have to worry. You see, there are 4 top-tier families in Tokai City, and the owner of the Aoyama Group has deep connections with 3 of them. The head of the Aoyama Group, Weie Riku Nishijima, is not only a rising business star who created a stock market miracle, but his wife is also Su Kinkian, the head of the Su family, the femme fatale, who personally sent her own grandfather to prison. Furthermore, Nishijima himself is a close friend of the head of the Qing family, the top family in Tokai. With that kind of background, who would dare touch someone from Chase the Wind Media? But Shu Yan was still worried. After all, the person Zhang Ran had offended back then was not simple. It turned out Zhang Ran used to be an actress. Her strength was her beauty, but her weakness was that she was too beautiful. Once at a bar, a powerful investor tried to force himself on her. In her desperation, she grabbed a windproof lighter and lit the man's hair on fire. The man shrieked, and although she managed to escape, she was completely blacklisted by the industry. Shu Yan grew more fearful. Ran, what if they don't want you? Zhang Ran laughed. Don't be a jinx. She faced the streetlights, her eyes sparkling. Just wait and see. I'm drop-dead gorgeous. Unless the interviewer is blind, they won't say no to me. After a bit of friendly banter, they hung up. The next morning, you didn't wake up until 10 a.m. You decided to cherish this last bit of rest, because from today on, you would be signing up for a crowdsourcing app and delivering food on your motorcycle. Just after breakfast, Haruka Kujo came over to clear the dishes. She took out her phone. Big brother, I've registered. Can you add me? You scanned her code and changed the nickname, then pulled 200 yen in cash from your pocket and placed it on the table. I'm going out to work today. I won't be back for lunch. Buy yourself something to eat, and tell me if you need more. Haruka Kujo looked down, promising softly. I'll study hard at home. You nodded, satisfied, and opened the door. But just as you got on your motorcycle, a phone call came in, making your head spin. Hey Biaozi, why haven't you been in touch lately? It was Sun Jian, the godson of the local gang boss Sunao. Even though Sun Jian wasn't Sunao's biological son, the boss needed an heir to stabilize his followers. Back in the day, both of you were street hoodlums. Sun Jian had offended someone at a pool hall, and they agreed to a one-on-one fight in an alleyway. But when his friends saw that the other side was big and tough, they all ran away. Just as Sun Jian was being beaten up by a group of guys, you, who had been called to help, arrived. When the others saw you, they also took off. But you yelled and charged in. You thought you were invincible, but you were instantly swamped, and both you and Sun Jian were beaten half to death. Your bond was cemented by those fists. Sitting by a smelly gutter, Sun Jian wiped the blood from his nose. We have to find the big boss. You rolled your eyes. Why would the big boss look at us? Sun Jian suddenly remembered a phone number for a distant relative he had been given, told to call if he couldn't survive in the streets. That relative happened to be Sunao. What was even more insane was that you had just watched a crime drama and had a sudden inspiration. Sun Jian had kneeled in front of Sunao and said, Uncle Hao, I want to be your son and take care of you." Who would have thought it would actually work? Sun Jian went straight to the top and became the true prince. With Sun Jian's rise, you should have soared too. Through his influence, Sunao had once appreciated you, especially since your debt-collecting skills were unparalleled. But you were a degenerate gambler who loved to drink, and you would go crazy whenever you were intoxicated, causing many problems. Thus, Sunao slowly distanced himself from you, treating you as an outsider, only giving you work because of Sun Jian. But Sun Jian never gave up on you, even bringing you to his sister Sun Yu's party to help you expand your network. That was the night you ran off with Sun Yu, who was bored with the party, and that destined trouble began. Since you had transmigrated, you only wanted a peaceful life and had absolutely no desire to get involved with them again. You were silent for a long time before replying disinterestedly, "I had too much to drink a while ago, and I've been recovering at home." Sun Jian didn't believe a word of it. "Stop lying. I'm right at the entrance of your alley. Get out here now." Your heart sank, knowing you couldn't hide today. You shoved your helmet back into the storage box. You walked out of the alley to find a Mercedes-Benz parked there, its finish so bright it was gleaming. Sun Jian's bodyguard, Ah Chang, immediately got out and respectfully opened the door for you. You bent over to get in, only to find Mengzi sitting in the passenger seat, winking at you. Sun Jian, sitting in the back wearing a full black tracksuit, was full of charisma. If it weren't for the scar on his face, he would have looked like a successful socialite. Sun Jian didn't ask questions, just fiddled with a silver lighter. "Biaozi, my sister is having a birthday soon. She's waiting for you to bring a gift." You held up your hands. "I lost all my money gambling." Sun Jian looked at you coldly. "My sister knows you're broke and told us to pay. Let's go pick something out at the mall." He seemed a bit irritable, adding, "Pick something nice. Be good to my sister." You sighed. "I have things to do today. Can I refuse?" Sun Jian instantly got angry. "No! If she finds out I didn't bring you, she'll kill me. I don't get what she sees in you." You leaned back lazily on the leather seat. "Maybe because I'm handsome." Sun Jian scoffed, but didn't argue. Looking at your reluctant expression, his gaze became more complex. Suddenly he said, "After we buy the gift, I have something for you." You were curious. "What is it?" Sun Jian looked mysterious. "It's a secret. I'll tell you after we buy the gift." The car sped to a top-tier mall. You looked at your knockoff clothes and sighed. "Original owner, if you hadn't gambled away all that money, would I be in this pathetic state?" Sun Jian led you straight into a YSL boutique. "My sister loves this brand. Pick something. I'll pay. Then we'll handle our real business." You pointed at a pair of high heels nearby. "This one." Sun Jian was unsatisfied. "Hey man, it's her birthday. Can you at least put in some effort? Otherwise, I'm going to have a hard time explaining this. Why don't you let me deliver it for you?" You shrugged. "That works too." Sun Jian was speechless. "I'm a person with standards now." You added, "I have real business to attend to today." Sun Jian asked immediately, "What business?" You said 4 words, "Delivering food for a living." Sun Jian was clueless. "What the hell is that?" "You can think of it as a type of work." Sun Jian's eyes widened, his expression exactly like Mengzi's earlier. He looked at you like you were an alien. "Biaozi, have you been kidnapped?" Seeing you didn't reply, he turned to Mengzi. "Mengzi, what's wrong with your big brother?" Mengzi just smiled. "I'm Biaozi's subordinate. If he doesn't speak, I can't say anything." Sun Jian yelled, "Holy crap, did you get possessed too? When did you become so loyal to him?" Mengzi said with a straight face, "It's not possession. It's passing on a lifetime of experience and cultivation. The cost is that his memories are slowly fading." Sun Jian scratched his head with both hands. "You're making my brain hurt." Just then, a soft giggle came from nearby. All of you turned your heads, and you were all stunned. Mengzi blurted out, "This looks much better than those girls at the bar." A woman appeared wearing a black silk shirt, revealing dazzling collarbones. But the outfit was just a backdrop. It was the woman herself who was truly captivating. The beauty smiled at you. "What a coincidence," you smiled back. "What a coincidence." Sun Jian immediately stepped up. "Ma'am, how should I address you?" The beauty reached out and shook his hand gently. "Zhang Ran." Sun Jian pulled his hand back with the look of someone who wouldn't wash it for days. Then Zhang Ran's gaze fell back on you, and she smiled gently. And how should I address you, sir? Makita. Upon hearing your name, her beautiful eyes brightened. She whispered, "The peach blossoms are wet with dew. Deep in the woods I see a deer. At noon by the stream, I hear no bell." She added, "Mr. Makita, what a beautiful name." Zhongran's eyes swept over you. "Choosing a birthday gift for a young lady?" You nodded. "Yes." She suddenly apologized softly. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Why don't I help you pick one out?" Sunjian and Mengzi were both thinking some wild things at this, but you acted as if it were normal. "I'm really not good at picking gifts. Then I'll have to trouble you." Zhongran looked around and pointed at a bag. "This one. The Manhattan series. The hottest new release this year. The gold and black design is perfect for a young lady. Then this one. You said to the manager without batting an eye. It wasn't your money after all." When Sunjin paid, he was gritting his teeth. Clearly it was a painful expense. Zhongran laughed. "Your friend looks like he's in pain. Did I forget to consider the price?" You replied lightly, "It's fine. Only something expensive shows true heart." "Thank you, Ms. Zhang." Then Zhongran reached out 2 slender fingers and pulled a business card from her bag. "I don't know what company you're with, Mr. Makita. We should exchange more in the future." Just as you took the card, her phone rang. She smiled apologetically and walked away to answer. You vaguely caught a few fragments. "Don't worry, I bought you another pair. Same style. Our Yan will look great in them." After hanging up, Zhongran nodded to you. "Sorry, Mr. Makita. My friend is still waiting for me. Let's chat again." Once she left, Sunjan immediately asked impatiently, "Hurry up and tell me. When did you meet that beauty? Where? A bar?" Sunjin looked stunned. "She spent the night with you, and even helped you pick a bag? Is your game that strong?" He slapped his thigh. "Damn it! And the one that got hurt was my wallet. That bag was over 40,000 yen. You spoke slowly. You paid." Sunjian realized what had happened. "Wait, what about my sister? Isn't she gonna have a broken heart? My money was wasted." He pointed at you. "Makita, you scumbag!" You just smiled. "Men, you know, being a scumbag is normal. Why don't you go back and tell Sunyu so she can see my true face?" Sunjin slapped his thigh in indignation. "You're done for. I'm definitely telling my sister. I can't just watch her get played by you." However, after some intense psychological struggle, he cleared his throat. "Forget it. Let's talk business, Biaozi. There's a job." You watched the street view flying past the window and asked lightly, "What job?" Sunjan leaned against the seat. "Who told you to flirt with anyone you want? You had to flirt with my sister, which made my dad not want to use you at all. I spent a long time begging him for this." Sunjian pointed at Mengzi. "I even brought your subordinate Mengzi along. That's enough of a favor, right?" Seeing he wouldn't give a direct answer, you just leaned against the back seat, pretending to be drained. Enough of a favor, but inside you weren't happy. This day was supposed to be the day you started your new life. Sunjan immediately noticed your reaction. "Biaozi, what's with that reaction? In the past, you would have called me your godfather." He looked at your aggrieved face, shocked. "Wait, you were that drained last night?" He even poked you in the waist. "I invested in a project recently, selling ancestral medicine. Should I get you a couple of bottles to help you recover?" "No need," you said, your voice low. "Ah, Jian, I don't really want to do this anymore." You pretended you had new plans for the future. "I just want to go to work quietly and live a normal life." Sunjian frowned. "Because of that woman?" You nodded, your eyes filled with longing. "Actually, I don't know what she thinks. I'm truly a bit moved." "You took one night seriously?" Sunjian started swearing, but he changed his tone. "However, that woman is indeed stunning. If it were me, I'd..." He coughed a few times. "Without money, what's the point of being moved?" You countered, "Maybe she has real feelings for me too?" Sunjan looked at you like you were hopeless. "That woman exudes sophistication from every hair. She was raised with gold. Even if you have real feelings, you need money, understand?" You sighed. Sunjan concluded, "I don't need to guess. You must have gambled away all your money again." "I spent a long time begging my dad before he agreed to give you this job. It's easy, and the pay is high." You shook your head. "It's not about the money, Jian. Have you ever had a feeling where you're just suddenly tired of it all?" "No," Sunjan was firm. "I have status and position now. I'm very happy." He slapped the leather seat. "I don't care. I begged for this job. You have to do it. He even started playing on your emotions. I just got this position, and my subordinates are watching. If you don't give me face, how am I supposed to carry on? By the end, he was laying down the law. If you don't do it, don't blame me for flipping on you. Seeing how far he went, you knew you couldn't refuse again. You pretended to be energized. Fine, one last job. You even made an excuse. I want to wash my hands of this from now on. What if someone finds out I'm doing this and won't hang out with me anymore? Sun Jian stared at you for a long time, then took a breath. We'll see. Actually, you have to do this job. You frowned. What reason? Sun Jian pondered for a moment. Didn't you lose 20,000 yen gambling recently to Big Boss A? You nodded. Yeah, that happened. Sun Jian was exasperated. How many times have I told you? That guy cheats every time you play. You really lost your mind. You gambled away your parents' entire inheritance and still owe 20,000 more. Haven't you figured it out yet? You suddenly said, I understand now. I was set up by them. You clearly replayed the events in your head. They first let you win a little, then made you lose everything. Once you were desperate to win it back, they let you win a tiny bit more. That's exactly how you were wiped out. Kenji let out a surprised whistle. Your head's finally clear? Good, as long as you understand how it happened. But you immediately asked, you still haven't told me why I must do this job. Kenji's face darkened. When you lost those 200,000 yen, do you remember what else you gambled away? You shook your head. I had had a bit too much to drink at the time. I don't really remember. In the next second, Kenji started swearing. You really are a talent. You even gambled away your own sister. You were struck dumb. Haruka? Kenji pointed at your nose. No wonder my father was afraid to use you. Your brain is absolute mush. You even gambled away your tools for making money. Who's gonna earn for you from now on? You immediately pressed him. Kenji-san, how do you know all this so clearly? Kenji's expression softened into something resembling guilt. Brother, we've been through thick and thin together. Now that I've made it, I find I have more shackles on me. I can't help you much, but I can't just stand by. I, Kenji, am all about loyalty. You immediately nodded in agreement. Takeshi and I both know how loyal Kenji-san is. Sogen gave a thumbs up from the side. Kenji patted his chest. You bet. I figured that if some idiot dared to lay a hand on my brother, I had to investigate him. It turned out this guy had zero background, so I set a trap for him. You asked out of curiosity. I found a master gambler from Macau. He won until the guy didn't even have his underwear left, Kenji said, shaking his head. This is what they call giving someone a taste of their own medicine. He chuckled. He didn't believe he could lose, so he had to borrow money to try and turn it around. The guy was so deep in it by then, he borrowed a hell of a lot. You suddenly realized, I see. You lent him the money. Kenji spread his hands. I'm kind-hearted. Since he wanted to borrow, I couldn't just say no, right? And the contract is set to compound interest. His eyes hardened. This job is just to collect the debt from him. Brother, don't hold back. Get your revenge properly. You pondered for a long time before asking the most crucial question. And the contract where I gambled away my sister. Kenji guaranteed it immediately. Of course, that's also owed to me now. Don't worry, once this is finished, the contract is yours. The debt is transferred to me. Haha, I'm not really going to collect it from you, am I? You finally breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, thanks. Kenji laughed loudly. Thanks for nothing. We're brothers who shared life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mercedes sped along and parked steadily in front of a bar. The bluestone steps were as shiny as jade, exactly 9 layers. From the end of the steps to the door, exactly 5 steps. The numbers 9 and 5, the symbols of imperial authority, and 2 artificial waterfalls flowing slowly at the entrance, created a grand and imposing atmosphere. This bar was once the base of operations for Hao, but it had been given to Kenji as a change of address gift. The waiters lined up and bowed. Kenji-san. Kenji grunted softly. You followed him into the private elevator descending to the 2nd basement level. You became instantly vigilant. Kenji was definitely not as simple as he appeared. You suddenly couldn't figure it out. If he really wanted to promote you, he only needed to say a word. How could the casino have dared to cheat you? So today's business might not be as easy as he claimed. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Kenji asked the bodyguard in the black suit at the entrance, "Where is he?" The bodyguard replied respectfully, "He's hanging inside." Kenji frowned. Hanging? We were measured in our approach. Kenji's face suddenly sank. Who told you to take action? This guy belongs to my brother, Biao. If you do all the work, where is my brother supposed to vent his anger? The bodyguard was terrified. Sorry, Kenji-san. We were just following standard procedure. Kenji sneered. You used to follow Manager Jiang, so you don't take me seriously, right? The bodyguard's face turned pale. Kenji-san, next time. Get out and go to Southeast Asia to find Manager Jiang. Your heart skipped a beat. That Manager Jiang had tried to climb the ladder and was sent to Southeast Asia by Hao, only to die mysteriously. Kenji's words were essentially a death sentence. The bodyguard broke into a cold sweat. Yes. Just then, Kenji suddenly wrapped his arm around your shoulder, his face instantly switching to a look of weary amusement. My subordinates are ignorant. Don't take it to heart, brother. He pushed the door open. In the center of the room, a man hung naked, suspended above a massive block of ice. The air conditioning was set to the lowest setting, blowing cold air directly onto his head. The man was shivering violently, his face purple, his feet a deathly blue-white. Even worse, his mouth was stuffed with a bundle of lit cigarettes. His nose was blocked, so he could only breathe through his mouth. But every time he breathed, spicy, searing smoke rushed into his lungs. He was terrified of coughing the objects out, his face turning an alarming shade of deep red. Tears and snot covered his face. In the next second, he couldn't hold it anymore and accidentally dropped the objects from his mouth. Once dropped, they would be replaced with new ones. But if he managed to hold on, he got a moment of respite. A chill went down your spine. This was the exact torture Uncle Hao used, leaving no visible marks on the body. Kenji suddenly laughed. Even though the guy at the door overstepped, he did vent some of your anger for you. Luckily, Boss Fang is tough and hasn't spilled the beans yet, so you still have room to vent. He pulled out a cigarette, clicked his silver lighter, and the scent of mint drifted through the air. He pointed at the man with his smoking hand. Take him down. Tsuyoshi stepped forward to untie the ropes. The man's feet were long since numb. He collapsed onto the carpet. He curled up like a shrimp, looking like an ugly white flower blossoming on the pure black carpet. Kenji's tone was icy. For a scammer, no method is too harsh. Biao, don't hold back later. You clenched your fists. Kenji-san, I appreciate your kindness, but after I finish this job, I just want to live a normal life. Unexpectedly, Kenji patted your back readily. To each their own. I get it. No problem. You walked forward. How much money am I supposed to ask for? Kenji puffed a smoke ring. See how much he can give? Anyway, he owes me 5 million. You were stunned. That much? This was 50 times the amount of any debt you had collected in your past life. Kenji shrugged. Can't help it. Gambling, when they're obsessed, they'd bet their lives. You asked again, setting up a trap like this, won't there be any trouble? He waved his hand dismissively. What's to fear? He wouldn't dare call the police, otherwise his wife and kids are finished. Seeing you hesitate, Kenji laughed. What? Feeling guilty about your first big job? He suddenly became interested. Fine. Since it's a big job, I'll give you another option. Kenji tilted his head towards Tsuyoshi. Go bring his wife in. Tsuyoshi nodded, returning from the next room with a woman, throwing her onto the carpet without a hint of pity. It was a woman in her 30s, none other than Chiaki, the one who tried to cheat you out of your wages earlier. When Chiaki saw you, a glimmer of hope sparked in her dead eyes. She crawled toward you on her hands and knees, grabbing your pant leg and sobbing. Makita, we know each other, right? I was blind before, I was just desperate for money. Please put in a good word for me with these guys, we'll definitely pay it back. Kenji raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing. What a coincidence. Chiaki clung to you like a lifeline. Makita GE looked after me for a few days. Kenji's smile deepened. Then that makes it easier. It's hard to feel anything for a stranger, but for an acquaintance? Knowing the ins and outs makes it much more interesting. Sorry, big sister, don't look at me like that. Who told your husband to cheat at gambling and owe me money? He crouched down, tapping her face. If you want to blame someone, blame your husband for not paying up. He stood up and pushed her toward you. You know what to do. She's quite pretty. Don't worry, we'll all step out. But then he changed his tone, pointing at the man on the carpet. He stays here to watch. It'll let him see exactly what our methods are. You caught a glimpse of the security camera in the corner, and your heart sank. You finally realized that the original owner was truly an idiot. How could someone like Kenji be simple? Retreating was not that easy. This video would be the leverage he used to control you forever. So you suddenly ask with a cheeky grin, "Kenji-san, what about the contract I signed back then?" Kenji waved at Tsuyoshi, who immediately brought one over. Kenji tapped the contract. "This is the contract between you and Boss Fang. You owe him 200,000, and you owe him a sister. You really should thank me for this." You squeezed out a smile. "Kenji-san, I really do thank you. But in a society governed by law, is it legally valid to gamble away one's sister to someone else?" Kenji looked at you like you were an idiot. "The law also forbids gambling. Do you think Boss Fang cares about the law? If I hadn't snatched this contract, your sister would have been sold into the mountains long ago, and you want to talk about law?" He seemed to lose patience. "Biao, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't drag your feet. Finish this and I'll give you the contract." Just then, Sogen suddenly spoke up. "Kenji-san, Biao must be a little dazed. Why don't I do it for him?" Kenji said coldly, "I'm helping your boss vent his anger. Why are you butting in? Get lost." "Biao, hurry up." You couldn't hesitate any longer. Today you had to choose between Boss Fang, Chiaki, and the contract. You suppressed your expression and said in a deep voice, "Kenji-san, wrongs have their perpetrators, and debts have their debtors. I think I'll just practice on Boss Fang. When I first started, I swore I wouldn't bully women or children." Kenji clapped twice. Sigh, "Wouldn't it have been finished earlier if you'd just said that?" However, he then scoffed, staring at you. "Then your sister isn't a woman, or a child, is she?" You wore an indifferent smile. "Tools for earning money and venting anger don't count." You looked down at your knuckles, but in your mind, a blue adhesive bandage flashed by. The girl who had gathered her courage, the girl who insisted on giving you something, that wound that was almost healed, seemed to be reminding you of something. You suddenly asked, "Kenji-san, can you give me some boxing gloves?" Kenji looked puzzled. "You're really not acting normal today." You pointed at Boss Fang. "I think he's on the verge of breaking. If I just hit him twice and he gives in, that's boring. How can I vent my anger then? With gloves on, I can hit him more. This bastard dared to cheat. He needs a proper lesson." Kenji studied you for a moment, then chuckled. "Even my father said you have talent in this area. It's just a shame you can't control yourself. Tsuyoshi, get him the gloves." You put on the gloves, squatted down, and pressed your left hand on Boss Fang, calculating the spot. With your other hand, you delivered a heavy blow to the center of his bottom rib. Even through the gloves, the sensation of violence made you extremely uncomfortable, your scalp tingling and your soul trembling. But just then, you heard a voice that didn't belong to you. What a nostalgic feeling. In an instant, a roar echoed in your brain. Boss Fang shuddered in pain, but you pressed him down firmly. The corner of your mouth curled in a strange way, your voice full of malice. "No rush. Take your time. Get used to it. We're gonna play for a while." Chiaki was crying despairingly in the corner. Seeing that he had caught his breath, you slammed another heavy blow into him. Boss Fang shook violently as if electrocuted. But you seemed like a different person, your expression one of extreme excitement. "Oh my, Boss Fang, how can you be so careless?" You glanced at Chiaki. "Look, Sister May is heartbroken. Are you really out of money?" Chiaki completely broke down. "I still have a little dowry. My parents have a house." Boss Fang pleaded in a hoarse voice. "Please let us go. That house is all my father-in-law left us." But you tilted your head, your tone icy. "I'm just a debt collector." Your tone changed, staring at him intently. "But then again, I know how it feels to rent. But my original house, it seems that was also cheated away by your gambling, wasn't it?" "Where's my house?" You laughed out loud. "Then it seems you don't have the right to beg for mercy. There is only one path today. Pay the money. By the way, try to hold on a bit longer. If you pass out, I haven't finished venting my anger." You turned to look at Chiaki with a cruel smile. "I wonder how long your wife can hold on." Another punch. Boss Fang screamed. "One man does. One man suffers," you sneered. "Now you're talking? But when you were drinking and trying to trick me into selling my sister, do you know she's my closest kin? My own blood sibling?" Your voice turned cold. "It seems you don't have the right to lie about that either." Boss Fang was in total despair, kowtowing. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go." You looked at him dismissively. If you had taken my sister away, who would earn money for me to buy beer? Then, your gaze shifted to the shivering Chiaki. Your wife is quite pretty, but she looks delicate. I wonder how many punches she can take. Boss Fang's voice turned hoarse. You said you wouldn't hit women or children. You listened, then looked up and laughed. You really believed that? In this line of work, I love their screaming the most. Meanwhile, in the next room, Kenji was smoking leisurely, listening to the screams. Tsuyoshi couldn't help but ask, Kenji-san, why go to such lengths to vent his anger for him? Kenji blew a smoke ring, his gaze indifferent. You're overthinking it. I just want Boss Fang's money. With or without him, I was gonna trap Boss Fang. Using Makita as leverage was just convenient. Tsuyoshi was even more confused. For a degenerate like him, what's the point of holding leverage over him? Kenji flicked the ash, a cold sneer on his lips. An idle move. It's no loss if it's useless, but if it turns out to be useful one day, wouldn't that be a profit? He even spoke with admiration about the Su family's CEO, Su Seikan, who would purposefully fund many poor students. The few useful ones would bring her great help. Tsuyoshi asked another question. Then, will he go to the police and report us? Kenji smiled confidently. I know what kind of man he is. Fierce on the outside, cowardly on the inside. He wouldn't dare, and he wouldn't realize I'm actually just using him. Believe it or not, when it's done, he'll even thank me. Tsuyoshi nodded. I believe you. Just as Kenji finished watching a movie, a knock sounded. You stood at the door, an excited flush on your face. Holding a piece of paper in your left hand, Kenji raised an eyebrow. Done? You patted your chest triumphantly. Done. Kenji opened the paper, which was stained with snot and tears. He tossed it to Tsuyoshi in disgust. What's this? You explained, the address at the top is the passcode for the electronic lock at Boss Fang's parents' place. The numbers at the bottom are the passcode for their home safe. It has the property deeds and Chiaki's hidden dowry. Kenji laughed. I knew it. Boss Fang bought a shop in such a prime location in the snack street, but didn't run it carefully. He definitely had money and didn't care. What a big job. But you suddenly asked, is his debt cleared? Kenji looked at you like you were hopeless. How can you be so dim? Of course you don't let him pay it all off. For people like this, you have to do it slowly. He stared at your expression, seemingly trying to see through you. Is this your first time doing such a big job? Do you think I'm cruel? You chuckled. Cruel? I wish I could have beaten him to death. If you don't believe me, go take a look and you'll know. Kenji nodded approvingly. Never forget how we looked, beaten and bruised by that stinky gutter. If you want to be a master of men, you have to be ruthless. He nudged you with his shoulder, his voice dropping. To be honest, you don't blame me, do you? You laughed at Kenji. He cheated me so much, why would I blame you? You're overthinking it, brother. Kenji gave Tsuyoshi a knowing wink. Kenji-san, give me the contract. Kenji handed you the contract, his finger pointing to the table. The paper shredder is over there. You glanced at the contract and shoved it into the shredder without a second thought. Listening to the harsh grinding sound, you shuddered. When you turned around, your expression seemed to have changed slightly. Kenji-san, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take Sogen and head back. But Kenji called you back. Kenji-san, anything else? He handed over a thick envelope. I told you, the reward for this job is generous. 30,000 yen. Enough? You pointed at the shredder. No need. You've already paid the reward. Kenji shoved the money into your arms. What? Not giving your big brother face? You immediately put on a cheeky grin. It's not that. It's just that the bag I bought this morning was a bit expensive. I was afraid you'd feel the pain. Kenji pointed at you and laughed. At least you have a conscience. But my sister has been in a foul mood since being grounded, and she specifically told me to pay for it. I wouldn't dare disobey her. Take the money. You stopped being polite and took the envelope. Then I won't be formal. You walked away with Sogen. As you walked down the corridor, the clamor faded away. Just then, you suddenly fell silent. Sogen watched your back. The lights in the corridor lingered on you and then drifted past, making you look incredibly lonely. In the elevator, you stared blankly at your own fists. Just now, after the first punch, the demon in your body seemed to have been awakened instantly. You even lost control of your body for a moment. By the time you sobered up, you were already standing by the shredder. Was it the desire of the original owner left behind in your body, or something else? You didn't dare think too much. But one thing was certain. You knew how to make it hurt. Even Boss Fang couldn't take it. In your mind, a flash of Haruka hiding in the shadows of the refrigerator, shaking, crossed your mind. The sight of her accidentally pulling out a clump of hair while cleaning up beer bottles, but not daring to make a single sound. She had endured this kind of pain countless times. A cold aura crawled into your body along your fingers. Your heart seemed to be peeling off, rotting, with pain radiating through your entire body. You whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Coming out of the bar, you had a feeling of being in a different life. Just a few hours ago, you were in a brightly lit mall, and now you were an abuser in a basement. Biao Ji? You're a bit strange today. You asked, "Strange how?" Sogen said, "Usually after finishing something like this, you'd light a cigarette and laugh about where we were going to have fun next." You grunted, making up an excuse. "I hit someone with gloves on, I'm tired." Sogen stared at you for a long time. "I thought you were unhappy. You cleared the debt, you should be happy." He shook his head and smiled meaningfully. "But Biao Ji, you'll always be my boss." You nodded, pulling 30,000 out of the envelope and handing 20,000 to Sogen. "Take it." Sogen was startled and took a half step back. "Koji, this isn't right. I didn't do anything today. Actually, I don't even know why Kenji-san had to bring me along." You chuckled, exposing the truth. "He's just risen to his position, and many people are being disobedient. He doesn't have many people he can use. You're not doing so well, so he let you see how much money can be made, so you'll work for him later." You pointed at Sogen. "Remember what I said, I am your boss." Sogen immediately stated, "Don't worry, I won't be a traitor. But I can't take this money. But you said use 10,000 of it to help me give to Chiaki's parents so they can rent a place outside. Boss Fang is hateful, but the elderly are innocent." Sogen nodded. "Okay," you continued, "keep the other 10,000 yourself. Where's the boss who doesn't reward his subordinate? Go rent a place, sleeping in internet cafes or under bridges every day. What kind of life is that?" Sogen stared at you for a long time. So long you thought he'd refuse, but he only said one word. You looked at the envelope in your hand and walked on alone. Sogen stared at your back, feeling you were like a lonely wolf. You walked aimlessly. It was lunchtime, but you didn't even have the interest to register for the crowdsourcing app. You suddenly wanted to drink beer, wanting to let the cold beer flow down your throat, numbing your brain and forgetting everything that just happened. But as you wandered in front of the convenience store, you suddenly remembered you were trying to quit drinking. You sighed and forced yourself to turn away. You avoided the crowds and walked into quieter areas. Unexpectedly walking to a riverbank, you saw two people fishing under a parasol, so you sat on the ground, watching them, trying to empty your mind. Time passed. As the sun set, one of them packed up his fishing rod, stood up, and stretched, tossing you a bottle of Evian from his bag. "Kid, sitting in the sun all afternoon? What's eating at you?" You took the water, but didn't drink. The man had a slender build and an extraordinary demeanor. Even his casual white shirt and shorts couldn't hide his nobility. Seeing you didn't drink, he laughed. "Not thirsty after sitting in the sun all afternoon?" You finally spoke. "I've never seen this brand of water. I'll take it back for my sister to drink." The man asked, "Who else is at home? Not giving any to your parents?" You shook your head. "No parents, just me and her." The man heard this, leaned over, and tossed you another bottle. You caught it steadily. "Thanks." As the man packed up his gear, "Kid, when you encounter a problem, go solve it. Punishing yourself by sitting in the sun in the middle of summer like you're doing is useless." You were startled. The man chuckled. "Yes, I can tell." He followed up with a piece of advice. "Young man, life will present you with many high mountains. Once you climb one, you reach a higher one." You couldn't help but ask, "What if the mountain is too high to climb over?" The man looked up, his eyes firm. "Then use your brain to climb it. If you really can't, then die on the path to climbing over it. Anything is better than sitting in the sun doing nothing." You looked at his handsome face and his deep, intelligent eyes, and you were shocked. In the next second, you twisted open the Evian and drank it in one breath. You only said 2 words. You stood up slowly and turned to head back. But you never expected that. Right after you turned around, the man said to his motionless companion, "Joko, take your hand off your waist." He's just a young man with a bit of strength. As it turned out, the companion named Joko had been focused entirely on you, his hand resting on the dagger at his waist, ready at any moment. Joko took his hand off, stood up, and folded the parasol. Son-in-law, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. I'd like to take a few days of marriage leave. Riku Nishijima slapped his thigh excitedly. Finally! You two have been gossiping together every day. I was getting impatient for you. He complained. The new family's kid is already stealing money to buy ice cream. Joko scratched his head. Akane is too excellent. I don't feel I deserve her. Riku Nishijima disagreed. I knew you two had something going on when we went to the hot springs a few years ago. You must have been the one who leaked the "I accidentally wore my wife's underwear" incident. Joko giggled. Why couldn't it have been Ushiyama or Zeng Shiji? None of the others have mouths as loose as yours. Riku Nishijima waved his hand. Let's go. Time to go home and eat with my wife. Joko asked confusedly. Not going to tutor Little Grape's homework? Riku Nishijima's face instantly filled with sorrow. Don't bring up painful subjects. I can't tutor him at all. That kid is a little devil. I don't know how many feather dusters I've broken on him. Joko winked, mimicking his tone earlier. Once you climb over one mountain, you reach a higher one. But some people can't even climb over the mountain of tutoring a kid. Riku Nishijima waved his hand. Sigh, chicken soup for the soul always has discrepancies with reality. He rolled his eyes. How about you let your Akane try? Just treat it as practice. Joko was horrified. No, my Akane has to gossip with me. Riku Nishijima sighed. Fine. Starting tomorrow, drop him off at the Qing residence. Let that little girl from Huage's family tutor him properly. Just right for me to enjoy some alone time with my wife, Joko suggested with a smirk. Why don't you try making a new baby with CEO Su? Riku stared at him, then burst out laughing. You've got a point. Maybe a daughter would be less of a handful. Joko nodded, seemingly content, and they began walking toward their cars as the sun finished setting behind the river. You walk back to your place, still feeling the weight of the day, but the man's words echoed in your mind like a mantra for your next move. The journey ahead was just another mountain, but for the first time in a long while, you felt ready to climb it. Riku shook his head repeatedly in fear. If we have another kid who turns out like Grape, both Akira and I will have our lifespan shortened. Joko burst out laughing. Riku snapped in mock anger. Don't laugh! You immediately walked to the main road, found an ATM, and deposited the 10,000 yen into your account. Then, you took out your phone and paid off the 6,000 yen loan you had online. The money wasn't from a clean source, but it served its purpose. There were 4,000 yen left in the account. Added to what you already had at home, it was finally enough for Haruka's enrollment and dormitory fees. A weight lifted off your chest. The idea of doing crowdsourced tasks for money could be put on hold. You decided to buy some gifts and visit the school's academic director to clarify Haruka's reinstatement. If things went south, you still had your final trump card, the music teacher, Kaori. Her family connections seemed solid. The mountains in front of you were many, so you would just have to climb them one by one. You took a taxi home, arriving after 7 in the evening. The weather changed in an instant. Lead gray clouds piled up in the sky, and a storm was brewing. You climbed to the second floor and pushed open the door. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish were already set on the dining table. Haruka, hair tied back and wearing an apron, poked her head out from the kitchen. Her tone was irrepressibly cheerful. You're back! There's just 1 more dish. It'll be ready soon. Wait for me a moment. You placed the bottle of Evian on the table and sank onto the sofa, grunting a distracted, okay. Just then you looked at your hands. The sensation of hitting someone seemed to linger, and a feeling of revulsion surged within you. You felt something violent waking up inside you, crawling out from the marrow of your bones and spreading through your entire body, dragging you into an abyss. Even though your stomach was empty, you lost all appetite. You stood up abruptly, intending to head to the bedroom. Haruka rushed over with the final dish, reaching out to gently tug at your sleeve. She looked up at you. Big brother, the food is ready. Shall we eat? You shook your head. You eat. Haruka persisted in a low voice. You look tired. Eat something. Suddenly a wave of intense disgust surged through your eyes. You grabbed her wrist and shook her off, roaring, I said I don't want to eat? Can't you hear me? The force was so strong that it made the frail Haruka stagger back 2 steps, almost falling to her knees. She stood there, aggrieved. Big brother, you've been working so hard lately. I wanted to make this meal to thank you. I put a lot of heart into it. Won't you just try one bite? You felt your fists slowly clenching, but a terrible voice popped into your head. When she's begging like that, the sound of her crying and screaming is truly beautiful. It's such a great way to relieve stress. You shuddered. What kind of sick thought is that? You bit your tongue hard, the sharp pain helping you struggle to stay clear-headed. But just then, Haruka approached again and grabbed your sleeve once more. You felt something was wrong and shoved her away, howling, "Get lost! Who do you think you are? Just because you cooked a meal, I have to eat it?" You then turned and grabbed her by the collar, growling like a wild beast. "Say that again." You pushed her hard, trying your best to control the urge to punch her, and walked quickly toward the bedroom. But Haruka ran a few steps and threw herself at you, hugging your arm tightly from behind. Her voice was tearful. "Big brother, did I do something wrong? Am I causing you too much stress? I'm sorry, I won't go to school anymore. I'll go out and get a job tomorrow." You stood there, saying nothing. Her tears fell down like rain. "Do you hate me that much? Can you not do this? Please don't throw me away." Warm tears dripped onto your skin, flowing down. This warm touch snapped you back to reality. The malice in your eyes gradually dissipated, and you said in a low voice, "I'm sorry I was too harsh. Let's eat." She smiled. "Big brother, let me get you chopsticks," she asked coaxingly. "I'll go boil some noodles, okay?" You felt a pang of sadness and nodded silently. 10 minutes later, as you held the bowl of noodles, you heard Haruka ask, "Big brother, please don't hate me, okay?" You swallowed the noodles. "You're my personal cash cow, why would I hate you? No matter what, you have to stay in school," you said. "Without a degree, it'll be hard for you to earn me 1,000,000 yen. Don't talk about dropping out and getting a job again." Haruka seemed relieved and gave a small, light fist pump. "Okay, I'll study hard and earn money for you to spend." She used her chopsticks to place a piece of braised pork into your bowl. "Big brother, don't just eat the noodles, eat the meat too." You were momentarily lost in thought. This was the second time someone had served food into your bowl. The first time was in your past life. You had always been a solitary child, smelling of neglect, with neither family nor friends. In the cafeteria, you always only bought a bowl of rice and a bowl of free soup, eating your meal alone in a corner until your second year of high school, when you got a new deskmate. The girl with the ponytail smelled of gardenias. She took a piece of braised pork from her stainless steel tray. "You can't just eat rice, you know. Have some meat." That night, your dreams were filled with the scent of gardenias. You felt as if you had developed a crush on her. Sadly, her grades were too good. Before long, she transferred to the honors class. From then on, you never saw her again. Later, you went to college, took out student loans, and began a life of working while studying. You often thought of that girl, but time is heartless. Her face became just a blurred shadow in your memory. However, at that moment, the shadow suddenly became clear. The face transformed into Haruka's. You were so startled by this absurd thought that you shuddered, and the noodle broth in your hand spilled out. Seeing you dazed and then suddenly shuddering, Haruka asked worriedly, "Are you okay? You're really not yourself today." You smiled unnaturally. "I'm fine. Just remembered some things from the past." You busied yourself eating noodles while internally cursing yourself. "I'm damned. She's my sister. What kind of sick thoughts am I having?" Haruka thought the meal was heartwarming. She asked expectantly, "Is my cooking good today?" You nodded. "It's really good." This wasn't flattery. The things she made with care had genuinely improved in taste. You stood up. "You cooked. I'll wash the dishes." Haruka rushed to grab the bowls and chopsticks. "You're tired. I'll do it." Having said that, she carried them into the kitchen. Meanwhile, the wind outside grew louder, its shrieking chilling to the bone. After freshening up, you lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Perhaps the wind was too shrill, or perhaps Boss Fang's screams were still echoing in your ears. You were exhausted, but just couldn't drift off until you used the 4-7-8 breathing technique from your past life, finally allowing you to sleep. But in your haze, you suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. You rolled out of bed. The room was pitch black, the darkness thick as if it were a physical substance. You groped for the switch, but the light didn't come on. Did the storm knock out the power lines? Just then, the knocking grew louder, carrying a frantic tone. You shouted, "Haruka, is that you?" There was no answer, only the wind, wailing like countless monsters howling in unison. Bang, bang, bang! It was no longer knocking, it was someone pounding on the door with their fists. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the night, turning the bedroom into daylight. Thunder rumbled, shaking the door panels. However, after the thunder, the heavy pounding stopped. Just as you breathed a sigh of relief, the next second, the bang, bang, bang returned. You frowned. This isn't right. This isn't Haruka. At her height, she wouldn't be pounding at this position. You mimicked the height on the door. The person outside was at least 185 centimeters tall. Then, the pounding turned into urgent kicking. This wooden door wouldn't last much longer. Your eyes turned cold. During a lull in the kicking, you turned the lock, pulled the door open, and threw a punch at whoever was outside. If it wasn't Haruka, there was no need for courtesy. Trespassing. Even if you injured them, it would be self-defense. The black shadow outside muffled a grunt, but lunged at you more fiercely, instantly knocking you to the ground as you both began to brawl. At that moment, another bolt of lightning flashed. The man's face was illuminated, and you froze. The man looked exactly like you. The man saw your face and seemed shocked, his movements freezing. "Who are you?" you both asked simultaneously. "I'm Makita." You both spoke in unison. You muttered to yourself, "I understand now. It's a very surreal dream." But the other you looked full of malice. "Why am I like this when I wake up? I remember now. That girl made me a bowl of porridge, and it felt wrong when I ate it." You were still analyzing if this was your body's subconscious when the Chi, fierce house version of you suddenly laughed wildly. "I get it. You possessed me. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm not completely dead yet." He exerted force, pinning you to the floor and slamming a punch into your stomach. You reacted quickly, and after being pinned down, you used your forehead to slam into his nose with all your might. Both of you suffered heavy hits. The two identical faces showed the same painful expression, letting out screams in unison. Another thunderclap exploded. Meanwhile, Haruka was awakened by the violent storm. She opened her eyes, and the room was as dark as ink. She had always been afraid of the dark, feeling as if countless monsters were hiding in the shadows. Haruka shivered with fear, preparing to pull the blanket over her head. Suddenly, she heard a pained, monstrous shriek coming from the next room. "Big brother!" Her sleepiness vanished. Haruka, trembling, reached for her phone under the pillow, covering the flashlight with her fingers to let only a sliver of light leak through. She thought that if someone had broken into the next room, they wouldn't notice the faint light on her hand. She pressed her head against the wall and listened carefully. Another scream came from next door. It was definitely your voice. She scrambled to turn on the light, only to discover the power was out. Haruka gritted her teeth and pulled open her bedroom door. The darkness seemed to be watching her with countless eyes. She took a deep breath, removed her hand from the flashlight, and the light flooded out. She quickly checked the locks, they were intact. But just then, another scream came from your bedroom. Could it be he's not being attacked, but is sick? Haruka rushed to your door and knocked. "Big brother, what's wrong? Open the door." Meanwhile, inside the room, you had separated and were standing off against each other in the darkness. The fierce version of you spoke first. "Kid, where are you from?" You panted. "That's none of your business." He pressed forward. "Save your strength. I've been brawling on the streets since I was a teenager. I've touched countless people. You can't be my match." You chuckled. "I've been fighting bullies since I was 7. I've met countless difficulties in this life, but I've never backed down. If you don't believe me, try it." Before the words were out, you were brawling again, every move ruthless, until another scream echoed and you both parted, breathing heavily. The fierce version of you had the upper hand due to superior brawling techniques. He sneered. "I told you, you're no match for me. You have no attachments in this world, why persist? Because of her?" You didn't answer, just gasped for air. He laughed, a terrifyingly eerie sound. "Our consciousnesses are both in this body now, our minds are connected. Even if you don't answer, I know." You finally spoke. "So what?" He suddenly laughed wildly. "That girl is a murderer. She drugged my porridge." A murderer and a star-crossed loner who cursed everyone around her to death. You're brain damaged to be protecting her like this. Your eyes were cold. She's a good person. Her actions were forced by people like you. The fierce version of you muttered. "I was going to talk to you about us taking turns coming out. Like split personalities." You roared. "Scum like you don't deserve to live in this world." He clenched his fists, malice exposed. "Looks like we can't talk. I'm gonna kill you today." Your eyes sharpened. "I always felt this body was wrong, so you aren't completely dead. Then I'll have to ask you to go die again." Just then, Haruka outside curled her fingers and knocked on the door again. There was still no response. She pressed her ear tightly against the door. She listened carefully, and two voices sounding like you came from within. One laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha! Give up, Makita. Look at yourself. How much longer can you persist?" The other was you, roaring in pain. "You want to regain control of this body? Dream on! This body is mine! We're the same age, the same face. I'm you from a parallel world," you panted. "I will never give up. Never." Then came more screams. A chill went up Haruka's spine and she broke into goosebumps. She thought for a moment, then grabbed her phone, rushed into the kitchen and pulled the heavy-backed Chinese-style kitchen knife from the rack. She tested the edge. It was still incredibly sharp. In the next second, she gripped the handle in her right hand, grabbed the phone in her left, and rushed to your door, slamming her shoulder against it. The old wooden door wasn't sturdy, but she was too frail, and it took a lot of effort to break it open. She saw you collapse next to the closet, groaning in agony, the veins on your head popping out like twisted earthworms. Your mouth was spouting two different tones of sentences, sometimes calm, sometimes fierce. Haruka couldn't be mistaken about the latter tone. It's absolutely him. She placed her phone to illuminate the bedroom, then cradled your sweaty head in her arms. Your body was scalding and still trembling violently. Haruka's left hand pressed onto your throbbing temple to massage it, while her right hand slowly placed the cold kitchen knife near your throat. If you lost, she would not hesitate to draw the knife across your carotid artery. Just then, another bolt of lightning flashed, the blade giving off a dazzling cold light. The rain poured down and thunder rolled in. Half of Haruka's face was lit by the light, the other half hidden in shadow. She whispered, "I heard everything you just said. You're also named Makita. That's great. I know your name now." Then she held you even tighter, her voice becoming incredibly gentle. "Big brother, it's so dark outside, the thunder is so loud. Are you scared? How about I sing you a song?" You twitched suddenly, but she ignored it, continuing to massage your temple with her left hand while holding the knife in her right, and started to sing. "I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again, to cross the lies and embrace you." At this moment, your consciousness began to blur. Everything in the room turned into nothingness. Is he really not his match? Just as you thought that, the other you grabbed your collar and pulled you from the ground, laughing wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha! I told you! It's a waste of effort. It's only been a few days, and this girl has you so bewitched. You care about her that much? Then just go die together." At the critical moment, you used your final strength, raised your hand, and threw a punch at his face. But the opponent just scoffed. "Just these few moves? A laudable spirit, but a pity. This is my home field." Then he whispered in your ear, "If this body doesn't become a vegetable, I'll be sure to taste her for you. Then I'll take her to the roof and throw her off, let her go below to keep you company." Your eyes split with rage. "You scum! If you dare touch her, I'll kill you." Hearing this, tears slid down Haruka's face. "Thank you." But the other you laughed wildly. "So what if I'm scum? There aren't many good people in this world. You're like this. Who are you threatening?" The next second, his hand clamped onto your throat and began to exert pressure. "So you looked down on scum, but you still lost to one, didn't you?" You felt yourself falling rapidly, falling into a bottomless abyss where countless monsters roared, wanting to tear you to pieces. "Have I lost?" You gave up resistance, your form beginning to fade. The other, you, laughed. "I'm about to come back." However, in the fall, countless fragments flickered in your mind like a carousel. You promising the orphanage director, "I will get into college and send you a postcard after I graduate." You assuring the company leader, "I will definitely finish this plan." And most of all, you swearing to yourself, "I must send her to college. I can challenge and succeed in this wait. Could it be, even in this life? I can't do it." Climb over one mountain and you reach a higher one. If you really can't climb it, then die on the path. A scorching energy exploded from the deepest part of your soul, turning into a roar. "I definitely can." Can what? The other you looked astonished. How tenacious. Still not dissipated. But this is just a final flash of brilliance. Unexpectedly, you squeezed out all your strength, suddenly hugged him, and bit into his neck. The opponent let out an angry, pained howl as strands of glowing substance flowed from the bitten area, being sucked into you. Let go, you lunatic! The other you unleashed punches, everyone carrying the excruciating pain of destroying willpower. Your consciousness began to blur again, falling. Just then, a melodious song sounded in the darkness. It was Haruka. Why are days so short, while 100 years are filled with hardship? If I die, she won't survive. You opened your eyes suddenly, your unfocused vision regaining focus, your teeth biting down harder. No matter what, you would not let go. Transparent energy continued to pour from the other you into your mouth. Your body gradually solidified, while the other you began to fade and become transparent. Damn it, let go! He threw punches desperately, everyone landing where it hurt the most, just as he had once treated Haruka. I will definitely win. Definitely. The other you's punches continued to land, but the force was clearly weakening, his body becoming thin and transparent. Horror finally appeared on his face. No, this is impossible. It shouldn't be this way. You suddenly let go, grabbed his collar, raised your fist, and sneered. Your home field? You threw a punch, then another. He crumbled instantly, beginning to beg for mercy. Spare me. You can keep me. I'll come out when there's a fight. Your eyes were cold. I'll lose to scum? Then another punch. You liked hitting people. You didn't know how many times you'd hit him. His form flickered like a poor signal television screen. Using your remaining strength, you threw the final punch. Please, you scum, go die again. I beg you, spare me. With a pop, his image shattered like a bubble. You let out a long breath. Sister, I won. You panted heavily, then passed out. Haruka threw away the knife, cradling your head, her tears falling. Big brother, big brother. When you woke up, you found yourself lying on the bed. A hangover-like headache pulsing in your brain, but the foul aura that had been lingering in your chest was gone. You pressed your throbbing temple hard, pulled yourself together, and got out of bed. Walking out of the bedroom, you wondered, why is the door broken? That kicking in the dream? How could it affect reality? Haruka was sitting at the dining table reading. She used to read in her bedroom. This was the first time she was studying in the living room. Hearing the movement from the bedroom, she turned her head, pausing for a second. Big brother, you're awake. Before you could speak, Haruka spoke again. I've been working really hard lately. I'll definitely be able to catch up on everything I missed before school starts. You were momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality, and slammed the table. You'd better. If I find out you've been slacking off, I'll definitely punish you. Unexpectedly, she tilted her head and squinted. If I slack off, big brother, you'll punish me? You looked at her, confused. What's going on? I'm not awake? This coquettish tone gave you goosebumps and made your heart melt. Haruka continued with concern. You don't look well. How about you don't go out today? I'll make you lunch. You immediately pressed your temple, mimicking the original owner's fierce tone. Who wants that? However, she just put on a pitiful expression, and you couldn't take it. You quickly grabbed the English book from her hand. Let me check how well you've memorized the text. Haruka responded fluently. Clearly, she had put in hard work. You nodded, though you still tried to be cold. It's... all right. But remember, if you slack off, I'll punish you. She immediately pretended to be afraid, shrinking her shoulders and whispering, I know. Seeing her reaction, you finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the bedroom. But the moment you closed the door, Haruka's smile could no longer be hidden. Do you have any idea your cover is blown? Still acting? Do you even know what his English level was before? He couldn't even understand a complete sentence. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling involuntarily. Life is getting more and more interesting. You took a nap, and after eating the lunch you prepared, you went out. You stay home and study. I'm going out. Haruka just nodded. Okay, stay safe. This girl is definitely not right. You felt even more suspicious, but she had already turned to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Until the motorcycle sounds faded away downstairs, Haruka lay on the floor, reaching under the bed. In the next second, she pulled out a lipstick. This lipstick. She had actually dug it out of the trash bag. Today, she didn't know why, but she really wanted to try it out. Even though she was alone at home, she felt guilty, looking around the house again to confirm you were really gone before closing the bedroom door and pulling the curtain shut halfway. She sat at the table and took out the cracked mirror from the drawer, carefully applying the lipstick to her lips. In the mirror, that red tint mixed with pale pink made her lips look like petals full of dew. She couldn't help but chuckle. It's pretty, just like Mom's. However, the next second, her mother's warning before her death exploded in her ears. Child, don't believe in true love in this world. Otherwise, when you discover it's all fake, you will die. In an instant, the image of her mother's suicide flooded her mind. The delicate hairstyle, the rope around her neck, and the protruding tongue like an evil spirit. Her foster mother had covered her eyes. Yuka, don't look. But how could she not? That was the mother who had raised her for 9 years. Thinking of this, Haruka reached out and wiped away the lipstick, the crimson on her fingertips, shocking. But she looked in the mirror and spoke word by word. Mom, he is different. I want to believe one last time. Meanwhile, you filled your motorcycle with gas, bought a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, and headed straight for Tokai 3rd Middle School. It was an old, prestigious school with high college entrance rates, but the pressure was also immense. Haruka could have gone to a much easier school, but she had chosen this most difficult path herself. This girl was truly hard on herself. You couldn't help but sigh. Even with her books and assignments often being torn up, the fact that she could pass the entrance exam here was simply a miracle. You parked the bike and were about to enter, but were stopped by the security guard. Without a word, you slipped in the pack of cigarettes. Big brother, just asking, do you have the phone number for the school's academic director? The guard took the cigarettes and finally asked what was going on. You explained, my sister has been sick for over 3 months, plus summer vacation she hasn't been to school for nearly 4. I want to ask the director about the situation. What procedures are needed for reinstatement? You had searched online before and knew the academic director handled such things. The guard, hearing it wasn't a major issue, gave you the contact information. You dialed it cautiously. Sure enough, the director's reasoning was fully sound. A semester was only 4 or 5 months. Haruka had missed too much, and the curriculum moved fast. Reinstatement would mean she couldn't keep up and would drag down the school's prestigious college entrance rate. You guaranteed repeatedly that she was hardworking at home and would definitely catch up. Unexpectedly, the director relented. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come find me now for a face-to-face talk. Seeing a chance, you immediately rode to the Ramon apartment complex. Following the address, you knocked on the door. The person who opened it was a pot-bellied, middle-aged man, Cho Chang. You quickly handed over the 2 bottles of Bawangzui liquor. Director Chang, just a little local specialty, no disrespect intended. But Chang didn't take them and didn't let you in. Instead, rolling his eyes. There was something else stuffed inside. You could only laugh along. Just a bit of local specialty, not much. Who knew Chang would take the liquor box, look at it, and sneer as he threw it back into your arms. I am upright and clean. I don't play these games. Then, about my sister's school. Go back and wait for news. Chang impatiently reached to close the door. You quickly squeezed half your body in. Director Chang, is it that the local specialty I brought doesn't suit your taste? Tell me what you like, and I'll get it for you. Chiang then spoke lightly. Processing your reinstatement takes effort and is infuriating. Eating some organic vegetables to cool the internal heat. That's not too much to ask, right? You nodded quickly. Not too much. My hometown has wild vegetables. I'll bring you some. But he held up 2 fingers. Our school is a prestigious one, not a place you come and go as you please. Think clearly before you come back to find me. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Where am I gonna get 20,000 yen for him? Since the academic director route was blocked, you had to ride back to the school. Then, another pack of yellow Crane Tower. You traded it for the contact information of Haruka's music teacher. This Miss Sue had a very solid background, as long as she was willing to help. Reinstatement would definitely be possible. If you had a choice, you really didn't want to find her, because the original owner had offended her too deeply. You had no other choice, so you steeled yourself and dialed her number. Meanwhile, Ms. Shu was worrying in front of a pile of vegetables she'd bought at the supermarket. The kitchen counter was almost full. As she washed the vegetables, her beautiful long hair kept falling. She used the back of her hand to push it up, but the next second, it slid down again. At this moment, you didn't know that on the other end of the phone, Shu Yan was playing around in the kitchen with her close friend, Ran Zhong. Ran, stop watching dramas and come help. Ran, wearing silk pajamas, walked over with a smile. She bowed in a mock courtly manner. At your service, my lady. Kaya's eyes lit up. Let me inspect you tonight to see if you're even more enviable. Unexpectedly, Ran instantly switched into dominant CEO mode. She pinched Kaya's chin. You want to climb into my bed tonight? Ha! You aren't qualified yet. She even took the hair tie from her wrist and shoved it into Kaya's hand. There's 2 million yen on this card. Take it and kill that thought. Kaya immediately got into character, hugging Ran's neck and pouting. My heart only belongs to you. Ran looked at her with a wild, arrogant expression. Your heart is too cheap. It doesn't catch my eye. The two laughed and joked for a while. Ran began to wash the vegetables, and Kaya prepared to chop them. Just then, her phone, which she had placed aside, rang. Kaya answered it on speakerphone without thinking. Hello? Who is this? Hearing the voice, you immediately spoke up. Hello, Miss Kaya. I am Haruka's brother. I want to have her reinstated at school, so I've come to ask for your help. As soon as the words left your mouth, the atmosphere on the other end of the line exploded. Kaya's angry voice came through, her face flushed red as she roared in the most vicious tone possible. You know you're shameless, don't you? Goodbye! Click. The call was hung up fiercely. You hadn't even reacted yet. When you tried to call back, you found you had already been blocked. You had no idea that after hanging up, Kaya hadn't just blocked you. She had directly set her phone to reject all calls from unknown numbers. Ran, next to her, asked curiously, who has the talent to make our sensible Miss Kaya this angry? Kaya complained while cutting vegetables. Don't mention it. It's the jerk brother of one of my students. He's incredibly shameless. She exaggeratedly told her friend about the jerk things you had done before, but from beginning to end, she never clearly stated what the jerk's name actually was. Ran, on the other end, sighed. She looked at Kaya. Kaya, that jerk might have ulterior motives, but Haruka is innocent. Getting more education is never bad for a girl. You should just speak to the principal. Since Kaya's father was the second in command at the Board of Education, one word from her would surely seal the deal. However, Kaya sighed. Still so soft-hearted. How are you going to survive in the entertainment industry being this kind? Ran changed the subject. Fine. The President Ran allows you to climb into my bed tonight. Woman, are you satisfied? Kaya feigned surprise. Ran, your nature is just too bold. But Ran just laughed. You can't do anything anyway. At most, you can compare sizes and ask me for my secrets. Kaya turned bright red and quickly changed the subject. Actually, there's no need to even talk to the principal. The next second, the revelation from Kaya was something you could never have imagined. She had already arranged a medical leave for the child. Now, you just needed to obtain a certificate of recovery to cancel the leave and return to school. Ran pointed at her. You said I was soft-hearted, but you already helped her. Kaya gritted her teeth. I'm not helping that jerk. I just don't want a child to lose the opportunity for an education. That jerk doesn't know what he's planning, so I refuse to answer his calls. I'll make him anxious. When school's about to start, I'll go find Haruka myself. At this moment, you knew nothing of this. You made several calls, but the receiver was filled with a busy signal. Only then did you realize you had been blocked. Unwilling to give up, you opened the social app and searched for Ms. Kaya by her phone number. Her profile picture was of a beautiful woman playing the piano in an evening gown. It was her, but her account was set to "Do not accept new friends." This left you completely stumped. Luckily, it was only July 28th, over a month before school started in September. You hardened your heart. You needed a two-pronged approach. Either convince the academic director with 20,000 yen or find a way to win over Ms. Kaya. But it seemed you had offended Ms. Kaya too deeply. Winning over the director had a higher probability of success. You couldn't waste more time, so you decided to immediately don the yellow robes, start delivering food to earn money. You were already familiar with the process. Download the app, register, upload your ID, it all happened in one go. You became a tireless machine, running deliveries from 8 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. Just as you were about to clock out, a new order popped up on your phone. The pickup location was actually the Xiang meat shop, in the eastern suburbs, over 20 kilometers away. Not only that, but the delivery time was only 1 hour, and it required passing through a dangerous construction zone. You had accepted a delivery no one else dared to touch. Most of the construction area was sealed off, leaving only a bumpy, uneven path. It was no wonder no one else would take it. You cranked up the throttle and raced all the way there. Upon arriving, you found the shop was hidden away and only did takeout, no dine-in. You had to call the owner to find the location. Who knew that as soon as you walked in, the owner took a bottle of water from the counter? New face? Have a drink. You were naturally cautious. You shone a light through it, and once you were sure it was fine, you chugged it down. The owner raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother, you know your stuff. You just smiled and left with the food. It was already early morning on the return trip. Having not used the restroom all afternoon, you couldn't take the bouncing on the bumpy road any longer. Seeing the area was deserted, you ducked into the bushes by the road to relieve yourself. Just then, the bushes nearby shook violently, as if a pair of eyes were staring at you. You broke into a cold sweat, but once you started, you couldn't stop. Once you finished, you quickly pulled up your pants and ran toward your motorcycle, but a black shadow suddenly darted out, blocking your path. You were startled. You looked closer and saw it was a dog covered in blood. Its neck was tightly bound with wire. It could only let out low whimpers from its throat, a pair of eyes looking at you full of pleading. You immediately understood this guy had likely run away from the nearby meat shop, but you couldn't hold it anymore, so you went around to the other side to continue. After finishing, you got on the bike and looked back. Unexpectedly, the dog leaned over again, lying on the ground, whimpering incessantly. You couldn't help but curse. My luck today is truly terrible. I haven't figured out Haruka's school situation yet, and now I've bumped into you. You sighed, your heart in internal conflict. The owner had just given you a bottle of water, but after all, this was a life. After a moment of hesitation, you finally stepped forward to touch the dog's head. I'll untie the wire around your neck, but you aren't allowed to bite me. To your absolute shock, the dog seemed to understand, nodding heavily at you. Its IQ is this high, you were stunned. You gave its head a good scratch to satisfy your curiosity. All right, kid, hurry home! Just as you let that human-like dog go. On the other side of the city, a storm was brewing. A second ago, Kaito was singing and enjoying her time with her friend Ran, but the next second, a phone call plunged her into an ice cellar. My mom lost Laifu. Laifu wasn't an ordinary dog. It was a 2-year-old rough collie, as smart as a family member. It was the dog Kaya had carefully chosen to keep her mother company. Hearing that her family was lost, Kaya panicked, quickly changing her clothes to go out. Her friend Ran didn't hesitate, deciding to go with her and even preparing to launch her influencer social media account to search the entire internet. The two raced home in a vehicle, comforting the nearly broken mother, Ma Shuyao, upon arrival. Immediately, they posted a massive reward notice online. The reward amount, a full 10,000 yen. In their eyes, Laifu, the family member, was worth that price. However, they searched everywhere they had lost the dog, but found nothing. The longer time dragged on, the more dangerous Laifu's situation became. Kaya shouted in desperation, "If we drag this out, Laifu might get stewed by someone. I have to ask my cousin for help." Her cousin held a significant rank in the police force. Finally, there was hope, but just then, her father, Shu Yi, who had just returned home from work, barked an angry opposition. Absolutely not. No asking Ma Jianfeng for help. Do you know how tight police resources are? It's just a lost dog. Are we going to waste police power on this? A single sentence sent the atmosphere in the house into a deep freeze. The mother, Ma Shuyao, was full of self-blame, only then revealing the truth. She had been walking the dog and got distracted by a phone call for too long, which is how Laifu was lost. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Laifu's collar had a GPS tracker installed, and its location could be tracked on a phone. But when the family followed the location to the destination, everyone was stunned. The tracker's endpoint was by the lake. Obviously, someone had deliberately removed Laifu's collar and thrown it into the lake. The trail had gone cold here. Ma Shuyao's tears broke the dam. "It's all my fault. If Laifu gets stewed, what will we do?" Her friend Ran quickly comforted her. Laifu is a purebred collie. It's highly likely it's been absorbed into the pet market. The chance of it being stewed is very small. But Kaya's anger could no longer be contained. She roared at her father, Shu Yi. "I'm just asking my cousin for a favor after work. How is that misusing public resources? You're always making such a big deal out of nothing. Shu Yi slammed the table. I said no, and that means no. Seeing father and daughter about to fight, Ran quickly grabbed Kaya. She knew Uncle Shu was at a critical point for his promotion and couldn't afford any mistakes. For the sake of a future, the life of a dog seemed so insignificant at that moment. Night fell, and the family sank into anxiety and despair. However, just when the Kaya family was at their wits' end, they had a fated encounter with that lost collie. You were just about to get on your motorcycle and leave when the dog suddenly bit down on your pants. You panicked. Don't bite, don't bite. If you break them, it'll cost me money. I've already lost 2 packs of cigarettes today. Unexpectedly, the dog actually let go and began bowing to you repeatedly. This is too human-like. You hesitated for a moment, and ghost-like, you opened a shopping app to check the price of dog food. The next second, you stood up to leave. Sorry, we aren't a match. Goodbye, I still have to support my sister. You got on the bike and ruthlessly rode a distance away, but finally couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. That one glance made your heart tremble. The dog was putting its remaining strength into chasing you, limping, its eyes full of pleading. It was pitiful to the extreme. I'm sorry. I have no money and no energy to raise you, you muttered to yourself. Raising a dog costs money, time, and effort. What if it goes crazy and bites my sister? While finding countless reasons to refuse, you kept driving. But after going only a dozen meters, you slammed on the brakes. Then, you turned your head and shouted loudly at the dog. Kid, I'll take you with me. The dog clearly understood. It's spirit lifting. It quickly ran to your bike. You patted the back seat. Get on, I'll ride slowly. Unexpectedly, the dog bowed to you first, as if thanking you for saving its life, and then climbed steadily onto the back seat. What shocked you even more was that once the motorcycle started, it knew to keep its balance by resting its 2 front paws on your shoulders. You couldn't help but mutter, it's truly become human. But with this new recruit, you didn't dare to drive fast, and you were about to be late for this delivery. You parked the bike and instructed sternly, don't move, I'll be right back. Unexpectedly, the dog actually nodded. You raced all the way and finished the late-night delivery at the very last second. But just as you breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the bike, you were stunned by the scene before you. Your new recruit was actually confronting a security guard. The security guard wanted to lock your bike, so the dog bared its teeth at him, letting out low growls from its throat with a fierce expression. The security guard instantly backed down. You quickly went up to apologize, and the guard left with a parting threat. You patted the dog's head. Not bad, brother. You're quite useful. The dog instantly displayed a proud expression. You decided to give it a name to go by. From now on, you're with me. Let's call you Dog Egg. Easy to raise. Dog Egg? I protest. You slammed your foot down. Objection overruled. That's it. Dog Egg was so angry it barked repeatedly. Afterward, you rode to a convenience store to buy hot dogs and mineral water. You ate 1, drank half, and left the rest for it. Once fed and satisfied, Dog Egg's spirit clearly improved. You carefully checked its wounds. Fortunately, they were only skin deep. You found a 24-hour pharmacy, bought some vodka, and treated its wounds yourself under a street lamp. With sand and dirt in the wounds, Dog Egg winced but lay perfectly still, because it knew you were saving it. Only then did you notice that while it had lost a lot of fur, the remaining hair was shiny and bright. The breed was absolutely extraordinary. How did such a precious dog fall to this? When you arrived home, it was already 1 a.m. The entrance light had been left on for you, and the water on the table was already cold. You weren't thirsty, but you drank it all in one go. You patted Dog Egg's head and pointed to your bedroom, warning it in a low voice. I'll introduce you to my sister tomorrow, but you remember, if you dare bite her, I'll stew you immediately. If you dare hurt her, I'll stew you and eat the meat. Dog Egg nodded, stood up, and pawed at the door lock. The poor quality lock was already broken. Dog Egg looked at it with confusion, then found a corner to lie down. You showered and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When you woke up the next day, you felt something furry and were startled into full wakefulness. In the blink of an eye, you saw Dog Egg drooling while watching you, its eyes clearly stating, I'm hungry. You shooted off the bed and went to the living room. Haruka was already sitting on the sofa reading, looking much better. She just raised an eyebrow when she saw a dog crawl out of your room. Not asking much, you took the initiative to explain. Picked it up on the side of the road. It's smart. Egg, say hello. Dog Egg immediately bowed obediently and crouched down. Hearing the name Dog Egg, the corners of Haruka's mouth couldn't help but curl. I'll boil some noodles for him. However, when a bowl of plain boiled noodles was placed in front of it, Dog Egg stared at the bowl with a look of utter hopelessness. Only then did you find out. At its old home, it used to eat meatballs, chicken breast, and shredded carrots in the morning. You threw up your hands in helplessness. No choice, this is the condition of our house. Dog Egg had to aggrievedly swallow the first noodles of its dog life out of a plastic vegetable basin. After the meal, you prepared to go out to deliver food, but Dog Egg insisted on following you, refusing to listen no matter what you said. With no choice, you had to take it with you. Who knew that as soon as you got downstairs, it would happily run to a telephone pole to happily mark its territory. No matter how you called, it wouldn't leave. The looks of disdain from passers-by made your face burn with embarrassment. After finally waiting for it to finish, you arrived at the station. During the meeting, the manager actually praised you in front of everyone, saying that as a rookie, your delivery data from yesterday was simply astronomical. You humbly replied that your bike was just fast, but the manager's tone suddenly changed. The station is currently holding a competition, and we need to unify our image. As soon as the manager finished, a helmet with a bamboo dragonfly was handed to you. You had to put away your own helmet, put on a short-sleeved shirt with the kangaroo logo, and start your day's work wearing this ridiculous helmet. Dog Egg was surprisingly sensible, guarding the bike and waiting for you every time. However, while passing a 10-yen store, Dog Egg suddenly threw a tantrum, lying at the door and refusing to leave. You followed its gaze and saw it pointing at a pair of sunglasses on the shelf. You gave in and had to go in to buy them for it. Who knew the owner would say the second pair was half price? You just bought a pair for yourself as well. A ridiculous scene appeared on the street. You riding the motorcycle, with Dog Egg behind you, resting its paws on your shoulders, wearing the same sunglasses, looking wild and cool. The bamboo dragonfly on your head spun at high speed, and it would occasionally reach out to poke it, playing happily. Sure enough, this scene was filmed and posted online with the title, Life, the Delivery Guy, and His Dog. Watching the video, an idea exploded in your mind. If I turned Dog Egg into an influencer dog, wouldn't earning money be simple? Eating a bun, you stroked the dog's head and solemnly announced, "Brother, I'm counting on you from now on." After speaking, you immediately registered an account and filmed the first video of it, forced to act cute. But right after you uploaded the video, the algorithm pushed a missing dog notice to you. You looked closer and your heart skipped a beat. 10,000 yen reward for finding the dog. You looked at the photo, then at Dog Egg, and tentatively called out, "Laifu?" Unexpectedly, Dog Egg barked excitedly. Your heart leapt with joy, but you couldn't help but call out Dog Egg, and it actually barked excitedly to that too. You picked up the photo to compare carefully. The Laifu in the photo had beautiful shiny fur and wore a little vest. But the Dog Egg in front of you had bald patches, scabs around its lips, and eyes full of gunk. You sighed. The more you looked, the less they seemed to match. You were face blind when it came to dogs and simply couldn't tell they were the same one. Just like that, the 10,000 yen reward and the chance for Dog Egg to go home were pushed away by your own hand. Meanwhile, Dog Egg's real owner, Kaya, was nearly crazy with worry. She couldn't sit still anymore, rushing into the park with the missing dog poster, swearing to find Laifu. Ran and Mashuyao followed immediately, and the three began visiting people in the park. 2 hours later, an old man practicing Tai Chi provided a key clue. He said he had seen a dog lying on the ground yesterday, and a man in a baseball cap picked it up and put it in a minivan. Kaya's heart sank. This was definitely a dog thief, but the old man hadn't seen the license plate number clearly, and the surveillance nearby was useless. The trail went cold again. Kaya's heart plunged to the bottom. If Laifu was sold to the dog meat market, it would be all over. Meanwhile, you had just finished a delivery when you found 4 strangers standing by your motorcycle. You didn't know yet that your forced to act cute video had gone viral, with over 20,000 likes. By coincidence, these 4 were fans of Ran. One of the girls had seen your video and recognized Dog Egg as the Laifu that Ran was looking for. She immediately messaged the account owner and confirmed your activity range. They put their heads together and decided to wait for you like waiting for a rabbit. Sure enough, this crude method actually worked. That afternoon, when you appeared again on your bike with Dog Egg, they immediately stopped a taxi. Driver, follow that motorcycle. The driver floored it. After some flashy maneuvering, he slammed on the brakes, blocking you directly. The driver proudly bragged, "How was that?" You were confused by this sudden situation. Before you could react, the 2 men and 2 women charged out of the car, surrounding you. Meanwhile, the 4 of them had paid and gotten out, lining up next to your motorcycle. One boy took out his phone to call the police, saying he'd caught a dog thief. Another girl was gagging while excitedly messaging Ran. "Found it! It's on the motorcycle! We've surrounded him!" Ran was overjoyed upon receiving the message and immediately called Kaya. Kaya, hearing the news, couldn't even wait to meet up, rushing directly to you in her vehicle, foot to the floor. But none of them knew you were currently being harassed by a ridiculous customer. You had just finished the delivery when a fat woman insisted you had spilled her rice, demanding compensation, or she would file a complaint. You were speechless. Your deliveries were always steady. The packaging didn't even have a single oil stain on it. So you took photos with your phone as evidence to appeal to the platform. But unexpectedly, the woman tore open the seal right in front of you, poured the rice into a plastic bag, and took a photo herself. "Look," she said, "isn't it spilled? Where else would the rice in the bag come from?" She then picked up her phone and pretended to make a call. "Director Chang? It's that shop I told you about." You sneered internally. The call didn't even go through. Who was she acting for? You couldn't be bothered to waste time and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, she grabbed your arm, her sweaty hand making you feel absolutely disgusted. She didn't let go, dragging you into the elevator. The elevator was filled with a thick smell of body odor that nearly suffocated you. She continued to spew nonsense in your ear. "Do you know how much money my house is worth? Would I take advantage of you for this much? One word from me and you'll be out of a job." You tried your hardest to hold your breath, not daring to say a word for fear of throwing up. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and you ran out like you were fleeing for your life, breathing heavily. But just as you were about to rush to your bike, 4 figures suddenly blocked your way, shouting in unison, "Don't move!" Your head felt like it was going to explode. What kind of gods are these? Before you could react, the nauseating body odor from behind caught up to you like a shadow. The fat woman grabbed your arm again. "Is this place a nest of plagues today?" You held back the fire in your heart and roared at the 4 people in front of you. "Why are you blocking my bike?" A girl stood up and pointed at you. "You thief! You stole someone else's dog! We've already called the police. Before they get here, you aren't leaving," another boy chimed in. "We've taken your license plate number. You can't run." You were about to explain, but the fat woman snapped at the 4 of them. "Don't you know who came first? I don't care what you have to do. I have to settle my business with him first." You couldn't be bothered to deal with her and looked directly at the students. "Do you know whose dog this is?" The girl nodded. You leaned over and asked Dog Egg, "Egg, do you know her?" Dog Egg shook its head decisively. Just then, the fat woman squeezed between you and the 4 students, blocking the path. A breeze blew, and the smell of her body odor filled the air instantly. The 4 students, who had just caught their breath, turned away and started retching uncontrollably. The fat woman didn't notice, pointing at your nose and scolding. Seeing this, Dog Egg jumped off the bike seat and bared its teeth at her. Unexpectedly, the fat woman wasn't afraid at all, kicking Dog Egg directly. Dog Egg whimpered, screaming as it hid behind you. So much for being so big, you thought. The girl grew anxious and shouted at the woman, despite her nausea. "How can you treat Leifu like that? Do you know who owns Leifu?" The fat woman put her hands on her hips, unleashing full power. "It's just a dog. I'll kick it if I want. Why do you care so much? Is it your boyfriend?" When this was said, the girl was trembling with anger. The other 3, seeing their companion insulted, turned and joined the war of words. Unfortunately, 4 well-behaved college students were no match for this shrew. They were immediately flushed red and unable to fight back. Just as the fat woman was triumphant, a car rushed over. Everyone finally found their anchor. "This person spilled my delivery and won't compensate." "She spilled it herself. Is she framing me?" "Officer, we caught a dog thief. This person insulted our character." I'm not a dog thief. I picked it up. The 6 of you were shouting into a mess. Dog Egg was also barking excitedly. The situation was out of control. The officer had a headache. It was simply impossible to mediate. Just then, a vehicle braked hard on the side of the road. The door opened, and a figure rushed down in tears, heading straight for the dog in your arms. Lai Fu! I finally found you. Lai Fu turned and rushed toward Kaya, excitedly jumping on her and licking her face wildly. Seeing this, it was clear she was the rightful owner. But in the next second, the students stared at you hatefully. It's someone else's important family member. Don't you have a conscience for stealing it like this? Just then, the officer turned to the fat woman. Regarding the food delivery, the evidence is complete. The food wasn't spilled. You go back. The fat woman still wanted to be tough, saying she knew Director Ching. Unexpectedly, the officer replied expressionlessly, Sorry, our director's surname is Ma. The fat woman then sneaked away. Now, only you and the dog matter remained. The 4 students were chattering, and you couldn't hear what they were saying. Not wanting to waste time, you spoke directly. Stop. Pick one representative to speak. They chose the girl as their representative, who explained the whole story of finding the dog. Meanwhile, Kaya looked at the wounds on Lai Fu and was heartbroken. It not only lost a lot of fur with large bald patches, but also had swollen marks on its lips where it had been tied with wire. Old grievances and new hatred welled up. She stared at you viciously, the jerk who had humiliated her before. She decided she had to teach you a lesson today. Kaya glared at you viciously. Tell me, how did you steal it? You knew the situation was against you, but explained calmly. When I was delivering food, I found it near a meat shop. I even treated its wounds. Kaya didn't believe it. She sneered on the spot. Could there be such a coincidence? No reader would believe such a coincidence. You insisted? It is that coincidental. If you don't believe it, look. Egg, come to me. Unexpectedly, just as the collie was about to move, Kaya shouted, Lai Fu, don't go. Lai Fu opened its innocent dog eyes, looked at you, then at her, and circled between the two. Stop standing here. Let's go to the station to solve this. Under the officer's order, you all headed to the station. Even your motorcycle was ridden away by a police assistant. Hearing that it was Kaya who lost the dog, the station immediately placed high importance on the case. It turned out that Kaya's cousin, Ma Jianfeng, was a detective captain known as the Desperate Guy in the police force. What was worse, Ma Jianfeng's father was the chief of this very station, and they had an uncle who was a martyr who died for the country. By reason and sentiment, this case had become a top priority. The most senior officer in the station, Officer Wang, handled it personally. Kaya spoke directly to him. Officer Wang, please punish this dog thief severely, or he won't learn his lesson. Officer Sato nodded. Then, he asked a critical question. How much was this dog worth? Kaya reported a figure. It cost over 10,000 yen to buy, and it comes with a pedigree certificate. After hearing this, Officer Sato's expression turned stern. Rest assured, this amount is sufficient to open a formal case. It's enough to make him pay. Kaya left behind a message. Contact me if there are any developments, and left with Lai Fu. Officer Sato immediately turned to call Detective Ma, recounting the entire situation. Immediately after, he walked over to you and said meaningfully, You brat, you really lack insight. Of all the dogs you could have stolen, you dared to steal the dog of Detective Ma's younger sister. You immediately defended yourself. I really didn't steal this dog. You need evidence to handle a case. Officer Sato didn't say much. Just told you to give your statement first. Who knew? After you finished the statement, Officer Sato looked it over carefully twice. He poured you a glass of water. Miss Kaya has requested that you be taught a lesson. Rest in the lobby for a while before you leave, so I can have an answer for her. You took the glass and sat down on the plastic bench. The next second, a man stormed in, eyes sharp and aura powerful. He went straight to Officer Sato. Old Sato, where is he? Officer Sato pointed in your direction. Detective Ma strode over, sat down next to you and grabbed your shoulder. Brat, you're out of luck. He put down the water glass. Just as you placed the glass on the chair next to you, a massive force suddenly struck. Detective Ma grabbed your collar and growled viciously. How dare you steal a dog from my sister's family? You have some nerve. Today I'm going to make sure you see what happens. But you just met his gaze and calmly spat out 3 words. "I didn't steal it." Officer Sato rushed over to intervene. "Chief Ma, the matter hasn't been investigated yet. Don't act impulsively." However, Detective Ma suddenly let go and laughed. "Relax, I'm just scaring him to see his reaction." He turned to Officer Sato and said, "There's an 80% chance he isn't lying." Officer Sato sighed in relief. "As expected of the Tiger of the Major Crimes Unit. I also feel he didn't steal it. But your sister insisted I teach him a lesson." Detective Ma stroked the stubble on his chin, lost in thought. Just then, you suddenly spoke up. "Is this the chief of the Major Crimes Unit?" Detective Ma nodded. You looked at him, word for word. "Chief, I have something I need to report to you. Let's find a place to talk privately." You glanced at Officer Sato. "It's about the dog case." Detective Ma became instantly interested. "Let's go to my car. We'll talk privately." Meanwhile, Kaya rushed into the animal hospital with Laifu. The veterinarian was shocked by the dog's wretched condition. Kaya cried, saying it was caused by a dog thief. However, before the examination, Laifu refused to move forward, looking back constantly, as if searching for you. After Kaya coaxed it for a long time, Laifu dejectedly accepted the examination. She sat outside and opened her social media, posting a message under your missing dog video. "Thank you everyone, I have found Laifu." Immediately after, she attached a photo of Laifu's scarred body, and the comment section exploded with people cursing the dog thief. Someone immediately asked who had stolen it. Kaya named you directly. The dog thief is a food delivery rider. The power of the internet is beyond imagination. A few minutes later, someone tagged her in the comments. "Look at this person's account." Kaya clicked on it, her pupils trembling. The delivery rider in the video, wearing a mask and sunglasses, was someone she could recognize even if he turned to ash. It was you. In the video, Laifu was bowing and acting cute, clearly unwilling. The title read, "Recording time spent delivering food with egg." Kaya was furious. "You not only stole it, but you also dared to post a video to show off. You even gave Laifu such a tacky name." Your comment section was completely overrun. The only video you had was filled with insults, every comment calling you a dog thief. However, someone spoke up for you, tagging another video creator and saying, "Go watch that person's latest video." In the video, you were riding your motorcycle delivering food while Laifu had its tongue out, enjoying the wind, its paws resting on the bamboo dragonfly on your helmet, happy as a child. How harmonious are this person and the dog? How could he be a dog thief? This guy is so handsome, he definitely isn't a dog thief. But these defensive arguments seemed pale and powerless in the face of the wounds Kaya had shown. Angry netizens immediately retorted, "Doesn't your conscience hurt from speaking for a dog thief?" In a flash, the voices defending you were completely drowned out. You were still completely unaware of this. A full half-hour later, the car door finally opened. You and Detective Ma stepped out one after the other. He looked grim, directly ordering Officer Sato. "Old Sato, let's go handle the case." Officer Sato grumbled, but obediently pulled up a brand new police car. You sat in the car, watching Officer Sato and Detective Ma lead their team into the meat shop. Officer Sato got straight to the point. "Where did the dog come from?" The owner acted unafraid, even trying to lecture them on the law. "There is no law against eating dog meat. My permits are all in order." Officer Sato interrupted him. "Don't be nervous. We're just asking if you've encountered any unusual people selling dogs lately." The owner tried to act tough, but Detective Ma's gaze was too sharp, as if it could see through everything. His heart faltered. He slapped his head. "Actually, there is. Someone came to sell dogs in a van. The price was cheap, so I bought them." The owner swallowed hard and continued. "One of their cages wasn't closed properly, and a few dogs ran out." He suddenly remembered something. One of the people said there was a precious breed there, and they needed to chase it down. But the other person said, "Forget it, don't cause trouble." Officer Sato immediately followed up. "Do you have any impression of what these people looked like?" The owner shook his head repeatedly. "They were all wearing baseball caps and masks. I couldn't see their faces." Detective Ma followed up. "What about the license plate number?" The owner's answer caused the trail to go cold again. "Don't remember. They were speaking standard Japanese. Just when everyone thought the trail was dead, the owner suddenly added, "However, because people always throw trash at our entrance, I installed surveillance. Not only is it there, but it's actually 1080p high-definition quality." Now, Officer Sato immediately noted down the license plate number. With this, catching the dog traffickers was just a matter of time. Immediately after, Detective Ma returned to the car and patted your shoulder heavily. "Your statement matches the owner's words. My sister really wronged you." You smiled. "It's unnecessary. As long as the matter is cleared up, that's enough." But Detective Ma was persistent. No, she's an adult and must take responsibility for her actions. Meanwhile, Kaya was happily feeding Leifu treats when her phone suddenly rang. She answered, her tone light. "Brother, is something wrong?" On the other end, Detective Ma's voice was extremely serious. "I've investigated Leifu's disappearance. It was the work of 2 dog traffickers. The station found their records. They're repeat offenders. The young man you sent over, he didn't steal the dog, nor is he an accomplice." Kaya's head buzzed. Her brother never lied. Since he said this, it must be true. She had truly wronged a good person. Detective Ma's voice came again. "He didn't lie. He really was the one who saved Leifu." A huge wave of guilt engulfed Kaya. She remembered the harsh words she had said and the comment section where you had been savaged by netizens. She couldn't sit still, grabbing her keys to head out. Leifu seemed to know where she was going and insisted on following. Ma Shuya was worried and asked Ran to go along. The two rushed to the police station. Detective Ma was waiting at the entrance. Kaya jumped out of the car in a hurry. "Brother, where is he?" Detective Ma laughed. "You said you wanted to teach him a lesson, so the station didn't dare to be slow. He's been handcuffed to the stairs for several hours." Hearing this, Kaya ran inside like a madwoman. Once inside, you were indeed handcuffed to the stairs, your posture so awkward you could neither stand straight nor crouch, forced to remain hunched over. When Leifu saw you, it excitedly rushed over, jumping on you affectionately. Your face was somewhat pale from the long torture. Officer Sato stepped forward to open the handcuffs with a fake smile. "Miss Kaya, as you ordered, we taught him a lesson. He's all yours now." You slowly straightened your aching back and patted Leifu's head. Kaya was full of guilt, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry. It was my fault for misunderstanding you." You just shook your head weakly. "It's fine, as long as it's cleared up." Just then, you, Officer Sato, and Detective Ma exchanged a knowing, secretive look. This moment was seen clearly by Ran, who was behind Kaya. She instantly became suspicious. Could these people have conspired to put on a show for Kaya? But that didn't make sense. The more she looked, the more she felt that you were a contradiction, filled with suspicious details. Detective Ma broke the thought process, speaking arrogantly. "All right." Detective Ma looked down at you. "My sister has apologized to you, so be content with that, brat," Officer Sato urged impatiently. "You can go. Do you need us to send you off?" You just offered a bitter smile. Kaya blew up on the spot. "Brother, he isn't a dog thief. Why are you acting like this?" The next second, she lowered her voice and turned to you. "I previously posted a reward. There was 10,000 yen for finding the dog. You saved Leifu, so I'll give you 15,000. Thinking of the slander against you online, she was full of apology. "It's all my fault for causing damage to your reputation. The 15,000 is the reward for saving the dog. The compensation for wronging you will be handled separately. Or is there anything else you need my help with? Just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." You were silent for a moment before finally speaking. Then, regarding my sister's return to school, Kaya immediately decided, "I had the director process a medical leave for her. She just needs a certificate of recovery. I'll help you take care of everything." You smiled. "Okay, thank you, Miss Kaya. Please continue to look after my sister in the future." Ran watched with interest, having an opportunity to ask for a favor, and the first thing he thinks of is his sister. On one side, the scum who forced his sister to drop out of school, as described by her friend. On the other side, the brother who cares for his sister everywhere in reality. The contrast was incredibly interesting, but Kaya felt this wasn't enough. "This request is too simple. Choose something else, or I'll give you more money. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight." You thought for a moment and spoke again. "Then, Miss Kaya, could you help me find a job?" Kaya was stunned. "You want to find a job?" You explained frankly, "I want to find a more relaxed job. My educational background is too low, and I want to have time to improve my credentials while working." As soon as these words were out, Officer Sato and Detective Ma, who had been disdainful, were stunned. Detective Ma even laughed loudly. "Good kid, you have ambition. Don't worry, my sister is soft-hearted and will definitely help you get it sorted." Kaya nodded immediately, took out her phone, and dialed a number. "Sister Akire, I'd like to ask for a favor. I have a friend." The woman on the other end didn't hesitate. "Sure, the shipping company at the wharf happens to be short a warehouse clerk." After hanging up, she sent the contact information. Kaya turned the phone to you. "You can go report for duty in a few days. I'll add you to my messaging app." Immediately after, Kaya sent you a phone number. "Call this number directly for the job, and feel free to contact me if you encounter any problems." You didn't expect her to have so much influence, sorting everything out for you so easily, and could only thank her repeatedly. With your sister's school situation resolved, your job sorted, and even hope for your education, Kaya, although she wronged you, was truly sincere and effective. In your eyes, Kaya's image instantly elevated. The next second, a notification sounded. Kaya transferred 15,000 yen to you with the thoughtful note, "Reward for saving the dog." You made a polite gesture, but seeing her persistence, you accepted it decisively. With your financial problems temporarily resolved, you had only 2 words in your heart: "Thank you, Laifu." But what you didn't expect was that Detective Ma, the tiger of the Major Crimes Unit, who had been so majestic, was now hovering next to Kaya like a fanboy. He asked eagerly, "Is the sister Akire you just mentioned? Akire Ching?" Kaya nodded. Detective Ma began rubbing his hands in excitement, his usually sharp gaze showing a youthful awkwardness. "I saw her once during a shift. She's truly unforgettable for a lifetime. Can you help your brother set up a meeting to get to know her?" He pressed his palms together, his voice softening. "Look, I'm already 31 and still a bachelor. My mother nags me every day. Whether it works out or not, I'll treat you to a month of fancy dinners." Kaya couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Her brother is Li Shujo, and her sister-in-law is Sukioi. She herself is a Ching family member. Compared to them, our family is miles apart. You have no chance. Detective Ma refused to give up. "Help me out. What if we hit it off?" Kaya thought about how he had been actively running around for Laifu's sake during his time off, and she softened again. On the other side, Laifu kept jumping on you. You squatted down, hugged it tightly, rubbed its head vigorously, and pressed your face against its face. "Our connection ends here. Live well with Miss Kaya from now on. Goodbye." You pulled away Laifu's paws, which were biting your pants, and climbed onto the motorcycle that the police assistant had ridden back. Just then, Kaya suddenly spoke up. "Let's have dinner together tonight and bring Akane with you." You initially wanted to refuse. Eating expensive meals was a waste of time, and you'd rather run more deliveries. But then you thought, this would not only let your sister have a good meal, but also help her get on good terms with Kaya, so you immediately agreed. Having set the time and place, you rode away on the motorcycle. The bamboo dragonfly on your head was still spinning, but the little dog that had held it with its paw was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Kaya and Ran drove away. You could finally delete that missing dog notice that had led to the online bullying. But after they left, Officer Sato poked Detective Ma with his elbow. "It wasn't good for you to put on a show like that, teaching that kid to use tactics to manipulate your sister." Unexpectedly, Detective Ma stretched. "Nothing is wrong with it. If it wasn't my sister, I wouldn't bother manipulating her." Officer Sato became instantly interested. Detective Ma's gaze sharpened. She and Makoto aren't on equal footing. With a casual sentence, she labeled someone a dog thief. If the person handling the case had been a bootlicker, that kid would have been finished. He sighed. "Look at his thrift store clothes. Think of how much money he lost by wasting this afternoon. A casual remark from her is a huge harm to others." Officer Sato suddenly realized. "So you wanted to help that young man secure compensation?" Detective Ma shook his head. "Yes and no, I have to make her feel guilty. Only then will she not be as impulsive when encountering similar situations in the future. Only then will she not harm others." Officer Sato sighed. "You kid, you're filled with schemes." He looked at the old injuries on Detective Ma's back and waist, unable to help but warn. "Don't be so reckless when handling cases." Unexpectedly, Detective Ma just waved his hand dismissively. "I'm off. It's hard enough to get a day off. I'm going home to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, he drove his sedan and disappeared into traffic. On the other side, you forced yourself to stay alert and finish 2 more deliveries before finally riding home. You didn't know that your sister, Akane, was already sitting by the window. Before, she was afraid of you coming home, but now she was afraid of you not coming home. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the motorcycle drifted in. She turned her head and looked down, seeing you putting your helmet into the storage box. She checked the time. 4:30 p.m. It was the first time you'd come home so early. Next, footsteps sounded in the hallway. The next second, you pushed open the door and called out softly, "Akane." A soft voice immediately came from the room. 2 words were enough to instantly make all your exhaustion vanish. You cleared your throat, forcing your tone to sound casual. "I have 2 pieces of good news. Your return to school is settled. Ms. Kaya said she'll handle it. Just go register when the time comes." Akane suddenly looked up, her wide, watery eyes filled with surprise. "Really? Thank you, brother." You felt a bit embarrassed by her gaze and immediately turned your head away. "It's Ms. Kaya's credit. It doesn't have much to do with me." But her eyes were sparkling, and she said firmly, "I know, brother. You must have put in a lot of effort." You didn't dwell on this topic and immediately threw out the second piece of news. "The dog I picked up was Miss Kaya's. I've already returned it to her. To celebrate, she wants to treat us to a fancy dinner. She specifically said she hadn't seen you in a long time and made me bring you along." "A fancy dinner? And bring me along?" Akane muttered to herself. An invitation that was completely normal to others was so foreign to her that she couldn't believe it. Watching her jump for joy, your heart blossomed, but you intentionally made an expression of disgust. "Look at your unrefined self. Don't embarrass me when we go out later." Unexpectedly, Akane just covered her mouth and laughed, dragging out a long tail. "I know, Tilda." This soft, lingering sound was like a feather, instantly causing ripples in your heart. However, at this moment, in a dim bar booth, Sunken was shaking a beer glass, looking at a video on his phone with a strange expression. "Dog thief?" Kyoko nodded. He was caught stealing a dog online. "He'd rather steal dogs and deliver food than get rich with you, Boss Ken." Sunken stared at you in the video and snorted, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Kyoko immediately caught on. "Boss Ken, do you want me to use some methods?" But Sunken shook his head. He finished the beer in one gulp. "I don't believe someone who has earned fast money can willingly endure poverty. Kyoko, find someone to keep an eye on him. I want to see what my brother is actually planning." You were completely unaware of this. Seeing the time was right, you called out, "Akane, let's go." The next second, Akane emerged from the room, having dressed up carefully. She did a spin in front of you and playfully asked, "I shouldn't embarrass you, should I?" You scanned her up and down and, against your better judgment, grunted, "It's passable. I suppose you'll do." Immediately after, you intentionally acted fierce. "Behave yourself while eating, or I'll beat you when we get back." Who knew she would just lower her head, pretending to be scared, while laughing to herself. Stupid brother. He really thinks he's a good actor. The 2 of you went downstairs acting out your roles. You took the helmet from the trunk and handed it to her, put on your own delivery helmet, started the motorcycle, and drove her to the restaurant. But while at a traffic light, a pedestrian crossed the road, and you slammed on the brakes. Akane gave a small cry, her entire body slamming straight into your back due to inertia. At that moment, both of your bodies froze. Your back went rigid, and the hand gripping the handlebars tightened until the veins bulged. Akane quickly pulled back, her cheeks burning. For the rest of the journey, you rode with extra care until you reached the restaurant entrance, where you saw Kaya and her friend Ran. Kaya was elegantly dressed, and Ran was fashionable and beautiful. The strong contrast made Akane subconsciously clench her dress, a flash of shame crossing her eyes. But she quickly pulled herself together and took the initiative to greet them. Miss Kaya. Kaya was instantly stunned. She couldn't believe that the girl with the glowing, rosy cheeks and light in her eyes was the same shy, retreating Akane. She couldn't help but look at you. Has this dog thief really turned over a new leaf? Kaya suppressed the incredulity in her heart and nodded with a smile. Akane, your brother must have told you about school, right? Akane smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Kaya." Kaya shook her head. "You should be thanking your brother. It's wonderful that he was able to think clearly." Meanwhile, Ran was eyeing you with an inquiring look. The first time she saw you, you were polite but distant. with a sense of ferocity in your brow. The second time she saw you, you were lazy and exhausted, filled with impatience. Later, you became a dog thief. But today, the hostility in your brow had completely dissipated, leaving only a sense of detachment and desolation, as if everything around you had nothing to do with you. What a strange person. Next, you followed Kaya into the restaurant. The prices here were extremely high. Akane just looked at the menu once and gasped to herself. You followed the waiter through a gallery of ink paintings to a simple, elegant booth. One wall was an entire lattice window carved from fragrant wood, facing the stage outside. After everyone was seated, a master of ceremonies in traditional robes pulled open the window. He drew out his voice. "Distinguished guests have arrived. Let the music begin." Before the tail end of his voice faded, he held a small mallet and lightly struck the chime bells. A clear, long-lasting chime rippled out like water. The stage lights lit up one by one, and over a dozen dancers in traditional robes appeared, standing as still as a painting, as if walking out from deep within the passage of time. The moment the ringing of the bells faded, the drums sounded. The dancers stood barefoot on the drum skins, turning like frightened geese. As they moved their bodies, the jade beads on their ankles struck the drum heads, creating a crisp rhythm. The distant, lyrical singing rose. "Deep, deep, my heart longs for you." It was the first time in 2 lives you'd seen such a performance up close. You were instantly shocked by this aesthetic. No wonder there were so many decadent kings in history. Who could withstand this? Just then, Ran picked up a candied fruit and smiled. The drum dance. "Kaya, you really went all out this time." Kaya just smiled. "It isn't cheap after all. The actors here are very expensive." Then, she changed the subject. "They say even the interns here have salaries of 10,000 yen. 10,000? Akane was instantly shocked. Once upon a time, she worked until she was exhausted at a restaurant, only earning 100 yen a day. Kaya looked at Akane and said word for word, "Akane, you have great natural talent. If you can get into college for further study in the future, you will definitely be able to stand on a stage like this. Earning 10,000 a month will be easy." You suddenly smiled. So that was it. Kaya had so many places to choose from, but she chose this place precisely to bring up these words. She was afraid you would force Akane to drop out and work again, so she used a case study of high earnings to persuade you. She really put in a lot of effort. Thinking of this, you picked up your teacup, a playful twist to your lips. "Miss Kaya, you've put in so much effort, I'll toast you." Immediately after, you made a promise in front of her. "Rest assured, since I've promised to let my sister go to school, I won't interfere with her again in the future. If she develops an interest in this area, I will support her." As soon as these words were out, Kaya's expression became vibrant. Kaya wasn't embarrassed, lifting her cup. "It's wonderful that you can think that way." You noticed that Akane beside you was secretly watching you. Her eyes were strange. Her sense of inferiority had dissipated, replaced by a sense of superiority you couldn't understand. Kaya refused to give up, pointing at Ran and saying to Akane, "Look at this beauty." She graduated from a top academy and became a star, earning hundreds of thousands a month easily. However, Ran waved her hand, advising Akane to study well. Then, Kaya revealed a bombshell. If it weren't for Ran offending someone and being blacklisted, who knows how glorious she would be now. Blacklisted? Ran was open-minded about it, treating it as a funny story. An investor once tried to take advantage of her. She didn't explain her feat in detail, only saying that she had used a lighter to set the other person's hair on fire, which was how she escaped. The words were simple, but the danger involved was unimaginable. As they chatted, the waiter began serving the food. You initially thought a place like this focused on performance, and the food would be ordinary. But when a table full of food was served, you realized you knew nothing about the lives of the wealthy. Spanish Iberico ham and Alaskan king crab. You immediately threw away your manners and started eating wildly, causing Akane to giggle beside you as if watching a starving ghost reincarnate. The meal was somewhat dull, but luckily, Ran began talking about the Laifu incident, and the atmosphere warmed up. Just as the meal was ending, the booth door opened. An owner over 50 with graying temples came in to pay his respects. He greeted Kaya, his gaze sweeping over Ran with a moment of amazement. but when it landed on Akane, he froze, his eyes filled with shock. "This young lady is truly beautiful, just like a star I used to follow." He stared intently at Akane, his tone becoming increasingly excited. "Especially the aura in her brows. It's too similar. I wonder if I might be honored to have an autograph?" Kaya smiled, assuming the owner was talking about Ran, and confidently guaranteed he would get one. Who knew the owner would wave his hands repeatedly, pointing directly at the Akane sitting next to you. "Miss Kaya, you've misunderstood. I was talking about this young lady." The moment the words left his lips, the private room fell silent. The owner immediately realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly tried to remedy it with Ran, saying that getting her autograph was a long-held wish. But everyone knew perfectly well that his initial target was the quiet Akane. You were also quite confused. Ikaring was certainly lovely, but no matter how you looked at it, she was a world apart from a big star like Ran. Just then, the owner returned with 2 posters and a marker. The first was Ran's period drama poster. She took the pen and signed her name generously. The owner looked at Akane and said excitedly, "Miss, you really look like a certain celebrity." He raised an eyebrow. "My sister looks like a celebrity? Owner, you aren't just trying to make her feel good, are you?" The owner shook his head repeatedly, struggling to recall. "How could that be? She really looks like a star I used to follow when I was young." You couldn't help but ask for the name of that star. The owner suddenly slapped his thigh. "Her name is Hazuki Haibara. I'm getting old, so I don't remember clearly, but that's definitely the name. Miss, please sign this name for me." After saying that, the owner unfolded the second poster. It was an old, clearly worn poster with frayed edges. In the center, a woman in a sweeping evening gown stood under a stage spotlight. The woman in the poster wore an ornate mask, making it impossible to see her face, but just looking at her posture, there was an air of unrivaled elegance. The owner studied Akane, muttering to himself, "It looks like her, but yet not quite." Akane had never heard of this person and looked at you with an inquisitive gaze. You felt the whole thing was a bit strange and were just about to refuse. Unexpectedly, the owner seemed to read your mind and hurriedly explained that he had been obsessed with this star in his youth, but unfortunately, she retired quickly, a true flash in the pan. Kaya also spoke up to vouch for the owner's character. Since you didn't want to hurt her feelings, you could only nod at Akane. Akane took the pen and signed the 3 characters Hazuki Haibara on the poster. The owner beamed with joy, thanking her repeatedly, and promising that you would all be treated as members whenever you came to the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant and returning home, you immediately searched for Hazuki Haibara on your phone. The result? No photos, no works, not even a single entry. You were even more puzzled. Did the owner remember the name wrong? Or was it possible that this short-lived star really had some blood relation to Akane? But you remembered her biological mother was named Kioni-gu, a completely different surname. What was going on? Early the next morning, you dialed the number Kaya had given you. The person on the other end told you to go to the hospital for a physical examination first. You skipped breakfast and headed straight to the hospital, but it was crowded beyond belief. By the time you finished all the procedures, it was already noon. You had called Akane in advance, and she said dinner was almost ready. When you returned home, she was bringing out the last dish, eyes crinkling as she told you to wash your hands and eat. But as soon as you sat down, you noticed something wrong. On the table, there was hot shredded pork with green peppers and potato strips, but in a Kain's bowl, there was only leftover rice gruel and steamed buns from the morning. You frowned. "Why are you eating leftovers?" She looked down and whispered, "I just cooked it this morning. It's a waste to throw it out. You didn't eat breakfast, so you need a solid lunch." You told her you were going out to deliver food in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, she clutched her chopsticks and suddenly said, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. I can eat a little less." This one sentence made you understand everything instantly. You suddenly realized why the vegetables in the fridge had been disappearing so slowly lately. You tapped your finger on the table and issued a strange command. "The remaining food must be finished within 3 days, and then we will go buy fresh supplies." Akane's mouth dropped open. "But there's still so much food in the fridge. How can I finish all of that?" You interrupted her forcefully. "I don't care, you have to finish it." You even added, "Otherwise, with your skinny build, can you handle the pressure of studying? If you don't study well, when will you earn 1,000,000 yen for me?" She was just about to say, "But," when you blocked her again. "Look at you, thin as a bamboo pole. People will think I'm abusing you at home. Do I not have a reputation to maintain?" Akane then lowered her head and responded sullenly, "Seriously, who has such strange requirements?" She secretly looked down. She was indeed a bit thin, but she thought she was fine. Her slightly puffed-up cheeks betrayed a little bit of her true feelings. But on second thought, being treated like a child who needed looking after didn't feel half bad. You looked away, finished your meal quickly, and left. Past 12 was the peak dining time, the perfect period for making money. The room became quiet again. The next afternoon, your physical exam report came out. It showed you were healthy, just with slightly high visceral fat, likely due to past habits of excessive drinking. On the day of your scheduled start, you woke up early, checked your documents, and rode your bike straight to the eastern suburbs. This wharf cargo company, named Toda Maritime, was massive. Just as you parked and looked up, you were instantly captivated by the scene. Huge gantry cranes, like steel giants, slowly moving their long arms to lift containers. Further away was the sea, and a freighter was just about to leave port, its whistle low and majestic. You watched for several minutes before remembering your purpose and dialing the number Kaya had given you. Not long after, a man in his 30s walked over, back straight and eyes sharp. "I am the warehouse manager here. You reached out. I am Makoto." But Wang Yang just tilted his head, showing no intention of shaking your hand, and signaled for you to follow him. Wang Yang glared at you. "A warehouse position, and Director Ching actually called personally. Do you have connections?" You smiled, but Wang Yang's face sank. "Connections are good, but our company doesn't look at connections, only ability. If there's a problem with the work, no one's connection will save you." You nodded immediately. "Understood." Seeing your upright attitude, Wang Yang relaxed slightly and began introducing the company. You were shocked to learn that this company was a dedicated logistics channel jointly built by the city's three giants: Lishuzhou's Aoyama Group, Tsukioi's Taian Group, and the Ching family's Henyuan Daily Chemicals. Not only that, but the person at the helm of the company was the Ching family's daughter, Akire Ching. Hearing Wang Yang talk about multi-billion yen investments and industrial chain integration, you couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. "Brother Yang, with investments in the hundreds of billions and my meager salary, do I really belong here listening to this?" Wang Yang was amused by you, laughed loudly, and patted your shoulder. "I'm telling you this so you know our platform is big and has enough room for promotion. Of course, the rules are stricter. Work hard." After finishing the onboarding process, you realize that this junior warehouse clerk position paid about 5,000 yen a month after insurance and taxes. In this city with its high cost of living, this salary wasn't high. However, Wang Yang revealed a key piece of information. Our shift and task arrangements are such that as long as your efficiency is high enough, you can always find 2 or 3 hours of downtime in a day. The warehouse cannot be left unattended, but you can sit and watch the monitors, organize documents, or, Wang Yang gave you a meaningful look, read some books. As long as you don't violate safety regulations, no one will bother you. You were completely satisfied. "Understood, Brother Yang. I will familiarize myself as soon as possible. Work hard." This job was practically tailor-made for you. You even opened a job app and took a look. The warehouse position required a college degree. If Kaya hadn't introduced you, you wouldn't have even had the chance to interview. Just then, Wang Yang brought you to a large warehouse numbered C3. You looked up to see stereo racks over 10 meters high, stretching as far as the eye could see, with several electric forklifts shuttling through them. Next, Wang Yang handed you over to Old Lee. "From today on, you follow Old Lee. You two are on the same shift. Start learning from the basics." After changing into your uniform, Old Lee appeared honest and simple, but you didn't expect his professional ability to be so strong. More importantly, he was very patient with you as a newcomer, and you learned quickly. Back home, Akane was also studying desperately. When you told her to sleep early, she shook the book in her hands. "My coursework has fallen behind too much. I have to work hard to catch up." Seeing her serious expression, you didn't say anything more, but you had new plans in your heart. Meanwhile, you opened the video site, and the comment section had completely reversed. The people who had scolded you before were now lining up to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was too loud. I misunderstood you." Your subscriber count even increased by over 100. Life settled down. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Every day was work, returning home to eat, and checking Akane's homework. You were stingy with yourself, but filled the fridge for her. Akane's face finally regained some color, but you knew in your heart that this was just the beginning. You hadn't touched the 15,000 yen reward from Kaya, waiting until you found an opportunity online to change your destiny. The Open University of Japan, majoring in Chinese literature, offered admission without an entrance exam. You could get a bachelor's degree in 2.5 years. Without the slightest hesitation, you used that money to pay the tuition. Even your partner, Old Lai, saw you secretly taking online classes in the corner of the warehouse and praised you. Young man, you have ambition. That's a good thing. I'll take care of the work first. But he didn't know these courses were nothing to you. Not only did you not let him do more work, but you fought to do all the heavy lifting, making Old Lee more and more satisfied with you as a partner. Eating the free meals at the warehouse, combined with moving heavy objects every day, you quickly built strong muscles. You thought the stable days had finally arrived, but just as you finished work and changed clothes, a phone call brought you back to reality. It was Sun Ken. You went to a sheltered spot to answer. As soon as he started, he said, "Brother, I've cleaned up my act." But before you could respond, he laughed loudly. "Makoto, this job is very interesting. You will definitely be interested." You were silent for a moment, asking coldly, "How much money are we talking about?" A woman's giggle came from Sun Ken's end, and he lazily reported a figure. A small job, probably about 100,000. 100,000. You weighed it for a moment and finally spat out, "Send me the relevant information." The call ended. 10 minutes later, Sun Ken sent an address and a photo, leaving only a harsh threat. "This person is hard to find. You compare it with the photo. Once you collect the 100,000, meet me at the usual place." You sat on the pier, looking at the ink-blue sea, not yet having a strategy. Who knew the phone would ring again? It was Misu General Boss Ken sent me a message. He said you were on the job. He asked me to find you. Where are you? An hour and a half later, you picked up Misu General on your electric scooter, casually throwing a yellow helmet to him. Misu General looked at the helmet and was stunned. "Brother PNG? You're really delivering food?" Immediately after, he seemed to remember something. "But Boss Biao, I remember you said last time that you wanted to clean up your act." You took a deep breath. "It isn't that easy. Since Sun Ken took the initiative to call me, he didn't leave me any room to refuse." Misu General took a deep drag on a cigarette, smoke drifting from his nostrils. "Boss Ken is a man who values face. He won't let a refusal go easily." The scarlet tip of the cigarette glowed in the darkness. He stared at you. "What are you planning? You just spread your hands. One step at a time, let's get to work." Then you both put on your helmets, set the navigation on your phones, and sped toward the destination. Who knew it would be over an hour of riding before you arrived at an abandoned seaside village? Under the moonlight, collapsed courtyard walls and weeds as high as a person made even Misu General complain they don't even need a set to film a horror movie here. But when you finally found the place with the photo, your heart sank. In this day and age, the target was actually living in a dilapidated mud brick house. The gate was a pair of wooden doors that were practically falling apart, and the gods painted on the doors had faded, staring at you with gray eyes. Now you understood. This job was trouble. You nodded to Misu Gen, who immediately lowered his visor and hammered on the wooden door with a loud thud. There was no movement inside. The next second, he increased his force and knocked fiercely again. Finally, the window in the courtyard lit up with a dim, yellow light. A man's impatient voice came from behind the door. "Who is it? Middle of the night, don't you let people sleep?" Misu General ignored him and continued hammering. Just then, you faintly heard a young child's voice. "Daddy, who is it?" Your heart skipped a beat. There was actually a child inside. Immediately after, the man finished comforting the child, and footsteps headed toward the door. "What do you want?" the man asked warily from behind the door. Misu General lied casually. "Reading the water meter. Open the door first." Unexpectedly, the man shouted in terror from behind the door. "You're debt collectors, aren't you? It's so late. Only you would come." Misu General sneered. "Since you know, don't waste time." The man's voice instantly carried a plea. "Can you come back tomorrow?" "No." As soon as the words left his lips, A loud sound followed. The wooden door was suddenly flung open. You looked closely. The veins in the man's hands were bulging, his eyes filled with determination. Accompanied by a suppressed roar, the man actually punched Misugen in the face. With a bang, Misugen's head tilted violently. Fortunately, he didn't take off his helmet, and the punch hit the side. Otherwise, he would have been down on the spot. But the moment Misugen was stunned by the hit, the man bolted through the gap in the door and ran. Dare to run? Misugen shook his head and immediately chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the man rushed into the abandoned courtyard ahead. Seeing his familiar back, you were worried Misugen might get into trouble, so you followed immediately. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, the man ran fast, vaulting over a wall to escape. But Misugen was also putting in his full effort, vaulting over the wall nimbly and sprinting down the concrete path. The man was older after all, and was soon caught. The moment Misugen reached out to grab his collar, the man turned back, emitting a low roar like a trapped beast. "Don't come over! Don't push me!" He swung another punch at Misugen's face, but this was a feint. The moment Misugen bent over to dodge, the man's other fist punched him firmly in the abdomen. Misugen bent over in extreme pain, his movements stalling. The man seized the opportunity to pounce, using raw strength to pin Misugen to the ground, grabbing his knees tightly. "I'll make you push me!" "I have no money. I really have no money left." Misugen struggled hard, but the man's strength was shockingly great. His face quickly turned purple, and he was on the verge of suffocating. At the most critical moment, you finally arrived. Having mixed in the streets for years, you didn't hesitate, suddenly accelerating and jumping high when you were 2 steps away. You slammed into the man's side like a cannonball, throwing him to the side with the immense force of the impact. With a dull thud, the man fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Misugen seized the chance to roll over and stand up, coughing violently. Furious, as soon as he recovered, he pounced and punched the man in the stomach. "This old guy has real strength. I'll show you for choking me." The man groaned and curled up on the ground. Misugen glared at him angrily. "I was talking to you nicely and you pull this?" He lifted his foot, about to kick the man. But just then you stopped him with a low shout. "MNG, don't!" Misugen pulled back his foot and gestured. "Boss PNG, you go ahead, give him a lesson first." However, you didn't move. You just stared at the man on the ground, trembling with despair, and then slowly pulled up your helmet visor. The man was panting. When he saw your face, he froze, barely squeezing out 2 words in disbelief. You looked at him and nodded slowly. "It's me, Old Lee." You never expected that the debtor would be the honest Old Lee, who had taken care of you in the warehouse, done your work, and given you time to take online classes. And he never expected that the person coming to collect the debt would be the sensible young man who had taken pity on his age and fought to do the heavy work. This was definitely not a coincidence. You instantly understood this was all Sun Ken's scheming. "Little Mako," Old Lee finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling. "How could it be you? Are you with them too? With those loan sharks?" You didn't answer, just stood up and extended your hand, pulling him up from the ground with force, and asked in a low voice, "Old Lie, this matter is troublesome. How much do you owe them?" Old Lie lowered his head, his whole body seeming to have lost its spine. 100,000. Hearing this figure, your brows furrowed instantly. This was completely troublesome. You knew Old Lee's financial situation better than anyone. He was so poor he only dared to steal 2 steamed buns from the cafeteria each time, and the dilapidated mud brick house he lived in needed buckets to catch rainwater when it rained. Never mind 100,000. He couldn't even come up with 10,000. But just then, your phone rang violently. The caller ID was Sun Ken. You immediately signaled for the 2 to be quiet before answering. "Mako, you've arrived, right?" Sun Ken's yawning voice came through, listless. You responded faintly, "I'm preparing to chat with him." Sun Ken became instantly spirited. Give him 2 options. Tonight, have the money ready. Second, have him recruit people. The cut from their spending will count as paying off his debt. Sun Ken chuckled. It's best if he chooses the second one. With people constantly coming in, I can make a fortune. Your heart sank. The money pit he was talking about was an underground gambling den, a business that never lost money. Sunken proudly announced that he had toppled old Wang and was now in charge of the business in this area, even wanting you to go over and help him. You refused directly. Brother, I'm good at collecting debts, but I can't handle the big stuff. Let me help you collect this debt first. Sunken yawned and didn't force it. Fine, we'll talk when we meet tomorrow. The call ended. Old Lai completely broke down. He held his head in pain. Little Mako, I don't want to bring people in, but I really have no money. He suddenly looked up and chirped. I want to call the police. They cheated me. Misu General sneered. Call the police? They'll just find some underling to take the fall. Your information is all in their hands. They don't care about your family anymore. These words were like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing all of Old Lai's hopes. His body trembled. You sighed, looked at the desperate Old Lai, and spoke in a low voice. For you, honestly, repaying the debt and breaking ties with them is the best choice. Old Lai looked at you for a long time before finally making up his mind. I trust you. Let's talk at my house. You nodded. But when you entered his house and saw the self-made broken wooden stools and the cup of cold boiled water in your hand, your heart sank further. Just then, a girl's voice filled with concern came from inside. Are you back? Who was knocking on the door just now? Old Lee called toward the room, his voice instantly becoming incredibly gentle. It's Daddy's friend. Be good, Nunu. Okay. Daddy, you should sleep early too. Don't be too tired. The little girl's sensible words were like needles piercing Old Lee's heart. He responded, his voice starting to go hoarse. Back in the courtyard, holding the plastic cup, he finally began to confide. It turned out that he had this daughter only at the age of 37. She was the apple of his eye. But when his daughter was born, the hole in her heart hadn't closed. The doctor said she would get better as she grew up, so he hadn't been too worried. Who knew that when his daughter was 3, her condition not only didn't improve, but she started having migraines and even fainting. Going to the hospital for a checkup, the result was a bolt from the blue. Not only was the hole in her heart still open, but she also suffered from congenital heart deformity. The only path to survival was surgery, but the risk was extremely high. He had no choice but to sign the surgical consent form. Fate did not favor him. The surgery failed, and the treatment over the years had already drained the family. Just then, a guy from the same village suddenly got rich, smoking expensive cigarettes, wearing designer clothes, and even buying a car worth over 100,000. The guy said he had won a lot of money and wanted to take Old Lai to see. It was an extremely hidden underground gambling den. The guy encouraged him. Old Lai, place a bet with me, just one bet, and your girl's medicine for the next half year will be covered. That sentence moved him. Watching the guy win over 100,000 in one night, he finally couldn't resist. He trembling took out 2,000 yen and followed along to place a bet. Unexpectedly, he really won. 2,000 instantly turned into 10,000. Coming too easily, Old Lai became completely excited. The guy struck while the iron was hot. Place more, just one more bet, and your daughter's next surgery will be paid for. He was blinded by the head, immediately placing another bet. This time it was 5,000, but he lost this round. Between winning and losing, Old Lai was completely hooked. When he won, he wanted to win more. When he lost, he only wanted to win it back. But there were no undefeated generals in the gambling den. He lost more and more. His eyes turned red, and in the end, he was saddled with a high-interest loan of 60,000, which had now ballooned to 100,000. Old Lee slapped himself painfully, roaring hoarsely, I'm not a human. My mother is over 70, and to raise money for my daughter's medicine, she does needlework from morning till night until her eyes are practically blind, yet I ran off to gamble and incurred this debt. The courtyard was dead silent. You finally understood why he had to steal buns. A rope breaks at its thinnest point, and now you had to make him choose. You reached out and patted Old Lai's trembling shoulder. All right, fortunately, you aren't in too deep. 100,000 isn't completely impossible to handle. Be more careful in the future. Don't get cheated by others again. Old Lai said feebly, I'm very useless. It's hard to earn 100,000. You said seriously. The reason it's difficult for you to earn money is because the money you earn is clean. You should feel steady, not belittle yourself. Misu General also nodded. That guy was obviously a plant. He grasped your weakness, which is why you were taken in. Although this kind of trick is simple, the calculation involves human nature. It's normal for you to have fallen for it. You thought for a while and said, I'll give Manager Wang a call and have the workers pool some together. At the very least, let's pay off the high-interest loan first. Old Lai said, but Misu General sneered. What? Still afraid of losing face? Who told you to be stupid? Old Li shook his head. Will they lend it to me? We'll see after we try. Saying that, you dialed Wang Yong's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Wang Yong's furious voice came from the other end. Do you know I'm on an administrative shift and you should find the team leader if you have something to do at night? I know. Wang Yong was very angry. If you know, why call people at 2 in the morning, Mako? If you don't give me a 1, 2, 3 reason today, even if you're related to Director Cheng, I'll be wearing small shoes for you tomorrow. You didn't waste time, directly telling him everything about Old Li's situation. The phone went silent instantly. Seconds later, Wang Yong's roar exploded again. Old Li, that idiot! If he had difficulties at home, why wouldn't he say so? Does opening his mouth to colleagues cost him his life? Bring him to my office now. I'm coming immediately. You immediately hurried to the company with Old Lai, but the moment you pushed open the office door, you were stunned in place. The small office was filled with smoke, and over a dozen people were squeezed inside. Drivers, loaders, all were Wang Yong's core staff, each with bleary eyes and solemn faces. Wang Yong extinguished his cigarette, his voice hoarse. I know, everyone here relies on manual labor to eat, at the bottom of society. Brother Yang, speak quickly if you have something to say. Wang Yang cursed, then jerked his chin at you. Little Mako, you explain. The entire room's gaze focused on you. You stood up, took a deep breath, but did not reveal the truth about Old Lai being cheated. You looked at the crowd and spoke in a low voice. To treat his daughter's illness, Old Lai incurred a debt of 100,000. The creditor is forcing him to repay it by tomorrow. As soon as the words left your lips, a loader took a deep drag on a cigarette and suddenly realized. No wonder Old Li didn't even dare to touch the buns with filling. He crushed the cigarette butt fiercely. Old Li's eye sockets instantly turned bloodshot, and he bent over, wanting to bow. Immediately after, the driver also stood up. He first cursed Old Li half-jokingly for not treating them as brothers, but the next second he patted his chest. My salary is high, and I recently got a quarterly bonus. I'll chip in 25,000 for you. He patted Old Li's shoulder heavily. Be smarter in the future, don't be a fool. These brothers in the room scraped together 15,000. 100,000 to repay the debt, and 50,000 for his daughter's medical treatment. You didn't sleep a wink, clutched the bank card with the 100,000 tightly, and rode your motorcycle out into the rising sun. But just as you were about to leave, Old Li chased after you with red eyes. Little Mako, thank you. You just said faintly, I'm a pauper, I didn't lend you any money. Those savings have to be kept for Akane to eat and go to school. Old Lai just opened his mouth to laugh, but it looked worse than crying. I know you're helping me. I've quit gambling, really, I have. You looked at him and said slowly, I used to be a gambler too, afraid of others knowing, so I specifically went further away to gamble until I gambled away everything I had. Old Li froze instantly, never expecting you to have such a past. You told him he didn't need to have a psychological burden. There are many rotten people in this world. Live well, your daughter needs you. Before leaving, you added, and you're an adult now, don't believe everything others say. Goodbye. You pulled down your helmet visor, waved gracefully, and the motorcycle roared away into the distance. Upon arriving at the destination, you stepped into the entrance of the Star Rail Bar. The attendants at the door immediately bowed in unison the moment they saw you. A floor manager ran over personally to handle your entry. The elevator descended directly to the second basement level, and the bodyguard led you straight into Kaito's, the luxurious, intoxicating lounge. At this moment, Kaito was huddled on a leather sofa with a hot-bodied woman, watching an old classic film. He had dark circles under his eyes and greeted you with a yawn. Without a word, you slammed a bank card onto the marble table. There's 100,000 in there. The password is 123456. I've already verified it. Kaito never expected that old Lee could actually come up with the money. As far as I know, there's no way he could have scraped that much together. You raised your left fist directly. As long as my powers of persuasion are strong enough, he'll always find a way to come up with it. Kaito glanced at your fist and, surprisingly, didn't doubt you at all. He sighed with regret. I was originally going to force him down a second path. Oh well, I guess there wasn't much oil to be squeezed from that dump of a village anyway. Who would have thought that in the next second, Kaito would suddenly pat the woman in his arms and say, "Do you want to try? After we finish business, you can sleep here and get some good rest." The woman was wearing a tight red cheongsam, her slender figure wrapped in white lace. She was indeed stunning. She let out a small cry and managed to force a flirtatious smile. "Young Master Kaito, I'm your woman. I've been serving you quite hard these past 2 days." However, Kaito's expression darkened instantly as he gripped her chin tightly. "I never treated you as a person. It was just for fun. You actually took it seriously? This is my sworn brother. It's your good fortune that he wants you to serve him." Just at that moment, you feigned exhaustion and waved your hand. "I've been chatting with that guy all night, and I'm worn out. I can't handle it anymore." Hearing these words, the woman felt a sense of relief and gave you a look of gratitude. Kaito didn't insist, patted her twice, and told her to get out. The woman hurriedly lowered her head and left quickly. Immediately after, Kaito turned his head to look at the bodyguard, Kyoji, at his side. "You go out too. I have a few things to discuss with Makoto." Kyoji looked troubled. "But the boss gave orders to protect you." Kaito waved his hand impatiently. "Don't worry, Makoto is one of our own." Following this, Kyoji obediently stepped out of the room and was even thoughtful enough to pull the door shut. The moment the lock clicked, Kaito jumped up and pointed at your nose, cursing, "I don't know what you're thinking. You had a good life, yet you insist on delivering food, and now you're going to the docks to haul heavy cargo?" Facing this accusation, you subconsciously retorted, "Kaito, I didn't steal anything. People framed me." Kaito spat on the ground heavily. "We are all rats in the gutter. You can lie to others, but don't try to lie to me." Hearing this, you could only offer a bitter smile, essentially conceding. Just then, Kaito stared at you, throwing out a question. "Do you know why this debt collection job had to be given to you?" Before you could speak, he waved his fists excitedly. "It's to let you see exactly what this world is like. That gambler at the docks has more experience than you and a higher salary, yet he still ended up in that pathetic state." You frowned slightly. "That's because his daughter is sick." He pressed on step by step. "Can you guarantee you'll never get sick? We scramble to climb to the top just to survive. Only money can keep us alive. In this world, there is only one kind of sickness, the sickness of poverty." These words pierced your heart, and you fell silent. Kaito paced back and forth in a rage. "In the past, you didn't follow me. After all, even though I had a foster father, I only had those scraps of debt collection business and absolutely no status. Kaito's father built his wealth on collection, and now the bad debt rate for usury is extremely high. Naturally, this edge business was thrown to his foster son to serve as a whetstone, and as a way to keep the old guard in check." Suddenly, Kaito laughed toward the ceiling. "But now, I am different. I took down old Wang and directly seized control of several gambling dens." He stared at you with bloodshot eyes. "I have real power now, do you understand?" You looked at his crazed appearance and could only nod lightly. "Kaito, congratulations. Never in your wildest dreams did you expect that in the next second, Kaito would reach out and poke your chest hard. As long as you nod, I'll let you take charge of the gambling dens." Seeing your bewildered look, Kaito slammed his palm down onto that bank card on the marble table. "This 100,000? It's not even a fraction of what I make in a single night of profit. In one night, even just from the smoking, I can make at least $1 million in net profit. As long as you sit in charge, you don't have to do anything. I'll give you a 1% cut as a management fee. If someone causes trouble, you just show your face. You're guaranteed to make 10,000 in a night." Facing this sudden, enormous temptation, you lowered your eyes, sinking into deep thought. "That's 300,000 a month. What are you hesitating for?" Kaito grabbed your shoulders, his spit almost flying onto your face. "Do you know what the current job market is like? People with a salary of 3,000 are everywhere. Those who can make 5,000 a month are less than 40%. His eyes flashed with a fanatical light as his voice rose an octave. 300,000! Do you know how many years ordinary people have to work to save that up? You looked at him and replied calmly, if they don't eat or drink, it would still take 5 years. Kaito clapped his hands heavily. Exactly! You work for 1 month, and it equals what they do in 5. As long as you have money, you can do anything. Facing this nearly heart-wrenching temptation, you took a long breath. But Kaito, don't you know what kind of person I am? You laughed at yourself with a bitter smile. Someone like me can't control myself. I drink, I gamble, and I even lost my own sister to someone else. What if one day, I lose your gambling dens to someone else? As soon as these words were out, the previously ecstatic Kaito went silent. He collapsed into the leather sofa like a deflated balloon. Why are you so hopeless, you brat? He looked at you with a sense of hate that iron doesn't become steel. Last time I tried every way to pull you up, and I even had to find excuses to slide you cash. Do you know how many eyes are watching me from the shadows? You took the opportunity to lower your head in self-reproach, your voice raspy. Sorry, Kaito. I know I'm a piece of trash, so I'm afraid of dragging you down. Who would have thought Kaito wouldn't give up? Instead, he looked up to comfort you. It's okay. Your family was well off before, so you didn't truly understand how terrifying the sickness of poverty is. And you haven't figured out what you really want. He waved his hand, his tone tinged with helplessness. If you want to haul cargo at the docks, go ahead. But keep an eye on the collection business for me for now. One day, you will understand that only I am truly thinking of you. You immediately put on a look of profound gratitude, stepped up, and gave Kaito a big hug. Kaito, you are truly too good to me. Get lost. 2 grown men hugging, isn't it disgusting? Kaito laughed and pushed you away, picking up his glass to take a sip. You head back first. When I climb high enough, no one will dare to target you. Then, if you refuse me again, we really won't be brothers anymore. You grinned. Don't worry, when you climb to the top, I'll definitely be with you. Immediately after, Kaito turned to open the safe, tossed out a few thousand in cash, and handed it to you. Take this. It's the hardship pay for this job. You didn't take it, but rubbed your hands together a bit awkwardly. Kaito, can you give me more? My hands are itching again. I want to go play a few rounds. You were like this the moment I met you. Never able to control yourself for your entire life. Kaito cursed through his lips, but his actions were honest. He threw over an entire bundle of bills. This is 10,000. That's all you get to play today, hear me? While saying this, he ordered confidently, I have real power now. Later, I'll have Kyoji put the word out. Anyone who dares to cheat you is going against me, Kaito. You accepted the money, beaming. Thanks, Kaito. Get out quickly. Seeing you annoys me. Just as you reached the door and were about to leave, Kaito suddenly called you back. What's wrong? You turned your head. At this moment, Kaito handed over a glass of wine, his eyes revealing a hint of showmanship. A collection edition Romane Conti. This one glass is worth at least 100,000. I dug this out of old Wang's place. Since you love gambling and love this stuff, drink it up. Taste a glass before you go. You took the glass, staring intently at the crimson liquid inside. You sighed inwardly. This one sip is worth several years of medicine for old Lee's daughter. Immediately after, you closed your eyes, tilted your head back, and downed it in one gulp. After putting down the glass, you didn't hesitate to pour yourself another one. But just as the glass touched your lips, Kaito reached out and snatched it away. Get lost! If I didn't stop you, you'd drink the whole bottle. Several of my brothers haven't even had a taste of it yet. You scratched your head and grinned. This taste is truly incredible. Just one more glass, the last one, okay? Kaito waved his hand with a helpless look. Look at your lack of ambition. Drink, drink. When you go out, help me call Kyoji in. The moment you stepped out, Kyoji followed you into the office. Kaito, what are the next instructions? Kaito's expression became unfathomably deep. No need to follow him in secret from now on, and that's the end of the probing. He leaned back in his boss chair, his tone carrying absolute indifference. People always change. We have more important things to do now. We don't have the energy to keep obsessing over a piece of trash. Immediately after, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. The next step. Find a way to take over that gambling ship. At the same time, Akire Ching woke up in a haze from her afternoon nap. She ran to the living room full of expectation, only to find the massive house still empty. That wave of disappointment rushed into her heart.